afternoon. Good afternoon. Wow, it's 216. That's Cleveland's area code. So it's 216 on Monday. I'm just checking in. I haven't been in here for a few days. I think it's been like 3 or 4 days, man. It's normally I don't take that much of a break like in between, but I still just been needing like just time. I don't know. I haven't been up for it. But and the news cycle is lightweight, kind of slow at the moment. Like it's not slow, but I mean, how many people really are that enthralled with what's her name? Nancy Guthrie, you know? So it was like just not as much. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out right now. I'm waiting for the next big event to happen. I think there will be one here in America, but I do think the next big one's probably going to be in Iran, which I will get to that. Um, I have a video of a story of humanoid robots that are being used now in Ukraine. I'm going to start with that. Then I'm gonna go into Operation Flatline. Sheriff Grady Judd, giant bust in Florida. We'll go ahead and watch his press, and then we'll get into Iran. Or no, then I got Lindsey Graham talking about Iran and Israel. Then we'll get into a little bit of Iran, and if time comes, we'll watch the Hillary press conference from over the weekend where she brought up all kinds of stuff, which is exactly what I thought would happen when she's going to testify on the 27th. I feel like that's going to happen also. How'd I know you was live? No notifications. I don't know, bro. I don't know why my notifications aren't going out. That's like the third time in a row where my notifications aren't going out. Kind of makes you not want to go live if they're not sending your notifications out. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, for real. Uh, but anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get into the show. I was just trying to get this in because I really haven't been in the mood, and now is the time. So let's get this popping. Everybody hit the like if you're just coming in. Hit the like, share, sub. Let's get this algorithm bumping, and let's get into this, y'all. Um,
predicting most white-collar tasks could be automated within 12 to 18 months. He says that the shift is already visible in software engineering, as AI has already transformed the work by driving the next generation of robotics across industry and across defense. Humanoid robots emerging as the future of warfare, the U.S. accelerating AI integration into combat operations. San Francisco-based Foundation Future Industries is developing humanoid robots built specifically for military use. The company is also scaling commercial deployment across the country in manufacturing, including in the auto sector. Joining me now is Foundation Future Industries CEO, Sanket Patek. Sanket, great to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. First, let me get your reaction to what you heard from the Microsoft AI CEO, that all those jobs are turning to automation. You also have the CEO of Anthropic, Dario, who also made a similar comment. He said, and he's probably like the most safety-focused CEO in the AI industry. He says AI will eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs within 1 to 5 years. Your reaction?
Well, it's great to be with you, Maria. And I actually agree with him. It seems like increasingly more and more, any kind of work that humans do today that is repetitive, anything that does not require high amounts of intellectual skill set, or even things that require high amounts of intellectual skill set but can be learned with a lot of data, all of those jobs are potentially going away, and all of them would be automated with humanoids or other forms of robots.
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon Valley's first AI agent unicorn, so you can make better films and content, all while automating the tasks you don't want to do. Let's go. One subscription to
Well, this is a big statement. What are we supposed to do about that? How can people arm themselves with the right information to actually survive and potentially thrive in this new era?
I mean, this is, Maria, I think this is as close to the singularity as we can be. Like, I personally struggle with this question a whole lot as well. I don't think there's a way to stop all of the AI development unless everybody decides to stop at the same time. China would not decide to stop. US, for that reason, would not decide to stop. So this is an inevitable shift in how our economy is going to work and how humanity is going to work. And it's quite a hard question. Like, I do not know what the purpose or the day-to-day of human street looks like. I am, however, optimistic. I think what's going to happen is, historically, we haven't really gotten rid of slavery. We've just changed that to a financial incentive. So now people are forced to work jobs that they don't like doing and do that for very minimal wage and cannot buy a house, barely can afford healthcare, barely can afford education. AI has the potential of changing all of that. It has the potential of being able to give everybody good housing, everybody good healthcare, everybody good education. And for the first time in the history of humanity, people can actually do things they enjoy doing. So that's the optimistic side of it. I do, however, worry what this means in the short term, because in the short term, it's going to be a very disruptive change. Elon's called this, I think, a supersonic tsunami, which is probably the right thing. This is going to be an extremely disruptive change. And I think the governments are going to struggle to keep up. But I do think there's a path ahead where the future is quite exciting for humanity. And that's the one that we're striving for.
Okay, so let's talk about your business, because Foundation striking a U.S. brokered agreement with UKRAIN to deploy humanoid robots for surveillance, logistics, and other high-risk operations. These 5'9" Phantom units capable of carrying more than 40 pounds, designed to operate in dangerous environments. That's the kind of robot I like to see, because you would rather put a machine into harm's way than an individual. Sanket, tell us more about this collaboration and what's possible when you look at AI related to the military.
I think, Maria, this is one of the areas I feel like humanoids will have one of the most profound effects. There are three big use cases that we're looking at, not only with UKRAIN, but also with the Department of War within the US. The first use case is just logistics work, so being able to move things around, supply pickup. Now in UKRAIN, what happens is when soldiers leave a building to go and do supply pickup, there are drones that shoot at them. So it's better to send human soldiers, it's better to send humanoids out versus human soldiers, because they can essentially do these tasks just fine. And if they get shot, there's less of a concern. The second kind of task that we've been asked to do is around pretty much inspection, repair, maintenance. So that is also not a weaponized task, but a task that is all the logistics work that happens behind the scenes. And the third one is that actually impacts soldiers in a big way is reconnaissance, being able to go into buildings and breach doors and actually surveil that building, make sure it's safe for soldiers to be in. And that's going to be increasingly the future of warfare, which is more and more robots. What people don't realize is we already have, like, compared to the Iraq War and now, we have significantly more amount of robots on the battlefield. Most of them are airborne. Some of them are landborne, but majority of them are airborne. And humanoids give you the ability to be able to become a little bit more precise about tactical things. For instance, if a target's in a building, instead of bombing the building, you can actually go through the building, navigate it, and get to the target, which today human soldiers do. And we are more and more hopeful that humanoids and robots are going to do that.
That is so exciting, Sanket. And I know, well, look, you're a government contractor, right? You're working with the Department of War on dual-use humanoid robots designed to support warfighters and strengthen the defense industrial base. What's possible here, Sanket? With the Trump administration involved in onboarding this process, how do you see that partnership accelerating? And can that kind of robotics give America an edge, even a bigger edge, when it comes to the military and military AI?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So first thing, Maria, I do want to commend the administration for being very forward-thinking in this regard. From Pete Hegseth to the president, everybody is very focused on reducing procurement and really holding defense contractors accountable, which is like common sense business that has not happened so far. What is that enabling companies like us to do is build products that are competitive, that can undercut on price and capability to the traditional primes and be able to offer that to the Department of War. And we're very excited about it. Like that's generally, I think, going to be one of the biggest game changers. Will enable a lot more modern technology to be integrated into Department of War. I think the general principle that I believe the president's whole foreign policy, kind of like majority of his foreign policy is based around, is a peace through strength. And I don't think people would want to mess with America if America has hundreds of thousands of humanoids and just robots ready to be deployed. And I think that is, sorry, Mary, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, that is probably the single biggest accelerant of peace in our time. Like, I think, so that's the piece we're most excited about. We think in a paradoxical way, more humanoids in the military means there's more peace around the world.
Yeah, I know. I love it. But isn't China trying to do the same thing? By the way, Sanket, do you have a robot behind you, walking behind you right now?
I do. The robot comes in and out.
Can we see that robot? Can we see that robot?
Yeah, please. We will bring the robot back into the frame.
Yeah, it's just walking back and forth behind you. I saw it a minute ago. There he is. What is that robot doing right now? Oh, hello.
So this is Phantom, our robot. This is the autonomous machine that works in factories and warehouses. We've helped build over 20,000 cars last year, and also works with Department of War. What we're doing behind this right now is we're just testing its new AI policy, which enables the robot to autonomously walk and move itself, including its upper body. So that's what you're seeing behind us.
And you're saying that humanoid robot behind you helped build thousands of cars?
Last year, these robots helped build about 20,000 cars in U.S. factories.
Wow, incredible. Sanket, this is very exciting.
Okay, well, as far as that story goes, I'll go ahead and say something. We've been talking about AI fighting our wars and humanoids for a long time now. And now that I had to show it because it was on Fox News, dude. Like, we be talking about this for how long? Boston Dynamic robots, and eventually, like, they don't even need our pew-pews because they can just go ahead and use AI, and they can just come in and use dogs, use AI bots. They could come take your pew-pews without even needing to fire a shot. They already did it in Venezuela. I don't know about with AI, but they definitely use specific weaponry that required 0 bullets. So, it's something to be interested in and look into, because it's like we already knew that was coming. I don't think anybody was really surprised. I said, yeah, you can believe. No, it's not that I said you could believe it. It's the fact that when mainstream starts pushing it, it's fucking in the mainstream now, bro. It's dumbass. Rob Hardenberg, you dumb mother uffer. What do you think, I'm stupid, bro? Huh? Who do you think you are, bro? Fox News said so. The point is, it's on mainstream news, so learn about it, fool. You want me to pull it up for some conspiracy guy talking about it or the damn news talking about it? It's the whole point of me showing the show. I show Fox to show you this is what they're telling you, bro. You learn something, Rob. If you ain't got nothing to say, get the F on, bro. Get on, bro. No one gives a shit about you. Go on. Next. Now we got Sheriff Grady. Dumbass. What do you want me to do, bro? Stupid. God, I hate stupid people. All right, sorry guys, sorry for my attitude, but this dude, come on, man, get out of here, bro. Anyways, they've been using Humanoid, they've been talking about it forever, so we'll see what happens. I'm not shocked at all at that story.
On trafficking in fentanyl and trafficking in methamphetamine. As a result of this investigation and thousands of hours, investigative hours, we made 51 arrests. We charged 10 with racketeering. There were 78 pounds of meth seized, 14.55 pounds of fentanyl, enough, as you can see, to kill 3,300,000 people. 13 firearms were seized, $20,000 in cash. We did a drug roundup that began on January the 30th, and part of these 51 arrests occurred with 32 warrants being attempted, and we served all but 5. There are 5 folks that are still wanted. You see them on the board here. Those 5 suspects, even though they're at large, they won't stay at large. We will find them. But it's important, and I highlight, and the reason for this entire operation, fentanyl traffickers are killing people across this county, this state, and this nation just as sure as someone putting a gun to our victim's head and shooting them in the head. So that's why we're here. We're of one heart and we're of one beat as we go after these fentanyl traffickers. Today, we're going to, as they say in the gang world, lace you up. We're going to talk about the gangbangers who are selling this poison and who won't sell this poison any longer. Let me explain that Operation Flatline was the second T3 or wire intercept, but I'm going to speak briefly about it first so that you will understand how urgent what we do is. And then I'm going to turn it over to the Attorney General and the other speakers. But it's important to understand that these are our victims. Terry Morris, who's 50 years of age, is dead. He got his drugs from a guy who goes by the name of Knowledge. Angela Valente, who's 42, is in a nursing home, unconscious since she overdosed in mid-December, and there's no indication that she's ever going to recover. Dante Trentnioff is 21. He's dead. He's from Haines City. He died in his bedroom.
I can already tell what type of stream today's going to be. Hey, user, whatever your effing name is, it's really long. That comment was about as dumb as it gets, dude. Let me guess, they're going to blame the Latinos. They're going to blame the migrants. They probably are, bro. If they are, why don't you watch the damn news thing and find out for yourself? What if they were? Would it be okay then? If it was illegals, then you're like, no, don't say nothing. I hate Florida. Man, get out of here, you buster. Go sit in your rainbow chair somewhere, bro. This is exactly why I didn't go live, Bezel. Because I knew I'm going to start cussing out everybody on this damn show, bro.
Drug was supplied by Knowledge. Madeline Smith, 21, from Winter Haven, is dead. She died at the hospital from a drug overdose from drugs she got from Knowledge. I was actually at the hospital and saw them trying to save Madeline's life. However, that didn't happen. Folks, I want you to look at this. This is someone's grandchildren. This is someone's children. This is someone's brother and sister. These are real people that these folks are killing with their trafficking in fentanyl. And that's why we're here. So who is Knowledge? Knowledge is William Newton Jr. He's 39. He's from Winter Haven. He's currently on probation for sale of cocaine. Did you hear what I said? He's already on probation for sale of cocaine while he's out dealing in fentanyl. We also have him under investigation, as you may understand, for murder. He has new charges of sale of fentanyl that we filed, trafficking in cocaine, trafficking in fentanyl, violation of probation. But I want to talk to you a minute about the quickest T3 or wire intercept the sheriff's office has ever done. It may be one of the quickest ones ever done across the state or the United States. And I want to brag on Brian Haas and his team. So we're in the middle of what we call Operation Bloodline, doing this investigation. And all of a sudden, mid-November, 1st of December, people are falling over dead. These folks, they are in serious shape. Others that we've not even listed here went to the hospital and recovered. But all of a sudden, we have this real upsurge of fentanyl overdoses. We do something that I hope is not unique. Not only do we send our homicide team out to do the death investigations, but we send a narcotics team out to work with them. So we immediately, through our homicide detectives and our narcotics detectives, determined that William Newton is supplying the fentanyl. So we tried to go undercover and arrest him. He's too smart for that. You see, he's been to Florida State Prison for trafficking in cocaine on a minimum mandatory before. He has 8 previous felony charges. 8 previous arrests, 7 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. So we had to do something proactively and quickly to figure out how to stop him from dealing this fentanyl, because he was killing people. We were watching them die before our very eyes. And that's when Nicole Orr, who's one of the directors for State Attorney Haas, received permission and immediately did a T3 order. We literally went up on this order on a Thursday. It was written just as quickly as we could get the data together. By Sunday, we went down on this order and we caught him that quick. Brian Haas and his state attorneys, our detectives, saved untold lives because we did a proactive T3 in order to stop this guy from spreading all of this horribleness throughout this county. Make no mistake about it. Lives have been saved because of the hard work of our undercover detectives, who are the very best. Now, it's important to understand that that is only part of the investigation. The other part of the investigation, I will end with my flashcards. Y'all would be very upset if I didn't have flashcards, okay? After we hear from our speakers. First, I want to introduce James Uthmeyer. He is the Attorney General for the state of Florida. He simply is the very best. He works every day with his team in order to save lives, prosecute bad guys, and make Florida, the free state of Florida, the best place to live. We turn to him and to our state attorney, Brian Haas, who I will introduce second, immediately. And what we receive is yes, yes, and yes, let's prosecute them, let's hold them accountable. As you'll hear later on, if these people aren't locked up, they're selling drugs and killing people. This Attorney General and his team make sure that we lock them up for just as long as we can. So it's an honor, General, that you join us today. So let me turn the podium over to you.
Glad to be here. Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be back in Polk County. I was recently in the Atlanta airport on a flight connecting back to Tallahassee, and a woman came up, asked me where I was from, didn't know who I was. I told her Florida, and she said, it's really remarkable what's going on in Florida. The leaders down there, they stand by law enforcement, and what you guys are doing to drive down crime rates is incredible. I said, yeah, I hear they've got a good attorney general, just kind of trying to see what her response would be. She's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that guy, but this sheriff you guys have down there, Grady Judd, fantastic. She says, I don't know why anybody would be dumb enough, to commit crimes in Polk County. I said, well, if they had any wits about them, I don't think they'd be committing crimes at all. But here in Polk County, we send a message to the whole country. When you support law enforcement and your investigators, when you have their backs, when you give them the tools to be successful and do their jobs, we have results like today. I mean, this is one of the biggest gang takedowns over the last year. And you can see from what was seized here, this isn't child's play. This is not small stuff. You've got enough meth and fentanyl to kill millions of people. You've got over a dozen firearms, thousands of dollars of cash. These guys were not doing just street level drug dealing. This was advanced trafficking, conspiracy, RICO. We're going to go after these guys with everything we've got. We're going to throw the book at them because these guys on these charts, these are career criminals. The sheriff said it right. If they're back on the streets, they're doing drugs, and people are losing their lives. So God bless these investigators and law enforcement that took these guys down. They put their lives on the line every single day to keep our streets safe and to get all this stuff out of our communities. So we're going to keep sending a message in our office. I think the state attorney's got similar results. We've had record arrests, convictions, and sentences over the last year, and that correlates perfectly with a decreasing crime rate. It's not complicated. When you lock people up that are dangerous for a long time, crime rates go down. We send a message, stay out of the state of Florida. So it's good to be here today. You got a wonderful state attorney. I think we got over 51 arrests here. We'll be working with him to split these things up and prosecute to the fullest. So thank you.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now taxes?
Thank you, General. Our state attorney, Brian Haas, is remarkable. We talk almost every day of the week about strategies. Who are we going to put in jail? How long can we keep them in jail? Can you help on the T3? And his answer is always yes, yes, yes. I hear some sheriffs from around the state, around the country saying, hey, it's a frustrating thing to work with our state attorney's office or our prosecutor's office. That doesn't happen here. It's nice to have a state attorney's office and Brian Haas as our state attorney and his team that instead of looking for ways not to prosecute cases, look for ways to prosecute cases. And that's unique. So if you want to see a real prosecutor, you look at General Uthmeyer and you look at Brian Haas, our state attorney, the state attorney, because they understand that we are concerned about the safety and security of the overall majority of the people in this state. And we're not worried about the criminals except when they're not locked up. And these guys do the very best. Mr. Haas?
Thank you, Sheriff. I think it's important to start with acknowledgement and thanks to all law enforcement who was involved with this. These are not easy operations. They're high risk, very stressful, and what an amazing job everyone involved with this has done. It starts at the top with Sheriff Judd and the leadership that he gives, and everyone bringing everyone together. And you read these reports, and you can just picture how terrifying some of these moments can be, because these are bad people that we're pursuing. This is not just some kind of academic exercise. This is for real. And I think about the number, the quantity of drugs that were found here and the circumstances that led to it. We all know people who have been addicted or having a difficult time with substance abuse. And guys like Newton, they prey on those people. They know exactly what they're doing. They take advantage of the fact that people are having a hard time, and they exploit it for their own personal financial gain. And you just look at what a pathetic situation we had here with this guy, kids in his car, and just that he would put anyone in that type of situation is just so troubling. So if you read through the reports, he was at this motel, that hotel, this place, that place. And I think our goal here is to give him a permanent address. That's going to be at the Florida State Prison. We have great laws in Florida. We have great judges here in the 10th Circuit. But if one of them decides that they're going to go light on this particular individual, we have mandatory minimums that are going to say otherwise. And it will ensure that this fellow is going to end up in prison for a long time. So I'll conclude with this. We've been here before. We're here today. We'll be here again. And right now, somewhere in Polk County or across the state of Florida, there's another Newton who's out there deciding to sell drugs, whatever it might be. My advice is find something else to do, because before you know it, you're going to be on one of these boards and you'll be headed to prison as well. Thank you.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Sheriff's Office here work hand in glove on operations almost nonstop. I brag on them. They work closely with all law enforcement agencies, but I think we occupy a lot of their time. Our special agent in charge, Mark Britnell, is fantastic, and he's going to speak to you about the extra efforts that they bring to the table, not only through their remarkable investigators, detectives, special agents, but with other resources. Mr. Britnell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff. AGS Minor, Mr. Haas, thank you, guys. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Britnell, Special Agent in Charge for FTV Tampa Bay. I'm proud to stand here today to announce the impressive results of this.
John, I like you coming through and all, but don't FAFO, bro. Talk crazy to me or my mods, bro. I'll boot every one of you mods so fast that you won't even know my channel exists no more, bro. Just be cool, man.
This operation due to the hard work.
Don't disrespect my people, bro. You call people that again, bro, you're gone. Come on, man. Better than that.
The investigators and analysts. These partnerships continue to lower the risk of fentanyl and gang violence endangering our communities. None of this would have been possible without the support of Governor DeSantis, General Uthman.
Yeah, exactly. You want to? Is that what you're testing me, bro? Is that what you're testing? I thought we were cool, bro, but if you want to test me, bro, come on, man. I didn't think so, bro. I thought we was cool. I'm like, come on, bro. Don't do that to me, bro. I thought we was cool, bro.
In our legislatures, continuing funding of the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication Funding, also known as SAFE. Once again, the SAFE program has delivered. We stood here for years with the sheriff and other agencies across the state touting the SAFE program. It works. As you see the numbers of arrests going up, deaths going down, seizures going up. SAFE is here, and it is working. I'd also like to take a brief moment to highlight some of the amazing investigative techniques and tactics that were utilized by the agencies we see here today to completely dismantle this organization. Early on in the investigation, investigators conducted undercover purchases of methamphetamine. These purchases ranged from 4 ounces to 14 pounds. Think about that, 14 pounds of methamphetamine. Also, fentanyl undercover purchases were made. Again, 2 grams to 2 pounds of fentanyl. As the investigation proceeded, the team developed enough probable cause, as the sheriff mentioned, to initiate a Title III wiretap investigation with the goal of targeting the hierarchy of the organization and completely crushing them as an organization. In the middle of that Title III, as the sheriff spoke about, they gleaned some information about a possible overdose. Agents immediately acted, identified the target, working side by side with the state attorney's office. An emergency order was authorized and initiated. Because of the vigilance and attention to detail, as the sheriff spoke about, William Newton was apprehended with over 6 pounds of fentanyl and 1.5 pounds of cocaine. I can't underscore enough of the efficiency and the urgency by this team displayed during that time. There is no doubt they saved lives. So on January 30th, and I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the roundup day, over 24 agencies came together to take down this organization. And as the sheriff spoke earlier, 78 pounds of methamphetamine, 14.5 pounds of fentanyl, 20,000 in cash, 13 firearms. When there's drugs, there's always firearms, and 51 total arrests. As the sheriff spoke earlier as well, there's 5 members still currently at large. I have no doubt that there'll be a guest of Sheriff Judd's jail very soon. I just want to take the time real quick to say thank you to everyone that worked on this case, the team, all the analysts, agents, investigators, true team effort. This is a great, great case. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. Before I start, you know, I continue to see in articles across the state and nation about drugs are low level and nonviolent. I want you to look at this. Look at this gun. Look at these guns. Look at this fentanyl that enough to overdose and kill 3.3 million people. And the next time you hear someone suggest that drugs are low level and nonviolent, you too can clearly understand that they're a nut, that they need mental health counseling. Because our agents and deputies and detectives are facing this kind of firepower to bring these kind of people into custody. They're very...
Hold on, Keeks. I'm gonna go ahead and this has nothing to do with the video, but what it does have to do with the comment. Yo, Keeks says China made the punishment for child's abuse, unalive now. So if you're a trafficker, you abuse children in China, they have already unalived 3 people to make a point. To make a point. And that's exactly how I feel, bro. I feel like, yo, you need to set an example. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that we never do. And that's something that China does, the Middle East does. America, no, we don't set examples. Like, we need to have a good public lashing for one of these people, bro. For real.
Very, very, very dangerous people. And I'm about to go over the cards with you. And I think you'll understand when you see the cards why these people are very dangerous. Because
I think about it too, Keeks. I get it.
And they don't mind using them. And I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to just flip through them very quickly. I'm not going to try to make the lineage and tie all of that together. We can give you that through the PIOs. But I'm just going to give you a snapshot. This is Eric McCaskill from Winter Park. He's 36. He was released from the Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in meth. He was sentenced on a 3-year minimum mandatory. He drove to Polk County with 14 pounds of meth. When he was arrested, he said, well, I knew not to mess around in Polk County, but he did, and he's caught. He is a gang member. He's charged with RICO, with trafficking, and he's facing a 15-year mid-man. As State Attorney Haas said, what's important about these minimum mandatories? Because judges can't listen to family members and sob stories and alligator tears and to go, well, heck, he's such a nice young man, and end up giving him 2 years when what he is, he's a drug dealing person who's responsible for the deaths of folks. But he's got a criminal history. He's got 30 other felonies, 26 misdemeanors. He's been to Florida State Prison 2 times, once for trafficking and once for fleeing arrest. And then there's Spencer Leonard, 37, in Bartow. He was released from Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in heroin on a 5-year minimum mandatory. Oh, he fled from us when we went to arrest him. Now he's charged with RICO and trafficking in fentanyl, over 28. That's a 25-year minimum mandatory. He also has a criminal history of 12 felony arrests and 12 misdemeanors. He has been to state prison on 2 other occasions. Now, you hear and you're going to hear this drumbeat. They've been to prison. They've been to prison. When they're not locked up, they're out peddling drugs and peddling violence. Stephen Jackson's 32. He's from Winter Haven. He's a gang member. He stole a kilo of fentanyl from an associate. That usually doesn't bode well for your life expectancy. We probably saved his life when we arrested him from being shot by another gangbanger. He traveled to California as a connection from the California to Polk County to bring the drugs. He has a criminal history of 23 felonies, 14 misdemeanors. He too has been to Florida State Prison on 2 different occasions. This is Umbuju Grant. He's 34. He's from Lakeland. He is second in command of this gang whose name we're not going to give. We have him charged currently with conspiracy to traffic in meth. He's had 17 felony arrests, robbery with a firearm on 2 different occasions, and 7 misdemeanors. If you don't think this guy won't point a gun in your face before quick, just encounter him on a dark alley one night. Michael Wells is 34. He's a gang member. He's a meth supplier. We have him charged with RICO, trafficking meth. It's a 15-year minimum mandatory. On one occasion, when we were monitoring his phone calls, he was talking to one of his associates, and he said, "Man, my phone connection's bad. I guess maybe they're tapping my phone." He might have been a prophet.
John, do you want him to pull out all the drugs that he confiscated and the guns and start waving them around? Would that make you feel better, bro? Huh? Do you think he's the only sheriff in this country that does this? Because I've got 3 different 1-hour videos of sheriffs doing the exact same thing. One in Minnesota, one in Utah, one in Indiana, and one in Florida, bro. Just what they do now.
Also, because he was right. We were listening to his phone call. He has a criminal history. He's known to be violent. He has 11 felonies, 4 misdemeanors, and he did an armed burglary with a firearm. This is Tonyo Cortez.
Well, I just screwed that all up, but it's cool. But yeah, man. Do you think he's gonna pull that stuff up? I don't think so, bro. Sorry. It's just not how it's gonna happen. I just messed it all up.
Tez Evans, he's 40, he's from Eagle Lake. He's a gang member. He fled from the deputies when we tried to take him down. Tried to run over a deputy, rammed another deputy. There were multiple shots fired on this particular occasion. He has a 15-year mid-man. He's also charged with attempted murder on law enforcement officers. He is a bad guy. He's got a criminal history. he doesn't want to go to jail. He's had previous drug arrests, resisting arrests, VOPs, fleeing. He has 35 felonies and 39 misdemeanor arrests. He's active committing crime.
Expedience versus tonal. Which is better? So if you're thinking about building a home gym, let's break down the benefits of the expedience versus
My StreamYard got like messed up. I took down the wrong one. It's okay though. Hold on. I'll get right back to it. Oh, what a good day. Oh yeah.
This is Joshua Pucklewarts. Yeah, common spelling.
Joshua Pucklewarts.
He's 33 from Tampa. He is a rapper.
83.
He's known as Tommy.
It's gotta be fake. It's gotta be fake, man. He's only got a picture. Ain't nothing real about this.
Boy Wayne. Well, if my last name was Pucklewarts, I'd probably go by Tommy Boy Wayne too. But he's really a popular rapper in Central Florida. He's also a meth supplier. He fled from the highway patrol. That didn't get him very far because they caught him. They crashed him into a bridge, or he crashed into a bridge. He had 11.8 pounds of meth.
Sheesh.
He's facing a 15-year mid-man, so he can rap his way all the way to state prison. This is Jamarian Young. He's 36. He's known as Shiesty. He's the highest.
That's something I can agree with, bro. I can agree with that. They all look alike on that one. You're right. I can agree with that with you, John. A criminal's a criminal, bro. Every single one of them, you could tell they're shady.
Highest ranking member of the gang in Florida. They call him the landlord. He's charged with RICO, trafficking in fentanyl, trafficking in meth. They're 25-year mid-mans. But he did tell the detectives when we arrested him, hey, you all did a really good job of catching me. He's already served 15 years in the Florida State Prison sentence for armed robbery with a firearm. And he's on his way back. There's Jarrell Carr. Jarrell Carr's 35. He's from Mulberry. And Bruce Young. Bruce is 37 from Lakeland. Pay attention to this. He's released from the Florida State Prison on November the 29th of last year. Got that? On the very same day, he started negotiating dope deals. The day he's out. We have him for conspiracy to traffic, racketeering, 15-year mid-man. Newsflash, he's a gang member. He has a criminal history with 11 felonies, kidnapping for ransom, traffic, 21 misdemeanors. And then there's Jarrell Carr. He's known as Solid. He's a gang member. He was released from Florida State Prison in June. He was serving 7 years for a trafficking in meth. I forgot to say he was serving 7 years for trafficking in meth. He fled from the highway patrol, didn't do any good. They caught him because the highway patrol catches people they pursue. He was charged with racketeering, trafficking in fentanyl, trafficking in meth. He's got a 25-year mid-man. Look, folks, I want to end with this. These folks just got out of serving 7 years in prison for trafficking in drugs, and they're back trafficking in drugs. This is your poster child or poster children. If you don't lock these people up, they are going to commit crimes. They're prolific criminals. That is their career. That is their business. They're gang members. And they work together. They say one heart, one beat. But what you see here today is one heart, one beat to arrest all of them that are doing their best to kill folks like these people here. So with that, you have all the information that we have. God bless you. Have a good weekend.
Yep. It's called a home equity agreement. And I got $143,000.
Hey, now let's hear warmongering. Lindsey Graham talk about Israel and Iran. This should be interesting. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And then we're going to get into Iran because that's what's really going on right now. I just wanted to get these little stories out the way because it takes it's just, YouTube's been acting. So I don't know if this is going to be good or not. Lindsey Graham bores the hell out of me. So it's a hit or miss.
I can't think of a more satisfying event for me personally than see the good people of Iran to be able to get their country back, to live in a place where they didn't have to worry about their daughter being murdered because she didn't wear the headscarf right on a bus, being able to be part of the world, not isolated from the world, being able to embrace the light and not be overshadowed by the darkness. I look forward to a day when Israel no longer has to fear a nuclear weapon being developed by the Iranian regime. The best answer to all the problems created by Iran is regime change. The best answer is for the people to take the place of the Ayatollah. I do not believe they're in the streets to build more nuclear weapons. I think they're in the streets to have a better life. I don't think they're in the streets to purify Islam and destroy Israel and come after us, the great Satan. They're in the streets to have normalcy in a life that's not normal. So my view is the risk of regime change is real. There are unknowns, but let me just say this. I'm willing to take that risk. I think the Iranian people have the potential to be a great ally of the United States, Israel, and the region. I think the Ayatollah, as long as he's alive and around, will be chanting death to America and will be trying to enact a religious agenda of purify Islam, destroy Israel, come after us. He's a religious Nazi. Hitler wanted a master race. The Ayatollah wants a master religion, and we're not going to give it to him. We're going to fight back. To the brave people of Israel, I know you're hurt very hard, very wide, and very deep on October the 7th. I'm here to tell you we're on the verge of eliminating the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the region. And with the fall of Iran comes the fall of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. The ripple effect is enormous. Normalization becomes far more likely. If the Ayatollah survives all this bluster, God help the region. So my presence here today is to reassure the Israeli people there is no light or gaps between President Trump and Bibi about what to do and how to do it. There are two lines in the water right now. One's a diplomatic line, trying to find a way to end this regime diplomatically that will advance our national security interest. The other line is the military option. I think President Trump is looking for which line can catch the biggest fish. The bottom line is we're into weeks, not months, in terms of decision making. The Iranian people are hanging on. I attended a rally of 250,000 people in Munich. It's one of the most satisfying experiences of my professional life to have 250,000 people, one, know who I was and appreciate what I was doing. Apparently, I'm commonly referred to as Uncle Lindsey in Iran, and apparently that's a good thing. But this hat, Make Iran Great Again, says a lot in a very few words. By the way, the idea of making Iran great again hat came from Morgan Ortegas, who's not with us, but she thought this would be a good branding, and she was right. And this hat one day will go to Tehran. I look forward to delivering it to the people of Tehran. And President Trump, when asked about what this hat means and says, he said, I think what Senator Graham is trying to say, is that the best way to make Iran great again is through the people, not the Ayatollah. I think he's right. So my hope is that in the coming weeks, if we can't find a diplomatic solution, that we engage in a great endeavor, supporting the people of Iran, demanding their freedom and the end of their oppression. We have military capabilities second to none. There's no more clever nation on the planet than Israel. There's no more powerful nation on the planet than the United States. As to the Iranian regime, you're weak because of your ideas. You're weak because of the way you've treated your people. You're weak because you're evil. Eventually, good will replace evil in Iran. To those who may participate in this endeavor, God bless you. God keep you safe if that day does come. Could our soldiers be hit in the region? Absolutely, they could. Can Iran respond if we have an all-out attack? Absolutely, they can. I think the risk associated with that is far less than the risk associated with blinking and pulling the plug and not helping the people as you promised. We told them to go back in the street, keep protesting. Help was on the way. We have to be good to our word. So this trip is a special trip for me. It's putting a fine point on something I've been working on for over 2 years. I leave from here to go to the United Arab Emirates. Bibi wanted me to tell the press that he's amazed by the level of cooperation and the significance of the partnership of the United Arab Emirates with Israel, that MBZ has done everything asked and then some, that they've been a stalwart partner, reliable partner under difficult circumstances. And I want to go there tomorrow. And acknowledge MBZ's leadership and suggest that America improve its capability to defend the United Arab Emirates and the region. I will then go to Saudi Arabia. I believe that the Crown Prince still has the same vision for the region he did before October 7th. But October 7th has taken its toll. And at the end of the day, if the regime is still standing after all this bluster, October 7th was a strategic win for Iran and radical Islam. If the regime falls as a result of the pressure put on the regime by Israel and the United States after October 7th, combined with the uprising of the people demanding a better life, then that would be the biggest change in the Mideast in 1,000 years. I am leaving here confident of the capability of the United States and Israel, if called upon, to deliver a decisive blow to the Iranian regime. I am hopeful that diplomacy may prevail yet. Either way, our date with history, our date with a new destiny for the Mideast is upon us. Questions?
Good evening, Mr. Senator. Anna Barsky, Marriott newspaper. It's a question. After your meeting this Friday,
Is it, John?
Are United States and Israel fully aligned on the next steps regarding Iran?
Yes.
One more question.
Yes, there is.
Trump said he's willing to talk 1 month. When the month ends,
Yeah.
there is no full agreement. Should the United States shift to military pressure?
President Trump's very good at making sure people don't play him by giving them deadlines. He did that with Hamas, did that with Iran. I think you may see that now again with Iran. The bottom line is I don't mind diplomacy as long as it's done in a way to get the outcome you want. I know President Trump is allowing his diplomatic team to keep engaging, which I support, but he also has on the table another option. The Gerald Ford is steaming this way. I don't think they're just going for better weather. So time will tell what happens. President Trump has done a masterful job, I think, of weakening the regime without getting us, the United States, further entangled into bigger wars. Israel's done an incredible job after October 7th to give new meaning to the term never again by going after the enemies of Israel wherever they reside in the most clever way and, quite frankly, sometimes the most brutal way. That's what it takes to survive in this region.
Yes, Senator.
program. Hello, thank you. Lisa Rosowski from Haaretz. Two questions as well. One on Gaza, please. We hear that the United States tends to take a step-by-step approach towards the disarmament of Hamas.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that? And how?
I don't know. I know that the president has told me, President Trump, that if they don't disarm soon, then they're playing a game. So I don't know if we put Hamas on a time limit, time clock. I wish we would disarm or else in X amount of days. That seems to be the best way to get results around here. Do I think Hamas will disarm without being made to do so? No. Do I think there's a regional force in the region that could come in and disarm Hamas against their wishes? No. I think it's either going to take pressure to get Hamas to disarm from the region, or Israel's going to have to go back in and wipe them out.
Hey, bro, are you talking about the same Thomas Sowell that's on the Epstein list? That guy? Okay.
The sooner we get an answer to those questions, the better. I don't see how you develop Gaza in a real meaningful way if you still have elements of Hamas armed within the area. You know, it's hard to sell a condo for, say, $3 million with a good ocean view if right down the road there's a neighborhood controlled by Hamas. That's not an investment I would want to make.
And the second question, if I may, the West Bank.
The West Bank and Gaza have to be part of any solution.
I mean, the annexation steps, the steps towards annexation that the Israeli government has taken.
Well, I'm hoping this.
How is it playing out?
I'm hoping that, you know, the plan was get Hamas to disarm. That's been months ago. They're clearly not interested in disarming. You know, the pace of this is slow. I get it. The border peace, maybe it works, but I know this. You'll never have peace in the Mideast with Hamas under arms. You'll never have a solution to the problem of terrorism that Israel faces till Hamas is no more politically or militarily.
Joe Brown, I24 News. Thank you very much, Senator Graham. So you say that there's no light between what President Trump and
Buckeye Power Sales is a dealer.
Prime Minister Netanyahu want.
That's what he told me.
Well, you say that President Trump wants, first of all, to try and get a diplomatic solution to this. So from Netanyahu's side, as you spoke to him today, what does he want to happen?
Well, they've been very clear about what a diplomatic solution would have to entail for Israel to believe it's a good deal. No deal will go through the process without coming to the Congress. I assure you, as a member of the Senate, I will fairly evaluate any deal, but I'm skeptical of any deal that would limit Iran's nuclear capability given their behavior. It's kind of late in the process and they're prone to cheat, but the Senate will have a say about whether or not it's a good deal or a bad deal. So that's the way the process works. I'm just telling you what Bibi told me. Okay. We'll get everybody.
Daniel Estrin from NPR. Nice to see you here. Prime Minister Netanyahu has spoken about tapering off U.S. military aid.
Yeah, we talked about that.
You've spoken about a quicker timetable. How quickly do you?
Well, I think what his plan is to replace the money of $3-point-something billion with an investment in new technology, rather than just writing you a check, you know, help the IDF. He wants to create a partnership outside of the aid number. I like that idea. The wars of the future are being planned here in Israel, because if you're not one step ahead of the enemy, you suffer. The most clever, creative military forces on the planet are here in Israel because they have to be to survive. So what we're looking at is that Israel is advancing down the road of new weaponry far beyond us. And it would be nice to have a process where we could be partners.
Hi, Senator Grant, thank you for being here. Karen Zahler from Channel 12. I'm trying to understand, based on your conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, are we closer to a deal with Iran, or are we closer?
I think they're.
What will be negotiated tomorrow?
I think.
Keep saying it's
Yeah. Well, Israel's worried about the ballistic missile program, support for regional terrorism, and the nuclear program. Worried about all three. And The track record of Iran is abysmal when it comes to keeping their word. You got to understand who you're dealing with. The Ayatollah wants to do three things. He wants to purify Islam, which means Saudi Arabia has to bend to his will as a Shiite. He wants to destroy the state of Israel because he thinks y'all are evil, that the Jews should not have a state, that God commands him to kill all the Jews. He wants to come after the United States, my country, because we're infidels. Well, I believe he believes all three. I believe if he had a nuclear weapon, he would use it to advance his religious cause. Israel can't afford to be wrong about this. So when I look at the Ayatollah, I take the man at his word. He's a religious Nazi. And the answer to, controlling religion, no. The answer to insisting that the United States bend our will to that of the Ayatollah, no.
Senator, questions, please. You mentioned you're going to Saudi Arabia. Are you concerned with what some Israeli officials and some U.S. Jewish organizations have raised as anti-Semitic stance that Saudi Arabia has been?
I'm concerned about some of the rhetoric being directed toward the United Arab Emirates. The one takeaway from my visit to Israel is how the Israeli leadership and the military and the civilian side have such high opinions of MBZ as a leader and UAE as a country. It's just everybody wanted me to know that these people, and the United Arab Emirates and MBZ have been a trusted and grown MBS pretty well. I think his vision for the region of integration and economic growth and AI dominance can only happen with a region not on perpetual fire. As long as the Ayatollah is around, he's up to no good. If the regime does collapse because of the demand of the Iranian people, then I think this region will explode in a good way. If the Ayatollah is still standing, it will explode in a bad way. But if we do answer the call of the Iranian people to help them in their time of great stress and the regime falls, I think we have tremendous opportunity nobody could even dreamed of a couple of years ago.
And another question, President Trump recently called Israeli President Herzog disgraceful.
What?
For not yet pardoning Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Well, I'll leave that up to the President Herzog. I hope they can resolve that issue. But one thing that President Trump said Saturday, do you want regime change in Iran? He said, well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. And in the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives. So let's see what happens. I think that's a great description before we stand with Iran.
Do you think the Prime Minister should be granted a pardon?
Huh? I'll leave that up to people here. Seems to me that all the attention, I don't know what your legal system's like, but for a defendant to have to go and talk for 2 years about a case is a bit odd.
Laha Barkov, Jewish Insider. Do you actually think that diplomacy with Iran could lead to the alteration?
I think I support the idea of getting the right outcome and the diplomacy lines in the water. I think it will bear fruit. Well, based on the behavior of the regime in the past, no, but maybe this is a new time. We won't know till we try.
If diplomacy does not succeed, how do you bring about regime change? Is it taking out the Ayatollah?
Well, I think the regime will collapse with sustained pressure. It's so weak. They fly F-14s. A lot's happened since Top Gun 1. So the Air Forces. That's a great movie, but it's made in the 80s. So I don't like their chances in the sky. They have a lot of ballistic missiles. They could hurt us. They could do damage to Israel. But every day that goes by in the war, they get less capable. We get more because we have such a dominant advantage. There is risk associated with taking the regime down militarily. but the risk compared to the risk of doing nothing is small.
When you were in Munich, you were alongside Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran. Do you think that he would be the right person to come in?
I think he'll be one of the right people, but the right person or the right groups will be chosen by the Iranian people. You know, everybody asks me what happens next. Well, I don't think the Iranians are in the street to say we'd like to be oppressed more. It seems to me they want less Ayatollah, not more Ayatollah. Doesn't seem to me that they are out in the streets to build a nuclear weapon to blow everybody up. Seems to me they're out in the streets to demand a better life, better food, better housing, better living conditions, not live in a country so wicked and, sick, really. Nothing describes the darkness better than the Iranian regime under the Ayatollah. Nothing explains the light better than the protesters in Iran and the IDF and associated groups who've taken the fight to radical Islam after October the 7th. They represent, I think, the best in humanity. Okay, one last question.
Military option alone can honestly overthrow this regime? Do you honestly believe that the military option by itself can overthrow this regime?
I think what will happen to the regime is it will lose its power to maintain its hold over the people. Now, how do you do that? You kill the people who do the killing. See if the next guy wants to volunteer, knowing what happened to the one before. You decapitate the regime. You go after the infrastructure that allows them to torment the people, and you stay committed and you stay determined, and the people are out in the streets, they're in the homes. I think we have a wonderful opportunity, a magical opportunity to end the terrorism caused by the Ayatollah's regime. Again, two things. The response of Israel after October the 7th has gotten us to this point because they've been pounding the hell out of Iran. And the people now are in the streets demanding a better life. Those two things together, I think, are the best explanation as to why regime change is likely.
Wouldn't it entail American troops on the ground?
No, we don't need American troops on the ground in Iran, but we need America understanding the threats over here can come home. 19 hijackers in Saudi Arabia killed 3,000 Americans. The only reason it killed more is they couldn't find a way to kill more of us. So you got to have some of us over here, but we don't need boots on the ground in Iran. We need to partner with Israel if we do a military operation to make sure we get the highest and best benefit of our capabilities. To those who believe you should confront evil, you're right. To those who believe it doesn't exist, you're wrong. To those who want to appease, it never works. We got a chance here to stop this regime. History would judge us poorly if we let the Ayatollah off the hook. How many times could we have stopped Hitler? A bunch. Somebody probably asked in 1935, what would Germany look like if you killed Hitler? I wish somebody had tried successfully.
So you're speaking about killing the Ayatollah?
The Ayatollah represents evil incarnate to me.
What do you think about reports that President Trump has given the Prime Minister Netanyahu a green light to strike Iran's recent missile program with Polk
President's Day doorbusters at Morris Home just got better, but only for 1 week. The Merlin.
I think it's not lost upon anybody. We're sending military capability into the region, the United States, to supplement what our friends in Israel have if we have to use a military option. To anybody who believes that the Ayatollah can withstand all of this and stay in power and not affect the United States, you're wrong. If this man, the Ayatollah, and his regime survive all this bluster, then not only does Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis not go away, they come back stronger. The likelihood of normalization under those conditions is zero. The Arabs will go back in their corner. Trying to get a better deal with Putin in Ukraine goes to zero. You'll see how we said one thing and did another in the Mideast. It will affect us in Russia, Ukraine. We'll make it more likely China will take Taiwan. The opposite is true too. If we follow through, if we have to, and we deliver a decisive blow working with the Iranian people to end this nightmare in Iran, then a new dawn breaks. Something that nobody even envisioned 2 years ago becomes more likely than not. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did it.
All right, good evening. Is everyone sitting comfortably? I think we're ready to kick off.
1 minute.
1 minute, more people. There are lots of people outside. Okay, we're ready to go. Good evening. I'm Bronwyn Maddox from Chatham House. Welcome to this evening highly charged post-dinner session on the West-West divide, the rift within the West. Does the West still exist? I've got a terrific panel here. You can see them displayed up above us to discuss all of this. And I'm going to leave lots of time for questions because I'm sure there will be lots of questions. We've had a great warm-up for this today, indeed, this year, indeed, in the past year. This question, which really has been at the heart of this Munich Security Conference, helped by the shadowy elephants lumbering at us out of the screens, encouraging us to discuss the elephant in the room. There's felt as if it is in the room, the question of whether the West still hangs together as a set of countries, a set of interests, a set of values to address the problems of the world. And we're going to plunge right in talking about this, but I'm conscious that we may go over all kinds of questions that have woven their way through today, whether it is responses to Gaza, responses to Ukraine, a lot of the world saying to what we've called the West, look, you expect us to act one way on Ukraine, and then we don't see those same values you invoke represented in how you behave on Israel and Gaza. And it's going to throw us right at the heart of the questions that took up the opening sessions of today. The US, China, and key European leaders setting out their values and indeed their policies of how they intended to respond to all kinds of questions in the world. So welcome to my panel. Welcome to you all. Let me start right at the end with Gladden Papin from Hungary. And I would love you to kick us off with your response to this question of, does the West still exist, or is there a fatal rift within the West? Good evening.
Thank you so much. What an easy question to start off with. Well, I decided to cheat a little bit, and I reread the preamble to the NATO treaty. And it's actually very interesting. No.
Former professor, and I've said sort of 2 minutes.
Yeah. And so here's a 45-minute lecture. It says they are determined to safeguard their liberty, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples. And I think that is something that's very interesting because each one of those things is important. It makes up what the West is, but the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of the West have also come under threat recently. The only problem is that threat has been perceived by many people to come primarily from conservative, right-wing, and nationally oriented parties. And I think one advantage of this night's discussion is that that has expanded a little bit. We actually need to take into consideration that perspective in order to see how the Trump administration is understanding what the core of the shared alliance is, and how each of these things, the freedom, the common heritage, and the civilization, needs to be preserved.
All right, thank you very much. And because Gladden's name is sort of down behind Secretary Clinton, let me say he's Gladden Papin, President and Chair of the Board, Hungarian Institute of International Affairs from Budapest. Thank you for that opening remark. Let's turn next to Radek Sikorski from Poland. Does the West still exist?
Of course it does, but there have always been differences. So let me tell you that when I arrived in Washington to work there at a think tank 20 years ago, I thought of myself as a conservative. And then I discovered that, and I'm a pro-defense kind of guy, and I discovered that if you believe in gun ownership, but with a license, with some psychiatric tests and a sort of police nod, that makes you a commie. And then I discovered that if you believe in universal healthcare, that makes you a double commie. And it's got worse. So we have a genuine civilizational difference on how we understand freedom of speech. In the United States, it's almost absolute. It's almost impossible to win a case of defamation or libel.
We might come on to that point.
But wait. Let me get to the end of my argument. Whereas in Europe, for good historical reasons, so for example in Poland, it is forbidden to speak up on behalf of fascism and communism for very good historical reasons. We believe in freedom of speech with responsibility. And what happened here a year ago was that the Vice President of the United States was telling us that our notion of free speech was censorship. And I just don't accept that. And so the difficulty we now have is that one side of the Atlantic is trying to impose its values on the other, and that's unacceptable.
All right, thank you very much for that. We'll come back exactly to those points of values. Secretary Clinton.
No matter where you farm, DeKalb brand has a product to fit your field. Every season is.
Well, I think that the way you pose the question really suggests the answer. There are very significant differences of opinion as to define certain fundamental rights, how they are to be applied. Radek just talked about a few of them, and how we are to define freedom in whatever way we can in order to enhance human rights, human dignity, and it's going to be debatable. And I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, all of this hand-wringing about the West, whether we live or we don't, whether it's, falling apart, I see it as a very almost healthy debate. Because if people are not thinking about what their rights are and should be, if they're not willing to stand up and claim them, even if we have differences, then that to me is the great civilizational challenge. I just want to see that debate carried out without intimidation, fear, bullying, and cancellation. I want to see people be able to have a vigorous debate about where we stand on these issues. And I think part of the reason we're having this question is because there's been the rise of a somewhat muscular form of, rightism, not so conservative as much as populist, nationalist, which has posed challenges to a lot of the post-war consensus. And now people have to make decisions at the ballot box in their own communities about how they define, these very clear points about what freedom and values mean to us and how we're going to live together going forward. Because the alternative, which I hope we get to, is, to me, totally unacceptable.
Well, we will get to all kinds of things, and I'm getting more points by the minute, but thank you very much for that. Let me come to Peter Machinka, from the Czech Republic, Deputy Prime Minister. Your response to this question.
So does the West still exist? Was the question. So yeah, I think the West is probably no longer the unified civilization, but it's rather a place with a contested territory of values. So on one hand, we see the concept of West as a civilization of freedom. On the other hand, we see the West as a project of some progressivist globalization. So I see the West divided. On one hand, it's the freedom or equality. It's between the conservative points of view and progressivism. And I think these two conceptions are against each other. And I think people should probably learn to listen to each other because the gap is wider and wider, and this is
the gap between what?
Yeah, the gap between those two concepts. One is traditional or conservative. The second is more progressive, and one is about some sovereignty, national sovereignty. The second is about supranationality. I see the divided West between conservatism, progressivism, which rejects the traditions and brings us to some artificial concept of social engineering. I'm the conservative politician, so I see some dangers of the progressivist way of thinking.
May I interject?
Yes, you may, because already we're getting useful disagreement on exactly.
It's not true that globalization was a progressivist idea. It was a business idea. It was tinged with racism. You know, we'll do all the clean jobs and we'll export all the dirty jobs to China and elsewhere. And it was an idea about maximizing profits.
Radek, one could challenge that and say, look, it was also one that brought in prosperity for much of the world, not much of the world. Let me bring in, just to give everyone a first shot at this, Ivan Krastev from Bulgaria.
Yeah. So can I give an example with an old Soviet joke? So, because in a certain way, does the West exist or not was also very much how you see it from outside. And what is happening now, to be honest, is that we look like this guy who was very much basically pushed in the corner by a gangster and said, are you with us or against us? And the guy said, for sure, I'm with you. But they said the wrong answer, we are them. And I'm saying this because in a certain way, we have to have, not that the West does not exist, we start to have too many of them. And in a certain way, different political actors, we have the Cold War West, which was very much the West as the free world. It was contested. We have the West as civilization, but then the problem is who is in and who is out. Basically, who belongs to this West as a place. And I'm saying all this because as a result of it, you have a really major division, not simply between the United States and Europe. The division goes in every single country. And as a result, I do believe that this is becoming much more difficult and different. But there is a great book being written this year, published by a Greek guy who is teaching in London School of Economics, called The West, A History of an Idea. And his major argument was that there was one characteristic that stay with the idea of the West when you start from the mid-19th century, when, by the way, the idea came, and this was the pluralistic nature of the West. The West was, in a way, always asking themselves, who are we? And from this point of view, probably we're not in such an unusual situation. It's a slightly painful one, but it's it.
All right, so we have two ideas running already. One is that the West represented a block of ideas, the free world, against the Soviet Union, if you like. Ideas particularly based on human rights, on individual liberty, which most countries in the world signed up to, but about half the world really embraced after the Second World War. And then we have a second set of ideas, really, which Peter brought in, about whether this is a battle of ideas, a newer or different battle of ideas between conservatism and liberalism, one in which the US, under its current administration, says we are absolutely a country of values. The challenge thrown down by Marco Rubio this morning, saying, we're with you provided you're with us according to these values which we espouse. And I'd like to get back to the panel and just see, again, we had a sort of a degree of international conference agreement, first round, if I can put it that way, until we got into the second half of this. I'd just like to hear again from the panel whether you think that the US, under its current administration, is making a new difference, is making a new rift, or whether it's articulating a rift that was always there within the issue of the West. Go on, please. Gladden.
After the end of the Cold War, I think what happened is that there were certain commitments of a more progressive nature that were brought into the victorious system. And although there were many different aspects of the post-war rule of law system that worked, eventually these got steadily skewed in a certain direction. And it's not just a left-right thing. It's also about where those decisions were made, less and less in national governments speaking for their citizens, and more in transnational bodies or transcontinental bodies even. And so those two things led to a distortion. But one thing that really happened is that conservative voices who were criticizing this were basically excluded from elite institutions. They were not participants in many of these debates. What's happened as a result, I think this is an opinion broadly shared by the more conservative and nationally oriented parties on both sides of the Atlantic, is that set of commitments wore down fundamental strengths of the West. The family was worn down, borders were worn down, industrial strength was worn down, and that injures our ability even to maintain the commitments that we all made in the NATO treaty.
All right, so thanks for saying that. So you're echoing a bit of what Peter was saying about this being a battle between conservatism and liberalism.
And on the where decisions are.
What would you say to those who say, look, this is a battle about the rule of international law, about the rule of law, and the US administration in expressing a desire to take over Greenland, Canada even, is breaking those norms? This is a completely different battle from the one you described.
I think that what the US is doing right now is realizing that things went terribly wrong. Catastrophically wrong decisions were made in the 1990s and early 2000s. And under this administration, the US is attempting to address those and to restore its sources of strength.
We're talking about, say, things like immigration and so on, which the Secretary of State was talking about this morning.
That's right. That's right. And of course, one interesting thing that's happened is now everyone is saying that the rules-based international order had been underwritten by a form of power. Just because you're interested in making yourself strong doesn't mean that you reject all ideas of international norms and agreements, but we have to recognize that the rules won't enforce themselves. The rules are only enforced when strong countries
and so I'm not trying to boil it down to one example, but to take the most colorful example of the past year in some sense, do you think the US's aspiration, the Donald Trump's aspiration to take over Greenland is justified?
Well, I'm not speaking for the Trump administration.
No, but you are speaking for a version of what you say conservative arguments are arguing for.
Well, I think the perspective that's underlying the direction of the Trump administration there is that the U.S. was committed to many things that were separate from its core national interests, and even dragging it down, all the while missing things that were happening in its own backyard. Why did they start talking about the Gulf of America at the beginning, or the Panama Canal, and then later Greenland? Because bad things were happening right in the neighborhood, right under their nose. And if you can't identify those and restore your strength there, we can have another discussion about, what international laws were implicated in each step of these moves and
we can
negotiations.
Come on to this, but
that's I think a separate thing, because President Trump moves in unique ways.
He does. He does. Can we? Because we're not. But thank you very much for that, Radek. Your expressions were something beyond that I can summarize.
Because I think it's a complete falsehood to claim that mass migration was a left-wing project. It was for decades supported by Republican businessmen who wanted cheap labor from Latin America and the United States.
He's right. I agree.
Right. Also, it's complete falsehood to say that.
What about migration in Europe then?
Yeah,
same. Wanting economic growth by virtue of migration.
Government in Poland. We've built a big and beautiful fence on our border with Belarus in 2 years, and it's completely effective. It's not a left-wing or right-wing issue. It's about we agree that we have the right to control who comes in and who doesn't, but it's not inherently a left-wing or right-wing idea. You can have open borders like in Australia and the United States in the 19th century, or you can have welfare state. You can't have both at the same time because you end up with a disaster. Also, it's completely false to say this was a hint about how supposedly the European Union is undemocratic. False. I was a member of the European Parliament. I was democratically elected. It's a completely democratic chamber. The European Commission is nominated by democratically elected governments of Europe. And
yeah, will you forgive me? What is the point you're making?
the point I'm making is that there are other forms of democracy than a national state democracy. We have constructed a democratically governed European Union, and this myth that gave us Brexit, that somehow Brussels bureaucrats are imposing directives on member states, is complete nonsense. That's not how the European Union works.
We might come on, though, to Ukraine in a moment, because that seems to me where one of the rifts in the West is most tested. But Secretary Clinton.
Well, as perhaps one of the few people who has actually been around since the end of the Second World War, let me add my version of history to the revisionism that I hear in not just this conversation, but so many other places. It is, for me, a blessing that freedom was expanded to include, in the United States, for example, the right of Black people to be treated at least better than they had been for 400 or so years. It was a culmination of freedom for women to be given their rights much more fully than they had been. It was, I think, a dramatic recognition of human dignity for gay people to be able to be treated without fear and even marry, which to me is creating a family. So, you know, I understand conservative impulses. I understand we are fighting an ideological battle that is as old as time. There are those of us who are more comfortable in a more open, tolerant world. And there are those who have their concerns about it because they worry about the impact on existing institutions like the family, community, and others. So this really, yes, migration has been a huge flashpoint. More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or this first year of Trump's second term. So I think it's important to look at the facts, because very often the ideological impulse to try to protect the status quo or return making America great again in some nostalgic past that existed for white men and capitalist enterprise was not exactly open and welcoming to people who look like me and a lot of other people who are part of our national fabric. I have no argument with the necessity of trying to figure out how do we form families. I'm very proud of my family. I'm proud of my 3 grandchildren. I am proud to be part of that tradition. That doesn't mean everybody has to be. That doesn't mean everyone who doesn't have children is somehow an illegitimate human being. So how do we make the case in a positive way, not a bullying and very shameful way? So this debate that's going on is driven by an effort to control people, to control who we are, how we look, who we love. And I think we need to call it for what it is.
Secretary
There is
Clinton.
a legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people, and how we're going to have a strong family structure, because it is at the base of civilization.
Secretary Clinton, so thank you for that. And you got.
You really mean that?
Yes, I do. I do, and you got several rounds of applause there. But I'm really interested in the line that our discussion is having already, which is a battle within the West between conservatism and liberalism. But I don't think we would be having this discussion at all if it weren't for some of the positions the US administration has taken. And let me take one of them, which is Ukraine, which is obviously at the center of the Munich discussions in the past couple of years. And the line that the Trump administration has taken in trying to resolve the Ukraine conflict following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Its apparent thrust to accept Russia's territorial encroachment on Ukraine. And to you, I absolutely, I understand. We've had various versions of it already. Your characterization of a clash between conservative and liberal values being, at the heart of what's going on in the West. But in this particular one, a security issue, one that involves international law, whether countries still respect those international laws laid down after the Second World War, do you think that that brings a new rift within the West? Ukraine, the US's position. Yes, I am.
I think that the Trump administration's position toward Ukraine is disgraceful. I think the effort to force Ukraine into a surrender deal with Putin is shameful. I think the effort that Putin and Trump are making to profit off the misery and death of the Ukrainian people is a historic error and corrupt to the nth degree. And so I believe Ukraine is fighting for our democracy and our values of freedom and civilization on the front lines, losing thousands of people and having their country destroyed by one man's mania to control them. And I think Trump either doesn't understand or could care less about that suffering. So that's what I think.
And so do you think he has destroyed the West, to go to our title?
He has betrayed the West. He's betrayed human values. He's betrayed the NATO Charter, the Atlantic Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A lot of what has been done before to try to make sense of how difficult it is to restrain people who want unaccountable power. And none of us in this room, including all of us on this panel, would choose to live under a regime that was so unaccountable that it could act with impunity the way that Putin does, except that's who Trump is modeling himself.
I don't think we would be having this debate under that kind of regime, for sure. We will come back, I suspect, to the conservatism and liberalism clash within the West, but thank you for that. Peter, do you agree that the Trump administration's actions on Ukraine have produced a rift in the West?
Well, first, I think you really don't like him.
That is absolutely true. But I really, not only do I not like him, I don't like him because of what he's doing to the United States and the world. And I think you should take a hard look at it if you think that there is something good that will come out of it.
Peter.
What I think Trump is doing in America, I think it is reaction for something for some policies that really went too far from the regular people, too far from reality. So, we saw the cancel culture. We saw the woke revolution. I don't agree with the gender revolution, the climate alarmism.
Which gender? Women having their rights?
No, let Peter go on.
I think there are two genders. So, but some of us think that there is more than one or more than two gender. I think there is male and female, and the rest probably is a social construct. So this is something that went too far.
But does that justify selling out the people of Ukraine who are on the front lines dying to save their freedom and their two genders? If that's what you're worried about?
Can I please finish my points? I'm sorry that it makes you nervous. I'm really sorry for that.
It makes me nervous. It makes me
No, but seriously, can we let Peter finish, please? Can we let Peter finish, please?
I have to say one more thing. You said that Ukraine fights for our future and for our freedom. I think first, Ukraine fights for Ukraine's future, Ukraine's freedom, and Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. So we should help them, of course. But what I see in some people in the West, they are trying to help the Ukraine. But that's another question. I don't know if Trump's administration is helping the Ukraine to stop the war. I believe that there is such an approach. I don't see any other strong geopolitical player who would be able to force Russia to stop killing the Ukrainian people and stop destroying their country. I don't see. Maybe China, but China makes nothing. I don't know if the pressure, if Trump is forcing Russia in the way that they will stop the war. I don't know. I only see that the only Americans right at the moment can make it. I see the dialogue.
Do you think Europe could put more pressure on Russia, for example, by putting pressure on Turkey, by targeting the refineries of oil more, and so on?
I think Europe also makes some pressure. We release sanctions. We do what we can. But I think the Russians, they probably don't care. When I visited Ukraine, I saw the goodwill of all people in Ukraine. They were really united and willing to stop the war. But
they keep fighting. They seem to be.
They also made some steps that probably a year ago no one from them would allow to say or even suggest. Now they are ready to make some steps back. Now it's ball on the Russian side, but I don't see any goodwill on their side. So
indeed, we probably are agreed on that point. Peter, will you forgive me? I want to come on to Ivan, who's been writing and looking at this for a long time, from Sofia and other places.
Now listen, there are two conversations, and I want to make 2 points. One is, if we really believe that it's about conservative versus liberal, then conservatism is very much about sovereignty and the national community. The way the American administration freedom of speech is basically the right of the American technological companies. If you're conservative and if you're a nationalist, you're not going to allow this. And there is a major clash of values. Listen, probably the business interest of some of the company is to address people with artificial intelligence. If you're basically going part of the community, are going to allow this? And I'm saying this because this is part of the tensions that now we have between Europe and the United States. It is easy to be a nationalist. The problem is that the moment you start to be highly nationalistic, you are triggering the nationalism of others. And this was, by the way, very clearly seen when some of the far-right parties in Europe very strongly opposed President Trump on Greenland. Because for them, land is not real estate. And I'm saying this because in this conservative position, there is a major contradiction. And the second problem, which I found really important on this is, I believe in the intentions of the American president to try to stop killing. This is noble. There are more than 1.5 million people being killed or wounded. The problem is that you cannot solve this totally bracketing the question, is there a moral responsibility? Are they equally important? I remember during there was this famous anecdote when the Versailles Treaty was signed. One of the members of the German delegation went to the French Prime Minister and said, Mr. Prime Minister, in 100 years, probably people are going to have a different view of who is responsible for this war. And then the French Prime Minister said, for sure, but nobody is going to claim that it was Belgium that invaded Germany. And I'm saying this because, in my view, it's a very important what we define as peace. And this is not only about security guarantees. You cannot have peace if you're destroying the moral integrity of a nation.
Okay, so let me, Ivan, thank you very much. And you also brought us into one of the other points of disagreement between the US and Europe, which is over the definition of freedom of speech or the understanding of that. I realize we have this odd role in this late night panel of exploring disagreement rather than trying to get rid of it, which is the purpose of most of the conference. I want to throw then one other controversial topic in, which is Gaza and the reactions to that. And I would like people's views of whether that represents a profound difference in values within the West or is not, is a matter of history, of a matter of smaller relationships than that. But because many countries outside any definition of the West see this as an example of Western hypocrisy, of claiming to uphold certain values and then not holding Israel to task for those. I would like people's views. Radek, I'm going to start with you.
All right, I'll come to Gaza, but let me just say that we need to stick to the proper definition of conservatism. Edmund Burke was a conservative. Winston Churchill was a conservative. Sir Roger Scruton was a friend of mine. He was a conservative. Maggie Thatcher was a conservative. I wrote for Bill Buckley's National Review. He was a conservative. And I don't think any of these people would approve of what's going on now.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded.
I can sympathize with what you're saying, and yet I would find it surprising if any conservative thought there was a single definition of conservatism. Right. It's very naked.
On Gaza,
we are late at night, but we're still not going to go too much into the philosophy of conservatism. But I take your point. Gaza.
I personally believe that the Middle East should be run by the United States as impartially and as successfully as hitherto.
Irony is a really difficult thing to risk late at night on anything that is broadcast.
I have to come back on to the earlier question first. I mean, let's talk about the plan for the resolution of the Russia-Ukraine war that's offered by those who propose that it be continued. There is no plan. There is no plan for a successful ending of the war on the battlefield. There is going to be no ending of the war on the battlefield. But the moment that President Trump called for negotiations to happen, many voices just tried to put him into the box of being a Putin apologist. By the way, it was that point which led to the abuse of the American technological platforms by the American left, kicking off the president of the United States when he was still sitting as president. I don't think it's the fault of the American technology companies that they produced platforms that everyone wanted to debate on. That's really not the issue. That's not the freedom of speech issue that we're talking about.
Encourage polarization.
That we're talking about in the United States. But it is a problem when political parties in Europe are excluded from participation in debates. And I'm very grateful to the Munich Security Conference for hosting this debate. That's the issue. And in some cases, legacy media networks are perpetuating that. So it's not just a question of the American tech platform.
The media is still plural and very plural.
Yeah, but political parties have been excluded. And this is a precise issue. Political parties have been excluded from public debate in Europe. And by the way,
yeah, we exclude fascists.
Today.
Let me just.
Anyway,
I just want to stick, broadly to the title that we have. That we have the indulgence of post 10 p.m. I think, but the point, the counter to what you're saying is that peace without principle, first, won't last as peace, but second, betrays the principles on which the West is founded, and therefore isn't worth it. It undermines the West. That would be the resonant counter that Ukrainians and others are putting forward.
Let's see what happens rather than trying to box President Trump and the administration into a corner and smearing them as Putin apologists who are about to sell out a country.
Well, he did that's not a Putin picture in the White House.
But I thought you were grateful for the new demands that the American administration has put on Europe. I mean, I think that's something that we're all agreeing has been something.
I don't have a Putin picture in my house. For now.
That's good.
For now.
I think, yeah.
No, I think.
I'm still trying to find people who want to rise to this one word, Gaza.
No,
which is an unusual experience
I think
for me.
Ukraine is at the heart of what the West division is. And I think that's why both Radek and Gladden went back to it, because first of all, the Ukraine war started after Trump left. So anything he said on social media that got him kicked off for a while had nothing to do with Ukraine. There is a plan. The plan is give the Ukrainians Tomahawks, give them more missiles for their Patriot defense systems, allow them to inflict more damage beyond the border into Russia. That's when they began to actually think about coming to the negotiating table, when Ukraine was able to reach targets that were inside Russia. Inflict enough pain. I mean, apparently it's not enough pain to have hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers killed and injured. That is not enough pain for Putin. But inflict pain on the refineries, inflict pain on the, the missile sites, inflict pain that will actually create the conditions for a better negotiation. And, it is very.
I want to come to Peter and Ivan quickly, and then we're going to leave. The MSC has produced a clock. I thought at the beginning the rules-based order had broken down enough. We're going to do without a clock, but we have a clock, and we have time for questions. Peter and Ivan, quickly on these points.
These points, well, first, I think we should try to learn to listen to each other and not to label the ideological opponent as the public enemy. We are here on the West, and let's respect ourselves in the differences we have. So I don't really like such a labeling as fascist. I think it's
there are fascists in the world.
Well, maybe there are, but
including in Europe.
I think there are. It ended some 70 or 80 years ago.
No, it hasn't.
Hopefully, this is something I don't really like. That every day, every time I hear labeling someone as fascist or Nazist or whatever, I think we should calm down, because this is dividing the society. We are maybe you are smart people. I'm not as smart as you, but so we should try to learn to talk to each other again, because this is something that went too far. I don't want to talk about the Ukraine, because it's the whole day talks, important talks. I listened to President Zelensky, what he's saying, and he's got the horrible position. I'm not sure if Ukraine is able to use the military to beat Russia. That would be perfect. That would be perfect. But I think we should be realistic. So the first should be the ceasefire. I don't know how to make it. I think that I don't want to repeat myself. That
no, all right. Thank you for the points you made, Ivan.
I want to say something on hypocrisy, because it's a very important thing. Once, 3 or 4 years ago, we have this big project on hypocrisy, and we visited several countries.
Can you just say who we is? I mean,
there was a group of academics, and do you know, if you want to visit a country and to get the meeting at the highest level, put hypocrisy in the title. There is no world leader outside of the West who is not going to meet you, and for good reasons. I'm saying this because, in my view, and this was very clear in Davos, is there are two different versions of liberal hypocrisy. One is the one that came from Carney, and to be honest, Carney very much identified with the criticism of the liberal hypocrisy. He said, listen, people from the non-Western countries, they're saying, yes, everything is equal, but you're treating Ukraine and Gaza differently. He's right. And there was also President Trump. By the way, President Trump cannot be accused of being hypocritical. But no, this is true, because his major argument is the biggest hypocrisy of the international order is that countries are equal. They're not equal. They are strong countries and they are weak countries. The only problem is that we know that countries are not equal. I'm Bulgarian. It never came to my mind that we're equal to the United States. But there is this idea of hypocritical idea of equality, which is so important in order to have any order. And what I'm afraid is that the moment when we say the world without hypocrisy, we're saying simply the world in which there is only power. And from this point of view, you're redefining American exceptionalism as being exceptionally powerful. But then this is a risk. Be sure that if somebody more powerful is going to come, you're not going to have a moral authority anymore. Because in the world in which everything is about power, where is the reasons for the small countries to distinguish between United States and China? Where is to distinguish between this and that? Yeah. And in my view, this is the problem of hypocrisy. There is one thing that could be even worse than liberal hypocrisy, and there is the world with no hypocrisy at all.
Ivan, thank you very much. And you took us to some of the central points there. And there's been a huge debate, as everyone here will know, about whether Mark Carney was right in his resonance speech at Davos to say that Western countries had been hypocritical. Okay, let's go to questions. I'm going to take a whole batch of them and then use them as provocations for the panel to respond. Right, so let me take several. We'll start here and then there. If you could say your name.
Yes.
That would be great.
Hello, I'm Siggy Becklund from the Scandinavian Weekly Day and Time, and thank you for lively discussion. I was also here at the event yesterday, the night event, and I was listening to Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who stated that about the old rules-based order, that we carved out exceptions to our values and our rules. Eventually, our exceptions became our own rules. So we've been talking a lot about critique of the rules-based order from the right, but I wonder what you think about this way of characterizing the old rules-based order from the left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's one here.
Yeah, I got a microphone.
Sorry, there's a woman. Sorry, I can't see.
Hi. Should I?
Yes, please go, and then I'll come to the
Richard Wolf from Deutsche Welle. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the kind of terminology around values relating to the West and civilization relating to the West. So we heard a lot about values from the Biden administration. We've got values in the title here. Marco Rubio, I did a count in the transcript, he used the word civilization 12 times. So I'd like to hear from the panel, who's more up for Western values and who's more up for Western civilization in the discourse? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And there's obviously been huge debate since this morning about whether Marco Rubio was championing only Western civilization. Right, here in the front.
Do we identify ourselves? It doesn't matter. The definitions here are confusing me because it's not conservative versus liberals in the United States. I mean, the discussion largely centers around conservatives are dead. You can talk to a lot of them in the GOP and the Senate, and they don't dare open their mouths. So I think if we're going to talk about values, we have to look at the definitions of who is determining the values. I don't think anyone would call Trump a conservative. You could call him a demagogue. You could call him a self-enricher, but he doesn't operate on principles. So I don't think it's useful to talk about Trumpism as conservative versus liberals. And then what caused the society in the US to break down? It's as much about conservatives outsourcing jobs to China, which caused huge segments of the population to lose their prospects for their children, which had nothing to do with two genders, and so or three genders. You don't have to like that. You can anyway. So I think we're sort of arguing around the bush because there are false divisions being proposed here, and what we have is demagoguery and populism up against a lot of confusions within the Democratic Party, liberals, progressives, within the GOP, frightened, scared conservatives who don't espouse conservatism because they would be attacked by the populists in the White House. So I think it's a mistake to argue as if there's a simple separation here, or it all has to do with three genders.
Thank you very much indeed. We have one on the back and we have one over here. And then, sorry, one writer, he was the most persistent and got himself in a spotlight.
I have a question to Secretary Clinton. It was 15 years ago that you ratificated here at the Security Conference together with Sergei Lavrov the New START Treaty. And I wanted to know whether you sometimes get nostalgic about those times when you think back. And then maybe more a concrete question looking forward. Do you think that there is any room for nuclear proliferation when the war in Ukraine is still ongoing?
Thank you very much for those. And here in the front.
In the front?
Yeah, in the front. Yeah.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made...
I have a question, Łukasz Pawłowski, Polish MFA. I have a question about the yeah, thank you very much, Minister.
It's about equality.
Yes.
Sorry,
so let me tell you about the successes of Poland. No, my question is brief, but the answer may be difficult. The current administration is trying to redefine what it means to be American, the American identity, from a notion that what brings together the Americans is a set of ideas to the notion that what brings them together is, the number of generations that you lived in the country. My question is to Senator Clinton, because that's the argument the vice presidents made. What would be your response to that? And to quote him, America is not just an idea. We are a particular place with a particular people and a particular set of beliefs and way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, everyone is a silhouette from here. Let me just take two more. Yep, there's a hand up there.
Is there somebody from the Polish foreign ministry?
Yeah. And then there's someone in the back.
Hi, I'm Melanie Ward. I'm not from the Polish Foreign Ministry, sorry. I'm a British MP. I wonder what the panel makes of the fact that President Trump's administration is spending $200 million supporting far-right and MAGA-friendly think tanks in Europe. Is that democratic?
Thank you very much. And over here. And then I'm going to briefly sum up.
Hi, my name is Catherine Eckenberger. I've got a question to the Deputy Prime Minister, please, of the Czech Republic. You spoke about sovereignty. Thank you. What does respect for sovereignty require between democratic European states? In a long-standing dispute between friendly democracies, is reliance on courts and us? Or is there also a responsibility to seek political dialogue and reconciliation, please?
Okay, thank you. And sorry, was there one more? I'm seeing dramatic gestures over there, but everyone is just a silhouette. Okay, I think, yeah, right, one more, yep.
I'll take the dramatic gesture. Paige Alexander from the Carter Center, formerly USAID. Curious what you think about soft power in terms of all of this.
Okay, thanks very much.
May I also?
Sorry?
Sorry, yeah, here to the side. I'm Anja Wielaschek. I'm with the German Tagesspiegel, and we've been talking about Western values throughout the conference. And Madam Secretary, I'd like to ask you, I'm the mother of a daughter, and it absolutely horrifies me to see what the Epstein files have brought out. And I wanted to ask you, what does it say about Western values when Western leaders have perpetuated and participated in these horrific abuses of minors and girls?
Thank you very much. We have gone everywhere from New Start to Epstein. Via some fundamental questions of the critique of rules-based order from the left, of civilization versus values, of conservatism versus liberalism in the US, and other things. Secretary Clinton, as there are a couple directly to you, let me start with you, and then everyone else gets about a minute, and you get a minute and a tiny bit.
Yeah, I heard three in particular to the last question. It's horrifying, and we're hoping that there will be continued release every day that passes. that doesn't mean, as our news commentators say every day in the United States, it's because someone's name is there, they committed a crime. But I think there's a lot of very troubling and really horrific information coming out. Today, came out that Steve Bannon was trying to get Jeffrey Epstein to help him overthrow Pope Francis. I guess that was part of the civilizational true conservatism. So it is something that needs to be totally transparent. I've called for many years for everything to be put out there so people can not only see what is in them, but also, if appropriate, hold people accountable. We'll see what happens. On the New START treaty, which we were, the foreign minister and I were talking about this just backstage, we actually signed, President Obama signed the New START treaty in Prague. And it was, one in a series of efforts to restrain the proliferation of nuclear weapons, to control the U.S. and Russian arsenals. And I think it's a very big mistake for it to have been allowed to expire. I know that there was an offer, apparently, from the Russians to extend it a year, during which there could be some negotiations. The Trump administration refused that. And their response was that they wanted to try to get China and other nuclear weapons countries into a regime, which more power to them if they could ever manage that and if it could be achieved. But I am very worried because Trump also, he tweets, or I guess he X's or whatever he does on social media late at night. And one of his recent ones was to resume nuclear testing, underground nuclear testing. And I think that would be a terrible development. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. And I'm hoping that there can be some efforts to reinstate some kind of nuclear arms agreements. With respect to this question, if you think about the 13 colonies, that was a creed. It was an idea. It was a philosophy. It did not include the entire continental United States, let alone Alaska and Hawaii. It was based on the founders' deep understanding of human nature, of philosophy, of what we might call liberal thought, as they created a new country. And, when I hear President or Vice President Vance say things like that about how, it's a nation, it's blood and soil, and all the ways that he talks about it, I think to myself, I never knew he was such a firm advocate for Native Americans, because the idea that you would have an approach toward the United States that ripped away our founding documents, our founding philosophies, is so contrary to the way I understand American history. So I think that it's not only wrong historically, it is a political device that I think is very dangerous and should be rejected whole cloth.
Thank you. Gladden.
I'm a citizen of the Osage Tribal Nation, a Native American tribe in Oklahoma. I voted for President Trump and Vice President Vance, as did the majority of our tribe. So I can only speak for myself and us, but at any rate, I think he has not used the phrase blood and soil, and this is not an accurate characterization of the thought that's going on in the administration. There's one thing on the panel I can agree with, however, and this is your point, that conservatism has changed. Absolutely. In the 2000s, there was basically a conspiracy of the center left and the center right, both to sell out the country. From the center left, we got a social progressivism, which, yes, in the post-war period, responsible for important advances in American after women. So that's very important. It didn't know where to stop. Similarly, the free market conservatives, there's a lot of things that the market does well. They also didn't know where to stop. So an important corrective had to come. In Europe, I have to say that corrective came from someone who made correct decisions when it came to migration, family, and also the importance of peace. And I hate to say it, but you can either acknowledge that Prime Minister Orban was right 10 years ago, or you can wait another 10 years and then realize it. The conservative voices, including his...
We have to see whether he wins the next election. I'm going to stop you on that.
His voice has been excluded.
Yeah. From what?
Decisions of the European Commission, which continues to go for qualified majority.
The European Commission, I think, feels that Hungary has quite a lot of voice. Radek, make your single best point.
What?
Make your best point.
Sure. Oh, all right. Someone asked about Lavrov. Hillary didn't answer, so I will. I had a relationship with Lavrov based on telling each other Soviet-era jokes. So there was a competition in the Soviet Union for the best political joke. First prize, 15 years. Someone asked here about MAGA think tanks, an unspoken agreement not to interfere in allied countries' party political rivalries, right? Now, between the first and the second round,
No! Damn, I accidentally pulled it down. Hold on, guys. StreamYard kicked me off into another streamer. This is the second time this has happened in this stream alone. Sorry.
the other way around. And actually, Prime Minister Orban has created a program.
What's the point you're making with that? That it's fair now, or
no? I'm saying it's completely outrageous.
Right.
And in Poland, for example, it's irrational because in Poland was for decades the most pro-American country.
It's gonna go like 200, dude.
And the United States had a wonderful situation in which the government and the opposition, either way, was competing who would be more pro-American. Once you start choosing sides, a different dynamic will start.
It does.
But
almost out of time. We're all facing the same problem.
Civilization.
No, Radek, I'm so sorry because you will be eloquent on this.
I have an important point on the Western civilization.
No, well, we do because they will cut the live feed. Right, you have 1 minute on civilization, but we do actually have to let people go, and I want Peter and Ivan to have a word.
You're running out of the time.
Censorship.
Censorship. No, rules-based order to which we have all subscribed. Peter.
I see that the fundamental divide of the West is not between the West and the rest of the world, but within the West itself. As I'm listening to this, I think there was some question about, or where was it, about the national sovereignty. Do I remember that well? But so
there was,
yes. So I think that the national sovereignty and the sovereign nation state is the only platform that can guarantee the democracy, because this is the only possible way how to have the cultural continuity and how to bring the power into some limited intentions. If we are not sovereign country, if we are lost in some multilateral organizations, then there is a risk.
The EU is a democracy.
Well, EU is consisted by democratic national
and a democratic elected parliament.
Democratic elected parliament without any legislative initiative. So this is the only parliament in the world that don't have the initiative to bring the law, to bring the legislation.
Yeah, because the legislation is brought forward by the Council and the Commission.
Yes, but tell me, what is the connection between the voter and the Commission? Do I have? Is there any voter from the Czech Republic who has some influence on who will be the Polish commissioner? I think there is no connection.
Commissioners are appointed by democratically elected parliament, the governments.
But these commissioners are.
That's why they love QMB.
They probably don't veto to each other, so they have everyone has some portfolio, and
like any other government.
It is like a government, but even the national government is based on elections and some majority.
As is the commission.
I don't think it is in the same.
In your country, ministers are not directly elected; they are selected by parliament or by the prime minister.
In my country, there is a majority in parliament that gives
and a majority in the European Parliament too.
Well,
which appoints the commission, as you know.
But my position is closer to the voter than the position of Euro Commissioner.
Of course, it's a continental system.
It is, and I don't say it is an undemocratic system.
Good.
I don't say that. I don't say that. I just say that the democracy. That's the reason why we have to have the national sovereign states. That's it.
Ivan.
Yeah, just 2 points. One is, and this is a really interesting question about the civilizational story, because in the European tradition, civilization was not in plural. European civilization was created as a universal, with everything good and bad that goes with this, colonialism too. The problem is how you're redefining this. If we're going to believe that the clashes between different civilizations and so on, exactly how you're going to define it, and how you're going to define it now when, listen, part of our civilizations are nation states that speak very different languages. So this is not India, this is not China, this is not the United States. Secondly, all this history, as I'm always saying, this European Union, probably we have common dreams. Our nightmares are totally national. And you can see in the moment of crisis how much this is. The moment when somebody tried to define European civilization as something that has been always existing, cannot work. And by the way, you know what Gandhi, when he was asked what he thinks about European civilization, his answer, this is a good idea. No, and I do believe this is critically important. This is a real question. And my last point is, listen, we're talking about things, what Trump said or what anybody said. We're in a moment in which suddenly people start to believe that individual immortality is an option. The mortality of the nations, if you're Bulgarian, can I be sure that in 100 years anybody is going to speak Bulgarian anymore? We're talking about the replacement of migrants. AI is going to replace more people than migrants, believe me. This is the other great replacement. We are going to redefine everything. We are going to redefine what is a nation, what is a civilization, what is the West. And it's normally been like this in a different periods of time. And just to sign on something much more positive, if President Trump was really insisting on the civilizational approach, the only country in Europe he should not have deprived of Greenland is Denmark. They have been as tough on migration as Mr. Orban. They are as social cohesion as you can imagine. They're economically very competitive. They're not the most ethnically diverse place. So if this is the case, at least we agree that Greenland can be left for them.
On that, we have not done justice to all the terrific questions we were asked, including the very precise one about MAGA spending in Europe, which I suspect will come back up the agenda. But we have done justice to the question of whether there are rifts in the West. We've been absolutely united on one point, which is the value of having the freedom to have this kind of discussion. I will myself go away with a stab of guilt for not allowing Radek his undoubted eloquence on the subject of the civilization. But we were teetering on the edge of huge subjects on which everyone here could be incredibly eloquent for much longer than we have. We've run out of time. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, my panel.
You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization, We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive, because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here in Europe where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe where which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law, which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo, rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is what the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy, it will restore to us a clearer sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right.
Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation. And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization, with a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Welcome. I guess we don't have enough seats today. Wow. In the last quarter century, a sitting president of the United States has come to Davos only twice. Both times it was Donald Trump. So when I asked to serve in this new role that I have, he was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was a president's willingness to bring together people from governments, from business, across institutions, across perspective, to think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution that brings together the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue. And particularly importantly this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic. But once again, we're forcing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth, and initiatives like the Trump account, designed to give more Americans a direct stake in the growth of the U.S. economy. As he enters the second year of his second term, we are interested in hearing his plans for 2026 and beyond, and will no doubt create more and more conversation. And that's what the forum is about. A serious conversation in the spirit of dialogue. Discussions where the world is headed, where are we going? And these discussions would be incomplete without the President of the United States, the most important leader in the world. We appreciate him here. So let me introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years, in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year. Maybe like a year and 1 month. but it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say, I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation. But instead, I've cut, actually, till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing. That's the one they like. And bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%. And all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under Sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing an approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. Sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China is very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe, Scotland and Germany. 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now, you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many there's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries, they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. Talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally, it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time. Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6. It's supposed to be the first stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO. And that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful. Our borders are very strong. And above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity. And we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early. But he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president. Because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess. But we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have the favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than some certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because yes, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it. You're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this, Joe, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this just horrible president, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation and savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast and people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house and the mortgage would be very low. And all of a sudden, the mortgage without any changes becomes very high and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them, so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland. And all hell broke loose. They were calling, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. Us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches. No tariffs, no nothing. They walk away. They make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of, and she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now, when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing. All the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again, because that's the way it should be. Now, when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk. And now you can walk with your wife, your kids right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe. I had to admit, we sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing. And we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits. And I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities, because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals. And those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalia, they turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, they're pirates, they're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil. And they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified. So they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures, which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia And Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation, got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose. And for that, we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're two truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, and some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it. And I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success. And the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. And I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most,
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember, late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime, no money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends in school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was some of the people the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny. Nobody else did. So answer to your question, at that time, I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have an expertise. They have no degrees in finance. And this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
Wait, how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old,
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're a Dalton.
No, 10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what does it feel like?
I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What does it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first Trilateral.
Got it! Another gold! Score! Uncle. What?
Or something? Yeah, good. Just give me an approximate. You joined the Trilateral Commission.
I think it might be.
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event, and
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well, these guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, Do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And I, as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is this specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Zahler brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Lars Poker?
Yeah, Lars Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain, nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs, the computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems that the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer, how did it do it? No one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town. in with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing. What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was the company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under. And they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns, the biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number 3, it would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot?
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
No annoying ads. No Wi-Fi? No problem. Play anywhere.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
It's no,
Even
you're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation?
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They want to know what
does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right.
it. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go, because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. People, if at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis, because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP Morgan.
That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey,
do you know Carolina? Yes, that right there. That Southern
being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening. And I made the same discussion about
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell
the phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what you juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputies, Secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach, but I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient. And it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And then, unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Unless liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pumping that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run up to the September crash of 2008,
yeah,
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
I went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When you say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do anything.
Someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said. You can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault. It's not Bill Clinton's fault. But if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money. I'm a bank. And I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, 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 we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only that, it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do
issue.
you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply demand problem. You get too much supply.
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it last. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous, understanding Bill Clinton in all this? Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw the black. Are you okay with the? Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Yeah. Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
It's the word I'm going to beat it to death, is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better, it was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money and they don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s. based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again,
Okay.
you had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like there in the 70s, there was a.
What do you think it was based upon the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
I don't. That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
TurboTax locations are now open in your neighborhood. So hand off your taxes to an expert today. Now local experts do your taxes with 100% accuracy.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the U.S.
Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90, implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later, roughly. And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a financial person.
You're supposed to be a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small, and it was a $5 billion, or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, and the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because it's
an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. And
Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang on.
No, hang on.
I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. I'll say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. There may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always
understand.
sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not,
no.
gonna, you're
No,
not
no,
taking
no.
on any liability. There's no contingent
Yes.
liability here for
Yeah,
your
no,
answers.
no. But the word understand is the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial
Will you
system.
please stop? You cannot sit here and
Yeah,
tell me
no.
what we just went through. I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's that's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So even
No, in
the
fact,
spring-
you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations that might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
So flip
Sorry.
over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to see
Yes.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
We don't have to send you.
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is.
It's
in
crazy.
solitary.
Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is said.
Go ahead, tell it.
The funny part is what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
Dream Hair, real results. Let's start your journey today.
Welcome to Turo. What can I get you?
Yeah, hey, I've got a camping trip this weekend. Can I get a gray brown?
For black humor,
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, because as the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail? You mean?
Well, that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get two cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not amazing. I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
No, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like, how do I do this to myself?
No, it's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit, then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell, was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
The eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, 1 a day or 2 a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your 1 almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
And you so we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems.
It
seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you would at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine
1 in 3 males over 40 experience drips and dribbles. But imagine being this comfortable with it.
The guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack, when you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him that day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial market.
Well, you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was studied with math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were they cut the funding for high energy physics. but the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe,
yes,
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
right,
which had been the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No. It was great. But in fact, most of the money, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics? And can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think okay, I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon.
Yes.
Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day guy.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something with, there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he says, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this, everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just 2 or 3 of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius?
In such a, in the, I think mathematically, they told me one time, I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the Earth, I think I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people. They figure
that probably is inflation. That's why
have lived on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents, mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no, yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is it? Why is calculus why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical.
For your customers, a contact is not enough to feel.
That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician. He was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says and during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away. And if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then 1/4 of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, it's like, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. Because stars was by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, he didn't have cars then, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool, excuse me, pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton? Had
Many,
people
many.
tried it? Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras, had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other two sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add two triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that two solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, two little metal balls from a string, they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we could have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure, measure, measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Could I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that unfortunately just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
Thank you.
But have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but this some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays, you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No, with Newton, with all his chemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy, some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories. People that solve problems, those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
Nearly home.
Just need more
more space. I feel like I'm suffocating.
Oh, no.
With Murray Geldman, you founded, or were the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically
Yes.
was
It's a
essentially
total failure.
A total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance, I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room and they say, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling." Science has tried to describe. Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition. Men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive.
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to have an emotion.
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that. And you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in a Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with a relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that Black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so in others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
It's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms. How did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
MedVet is 24/7 emergency and specialty veterinary care for the curveballs you don't see coming.
Yeah, well, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. Impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in his entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. Which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you were on the trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where something was happening that people couldn't foretell and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never seen that before. A very small part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to gyrate. You know, there's an old mathematics expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, Wall Street in certain parts.
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly wings. Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know, when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means, but even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When your banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your, you say, that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box.
Dream Hair, real results. Let's start your journey today.
I can turn your wildest ideas into a song. Just describe it in a few words. Choose a style and let Mareka the
called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And anyone, it's again another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference? Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognize that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How am I doing on time?
4 minutes.
Fine. And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the
It can't
disease.
be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't know.
As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very good.
You weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? And let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. Einstein
We're
said,
not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
You didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't even. What if I say measure? How tall are you? You'd say, in your case, 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take, it's between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull, and the finer, the more
you're being rabbinical.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement? It's quickly becoming one of the go-to ways to tap into your home equity for homeowners who need.
This is like
I shaved my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No, so,
however we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things so that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
No, I want to make you happy. Back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this inflection? When did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on, in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your 2 brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the. Okay. I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. So writing, reading, and arithmetic was supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be taught, but writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tonight? I don't get that.
But at least his written record. Right. One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetable juice.
Let's go back.
Look what vegetable juice does.
When did the beginning of that, was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning. And when I said the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said, taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, it's these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer to these questions.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. What the one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money, and if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary that says these are good people and this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you that. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it, a heart.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it, advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things. And just to make more money.
So instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no
Why?
question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
You're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
if I
told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody who knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Hit the like, share, sub. Now I'm going to move over to Minnesota. There was a big police announcing arrest on trafficking. Let's see how the Minnesota cops do compared to Florida.
I don't know. I butcher names all the time. from St. Paul. We
Like,
locked him
share,
up.
sub. Much love, y'all.
Mr. Gilbert Berlali. He is a IT worker for Hennepin County, and he loves to look for the big booty Latinas. Well, looking for the big booty Latinas got you locked up, man. Next, Asim Javard out of Richfield. You're close to Bloomington. You should know better, too. Miguel Quinala out of St. Paul. We locked him up, too. Eugene Okari. Sorry, there's like 30 of these guys. Eugene Okari out of Brooklyn Park. We locked him up. Mr. Mark Kevin Johnson, formerly a man of the cloth. This is not his first go around either. He was convicted of prostitution or soliciting a prostitute in 2016. And I think he was arrested in 2007. So obviously he ain't learned his lesson either. Carlos Guzman, Minneapolis. We locked him up. Farhad Saeed. We don't know where he's from yet, so we're still trying to figure that out, but he's 20 years old. He got locked up. Mohammed Ali. He was a member of a law enforcement organization in a civilian capacity. I think it was Metro Transit. So we've locked him up too. And I think they've probably parted ways with him or starting some investigation with him and his employment. William Lima out of Brooklyn Center. We locked him up. And my man travels all the way up here from Florida. Delamine Beckman. He hails from Port St. Lucie. I know it's cold up here in Minnesota. You want to get warm, dude, but don't come to my city trying to pay for it. That's where he got locked up. Karate Cannon. We locked him up, and he was concerned about the well-being of the sex worker due to the alleged size of his genitalia. Well, come on, man. Next, Samuel Nargan. Some of you may remember him. He was featured in a Star Tribune article in 2022 as a coffee. We call him the coffee man. He likes VIP coffee, and he does a lot with coffee. Well, we don't brew coffee in the jail, but we do give you a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sandwich. Mr. Rashad Johnson out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that does the backgrounds. And you come here trying to purchase sex. We locked him up. I don't think he's going to be passing a background check no time soon. Jonathan Flores, 26 years old, out of Minneapolis. We locked him up. Mr. Regali, out of Spring Lake Park. We locked him up. Mr. Lance, we locked him up. And when he got out of jail, he said that he might be calling the police to save him because his girlfriend was going to be pissed. That's normally what happens. These two guys, so both these two guys, they wanted to show up because one of them was a virgin, and their intent was to both of them have sex with the sex worker. So one of them was going to lose their virginity to that. And I think they're both virgins to jail too. So I guess they accomplished one of their goals. Well, they're no longer virgins to jail because We locked them up. And this is a picture of them walking together, going to lose one of their virginities. Grant's going to put that up there. They're going to lose. Oh, that's the other picture, Grant. Or we'll get, so they're going to lose their virginity together. Like I said, I think they lost virginity going into the jail. Next, Mr. Sahal, we locked him up. Ohore Sabarnes out of Belle Plaine, we locked him up. You all get your little 2 seconds of fame. Mr. Crespo, we locked him up. Mr. Alex, we locked him up. And both these guys are in Bloomington. Any resident in the city doesn't know better by now, needs to really check themselves. Mr. Fluentes, we locked him up. And then this is one of the oddest things we've seen in a while. And Grant, you can get this picture up here. Mr. Brian Mead. So Mr. Mead shows up and, he's got to get ready before he goes and, engages with the sex worker. The picture here of him, he has a blue towel. He places a blue towel on the ground and starts doing push-ups. Push-ups before he's going to get engaged with the sex worker. Well, I guess in jail, we don't have a gym, and I guess people got to figure out how to work out. But I mean, at least he's neat. He doesn't want to get, dirt on his hands. So he places a towel on the ground, starts doing push-ups. 38 years old. Peyton Manning said it best in a commercial a long time ago. When you get our age, man, just get bigger t-shirts, dude. It's over, man. And Mr. Ba, he's 19 years old, out of Golden Valley. We locked him up. And Mr. Montanaco, he was insistent that the decoy wear red and black. Well, unfortunately for him, our decoy is not going to be wearing red and black, and he's going to be wearing orange, and we locked him up. So before I take any questions, I just want to close on a few things. If you know anybody who's being trafficked, please have them contact Cornerstone at 866-223-1111, or they can go to dayservices.org. And our detectives and all those who are involved did a great job on this operation, obviously. And then one of the lead detectives, I'll just call him, we got Agent J and Agent K. I'll just call him Agent J. This will probably be his last operation. And he did a phenomenal job. He's been really instrumental in locking a lot of these guys up. So with that, we'll take any questions you may have.
You mentioned this was a record amount of people to bring in. Is there something going on or within this operation that you think led to this money order?
Case Mason is loyal to Thomas because it works and our sales rep is excellent.
Making our best to share with others is a tradition that connects us all. From the community.
Yeah, I think, what you're having happen here, and we've been getting kind of whispers in the community, is that with this Operation Metro Surge going on, that a lot of these workers are having to go underground. So I think a lot of this is attributed somewhat to that, where people think that they can get away with this stuff now, so they're going to start to do it. And then especially in this case, we use a Latina female for a decoy. So there's been I think that probably contributed to some of this too, like people thinking that they could just get away with some of this stuff. That's a lot of people, over 300 something people that we chatted with in 2 days. That's a lot of people, but just be rest assured. And I just want to get this out here too. Despite the fact that we got this operation going on, we still got work to do, and we're still going to arrest people for this.
Some of the people you had mentioned earlier about ICE, and that some people, there was some arrests that you were attempting to make that they thought you were ICE.
Yeah. So obviously with everything going on in our community, the area where we had set up our operation, people kept putting on social media that there's a large law enforcement presence in this organization, in this area, and they're running these type of operations. So people can see this on social media. And if we're telling people to come to this area to meet this decoy, they're not going to come because they see this online and they know it's us there or the police there. So that, Phil, if you go back and look during the days we're doing this, there's a lot of online chatter about law enforcement activity by this hotel. And some people didn't want to come because of that, but obviously 30 of them did.
And you did this month?
Yes, this was last week. Yep. No, 2 days. 2 days. Yep.
Was it one specific area?
Yes. Yeah, we did one hotel. Yeah. Yeah.
You guys shut down the whole hotel for this? Or
No.
people that are staying there and this is all happening?
Yep. So yeah, people, he asked, do we do this in one hotel? Do people stay? Yeah, people still stay there, right? And yeah, some people ask questions, but bottom line is, unfortunately, a lot of hotels, human trafficking is taking place, or this type of work is taking place. You just don't see it as much. But yeah, most people, when you go to a hotel, they're not paying attention to other guests.
Other frequented hotels where you're trying to work with staff and managers to stop something like this from happening, like regular hotspots, or is it something that police are setting up specific hotspots?
We go wherever. We just pick a spot, because really what's happening again in Bloomington, we have over 50 hotels and 10,000 hotel rooms. And then it's more than that if you expand it to the 494 corridor. And, so yeah, we will go wherever. And this is an issue for us in this state. And I know, like, the Epstein files came out and it finally got revealed that, he had flown some women out of Minnesota years ago to go over there. And I mean, that's one thing that we have to realize, is that even though you don't see it, if we were not conducting these operations, it'd be even more rampant than it is now.
Did you circle back to the people who run the hotel to let them know, hey, we did this and this activity is going on, like giving them a heads up?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we do these in these hotels. These businesses partner with us because they don't want this in their hotels either, right? So they know beforehand. Yeah, we're not going to just show up and crash somebody's hotel. Yeah, we don't do that. So
the individual with the ICE background still in custody, or what?
I'd have to check with that. Yeah, so right now it's probably just a gross misdemeanor, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be working on some employment issues with him. So basically his job is he does the backgrounds, right? So like for anybody who applies for a job that needs to get security clearance, he's one of the people that does that. So he would go out to talk to people and see if they knew you or me or whoever, and then write those background reports. That was his job, to do that.
What was his response when you had to open up the door and surprise?
He didn't have no response, is what I was told.
Is he employed, or is he one of the ICE employees?
So he works for so let me be clear. So the federal government, they have a certain agency that does all their backgrounds, right? The DOD, Department of Defense. He works for them. So he does all the ICE backgrounds, HSI backgrounds, FBI. So whenever someone needs a security clearance, he's one of the people that does those backgrounds, but not just specific to ICE, other federal agencies also. Yep.
Any of these guys illegal?
I don't know. We don't have a way to verify that.
This background fact. Minnesota.
Yes. Yep.
You hoping this sends a message that, during a time like under Operation Metro Surge, that this isn't a time where, law enforcement is looking the other way and in other directions, but that you are focused on.
At Great Lakes Hyundai in Dublin, you already know the savings are so good. How good?
Yep, and I want people to understand that, because typically, again, we use the Latina female, right? So a lot of times, and I believe that, people here are looking for easy targets, someone to victimize, right? So like right now, if you're in this country illegally and you're doing this type of work, what recourse do you have if someone was to abuse you, right? Or are you going to call 911 more than likely, They're not going to do that. And we just want to make sure that we're out here staying active and going after these folks. Because this, a lot of people will talk about sex workers and stuff being victimless. It's not, right? A lot of these women and dudes that do this, might be suffering from addiction. So if you got relatives that suffer from addiction, you don't want them showing up in a hotel selling themselves to some of these guys to make ends meet, man. This is not, it's not a victimless crime. And that's why, we really go after these folks, and, the people that we can save from the system, we do. We still have free in-home therapy here at the police department. So one of the only agencies that does that. We do everything we can to get people help, but we can't allow this to happen in our community. Yes, ma'am.
Is everyone charged the same? Or what
Yep.
are the charges?
So all but 2 will be charged with gross misdemeanors, and they'll all be charged with the same thing. The other 2 are charged with felonies because they've had multiple convictions for this.
So the background guy
Will be charged with a gross misdemeanor. No, this is first offense. Yep. Caught offense. I think a lot of these people have already been released, but we can check. Typically for a gross misdemeanor in Hennepin County, you're not staying in jail too long.
Are you able to talk about the person that, more in depth about the person that you think is a sex trafficker, or is that under investigation?
It's still under investigation. Yep.
Can I just ask, were they trying to recruit the decoy?
Yes. Yep. And that's, like I said, we rarely see that. The traffickers are actually very difficult to catch. And for that to happen, again, our folks do a great job at what they do, and they're really thorough in what they do. So hopefully that pans out, and I'll be standing here with a trafficker's face up here. Any other questions? Yeah. Looking for love in all the wrong places, man. Yeah, that's on our social media site. Yeah. Yeah, it's on our Facebook.
So once we're done here, I'm going to send out the notice. I'll send out a link to the video, so you have that as well, the one that we put out on social media.
Thanks for coming. It's a lot of dudes to burn through, man. You normally get like 15, and I was like 30. It's like, oh God. The Eddie Murphy version. Seriously, that wasn't a joke, dude. Literally, I literally thought Eddie Murphy sung that song until we went to look for it.
Thanks for telling me it's over. I'm listening to it in the background. I'm a little bit behind you guys. Thanks for letting me know. This is my last one, I think, y'all. And this one is just because I wanted to talk about Iran and I never got to it. So there's way more to it than this, but hold on. What's this? Oh, what about this one? Hold on. This might be better. Hold on. Never mind. Never mind. That was stupid. Never mind. Okay. It's this one. Okay, you got it. All right, hold on. Let me do that.
Iran is threatening to strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East if President Trump orders an attack on Tehran, as the State Department announces new sanctions on Iranian oil. All of this following the latest round of talks between the two countries in Oman on Friday. The U.S. and Iran will have further meetings in the coming days. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, meanwhile, will be visiting the White House and President Trump on Wednesday. He is urging the president that any negotiations with Iran must include limits on the country's ballistic missiles. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent joined me yesterday on Sunday Morning Futures, confirming that he said the sanctions are working. Watch.
Last March, President Trump instructed me to use the authorities of Treasury to put maximum pressure on Iran. And what we saw by December, and this is the sanctioning the oil sales, tracking down the money. And what we saw because of that in December, one of the largest banks in Iran collapsed. The central bank had to bail them out, and they ended up with massive inflation, which has led to economic chaos. Their currencies collapsed. And I can tell you, Maria, what we are seeing is the rats are leaving the ship. The Iranian leadership is wiring money out like crazy. And what we are going to do at Treasury is we're going to get that money back for the Iranian people when there is a solution to this problem.
Well, the president is on it. Liz Peek, your reaction to all that money being wired out of Iran right now?
It's not surprising, Maria, because really the currency has collapsed. If you go and look at what the currency is worth in U.S. dollars, it is exactly zero. It collapsed 84% last year, and it's only gotten worse. Inflation's rampant. But look, we've had several years of two Trump administrations driving Iran to impoverishing Iran and weakening the country. It would be, I think, extremely disappointing to see all of that work, all of that disastrous undermining of Iran lead to a watered down agreement on missiles or nuclear facilities, which we know Iran will not keep their part on. So I don't know what Netanyahu is trying to do. We know that earlier this month, he dissuaded President Trump from bombing Iran, trying to take out Khomeini. But I think that there's more at stake here than a nuclear agreement or a missile agreement that, again, Iran will cheat on. We know they always cheat on these agreements. So I have to say, with the people of Iran looking to the United States for help, I think the continued pressure financially, yes, is very helpful, but there has got to be some way of dislodging this leadership. And I hope that the administration is working towards that.
Yeah, but I mean, Cheryl, they're not even stopping their rhetoric. You know, there was a post on X that I saw yesterday that actually Bill Ackman retweeted, where they were basically threatening the United States again.
Yes.
In Iran.
Yeah.
Right now.
In the Strait of Hormuz, in particular, they're using that as their pushback, their language. They're looking and saying, okay, because you know what? Iran only is going to respond to strength. And I think the president knows that. So what Iran is doing is their words, these words of strength and these threats are coming out loud and clear from the Iranians. But look, make no mistake, they are weakened, as Liz said. Their nuclear facility, the main one, of course, was crushed by our military last year. And now this trip with, Benjamin Netanyahu, actually, a White House official told Axios that it was Netanyahu that pushed his visit up by a week. And that's why he's coming this week versus next week, because he wants to make sure that this narrow nuclear deal, if anything, is agreed to between the U.S. and Iran. And I highly doubt that's going to happen. If it is agreed to, then it's going to be ineffective. And the Iranians are going to lie, because what they always do is they lie and they delay. Nobody has more a stake in this, I think, than Benjamin Netanyahu and the people of Israel. They're the most vulnerable right now in all of this.
And I think that the U.S.'s deadline for Iran is Wednesday, February 11th. That's the day Netanyahu is going to the White House. So we're on countdown mode here again. as President Trump takes on this brutal regime. Meanwhile, there's this. Opening statements in the landmark social media trial are set to begin today after more than a week of jury selection for the case accusing social media platforms of being addictive for young children. Fox Business's Kelly Sabiri is live outside of the LA County Superior Court right now with the very latest there. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning, Maria. So we are expecting opening statements to begin in just a few hours here. What we anticipate is that Google and Meta's lawyers will argue that they've already added safeguards for children to use their platforms. We spoke to Google's lawyers who tell us that their product, YouTube, is not even a social media platform altogether. That is going to be part of their argument. Now, just to refresh your memory, this all started as a 20-year-old brought on the case who alleges that Meta's Instagram and Google's YouTube knowingly designed addictive features like autoplay and infinite scroll that harmed her mental health. The parent companies of Snapchat and TikTok settled before the trial began. Now, meanwhile, outside the courtroom, people are already lining up to go outside. And as jury selection was going on last week, parents from around the country gathered here who have lost their children to suicide, and they blame those suicides on this social media addiction. One of those parents I spoke to is Lori Schott. She lost her 18-year-old Annalie. She says she was a vibrant kid, but she was so addicted to social media that it led her to learn how to commit suicide and even showed her a live suicide. I asked her how she would confront the leaders of these tech companies if she had the chance. Listen to this.
I hope every day you look in the mirror and you see these faces. I hope you look at what you did and destroyed these families, and then you take that into a consciousness of this is a morality situation. I don't know what industry in this United States can kill children and still operate under the idea that it's big tech and engagement.
We did reach out to both Google and Meta for comment on this vigil that took place. They did not have a response for us. Now, again, this will begin in about 3-ish hours here. We'll continue to follow it for you, Maria.
All right, Kelly. Thanks very much. Kelly Sabiri this morning. We're going to take a break and then talk with Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty. He's on the other side of this break. Don't miss that. We'll be right back.
Equity agreement, and I got $143,000.
Ilhan Omar raised $1.1 million just last quarter. Chad Pergram joins us this morning from Capitol Hill. And Chad, is this catching the attention of the House Oversight Committee?
Ashley, good morning. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is launching an official investigation into Omar. He wants to know how her husband made so much money after she entered office. It's part of an inquiry into fraud in Minnesota.
If she's being transparent and there's nothing to see, then the investigation will go great and the American people will be happy with the results. But I think the American people are tired of people going to Congress and getting incredibly wealthy in a short period of time, and they want answers.
Omar and her husband saw their wealth jump from $51,000 to as much as $30 million in recent years. Omar claims no wrongdoing, but she says gains came from her husband. Income from spouses is often under scrutiny.
So there are rules in place that prohibit the spouse of a member from accepting any sweetheart deal, any income that is based on the fact that their spouse is that official.
Among the income sources, the consulting business run by her husband and an investment in what appears to be a defunct winery operation in California. Lawmakers say people often score investment opportunities once they reach office.
I think you have wealthy, influential people that will say, hey, buy into this. We're getting ready to do something. Buy this oil well. We've already hit a little bit. We know it's going to get bigger. And they buy influence that way.
Now, on the wine operation, one label was called Blockchain. It was described as featuring aromas of blackberry and baking spices. And the sales pitch said you would not want to trade it even on the dark web. It sold for $7. Ashley?
Chad, thank you very much. Love the flat cap, by the way. Very, very stylish.
Japan, the prime minister called a snap election, the quickest snap election in Japanese history. And boy, has she had a big victory today. She's going to have 2/3 majority in the upper house. President Trump endorsed her last week. She is a great ally, great relationship with the president. And when Japan is strong, the U.S. is strong in Asia.
And that's U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent with me yesterday, praising Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi as a strong and trusted ally of the United States after her landslide victory in the parliamentary elections overnight. The win gives Takaichi a strong mandate to strengthen ties with the United States and boost Japan's economy. Joining me now is Tennessee Senator and former ambassador to Japan, Bill Haggerty. Senator, it's great to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Maria. It's great to be with you this morning. My daughter's birthday, actually, this morning. A wonderful day all around.
Oh.
And by the way, that was a great interview with Secretary Bessent. That was a wonderful interview yesterday.
Thank you so much, Senator, and happy birthday to your daughter. I want to get your take on what this means in terms of Japan. You spent so much time aligning the two nations as ambassador. What is your reaction to the parliamentary elections win?
I think it's an incredible show of strength at a very important time. Look, President Trump is hugely popular in Japan. The fact that he endorsed Prime Minister Takaichi ahead of this election, I think, showed great unity. I think it gave her a huge lift. And now she has a supermajority in the lower house there in Japan. That's going to give her the momentum and the impetus to make needed economic reforms and, importantly, to step up defense expenditures to levels well beyond anything that we've seen in the past. It's going to strengthen our alliance and our relationship there with Japan and in the region. Who's not going to like this? Well, clearly the CCP, North Korea, Russia. But for our allies in the region, Japan is taking an even stronger posture. Their economy is moving. Look at their Nikkei. The Nikkei hit 57,000, a new record there as well. You think about what that says about the overall confidence in the market to come. I'm feeling very good about our relationship with Japan. And Prime Minister Takaichi is coming to America in March to visit with President Trump. I'm looking forward to supporting that effort as well.
That is fantastic. She has been called Margaret Thatcher and I guess this victory gives her a lot of mandates to do what she wants to do. What will she do? Do you think she boosts the defense of Japan as she continues to push back on communist China, doesn't she?
I think that's very clear, the direction that she's going to take it, Maria. The Japanese already made the commitment to eventually get to 2% of their GDP. That's a doubling from where they were. Prime Minister Abe always wanted to do this, but Japan has watched very closely China's aggression in the Taiwan Strait. Public sentiment has shifted. The Japanese public is clearly for a stronger defense right now. So I think what you'll see in Ambassador Glass, my successor there in Tokyo, is working very hard toward this end, is Japan's going to continue to step up their defense posture, and more important, their interoperability with the United States, with South Korea, with Australia, with our allies in the region, to see more joint exercises and more coordination that's going to increase our forces there and multiply our capabilities in something beyond what we've ever seen before in the region.
That is wonderful. And that is why the president gave her his complete and total endorsement on Truth Social before this election. Let me turn now to the business at hand in the U.S. Congress locked in a standoff over funding for the Department of Homeland Security, with money set to run out at the end of the week on Friday. I can't believe, Senator, that we're talking about another potential shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. This would affect TSA and travel, FEMA. It would affect border security enforcement. I spoke with Pennsylvania Senator, your colleague, John Fetterman, yesterday, and he told me he is, in fact, expecting a shutdown of the department. Watch this. Do you expect the Department of Homeland Security to be forced to shut down on Friday? Are you going to vote to fund DHS?
No, I absolutely would expect that it's going to shut down. I know that we, the Democrats, we provided, I think it was 10 10 kinds of basic things. And then the Republican pushed back quickly, saying that that's like a Christmas wish list and that they're non-starters. I truly don't know what specifically are the Democrats' red lines, that it has to be certainly not going to get all 10. But now, if I had to say now, they would probably expect that there is going to be a shutdown because things are just drowned down to committed to do that.
Senator, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I think Senator Fetterman mentioned there are a lot of requests here. If we were to abide by all of them, we would basically turn the United States of America into a sanctuary nation, Maria. That's where they're headed with this. That's not going to happen. I think they've picked the wrong vehicle here as well. The Department of Homeland Security performs very important roles. If we think about what they do with respect to the Coast Guard, interdicting drugs coming into our country. TSA, you mentioned this, transportation in America will come to a halt when TSA gets defunded. And in my home state of Tennessee, we've been hammered heavily by ice storms. FEMA is a critical aspect of addressing that. They want to defund it. The one thing this will not do is it will not defund ICE, because we already funded ICE in the big reconciliation bill that we did last year in 2025. So again, they're tilting at windmills, trying to achieve things that the American public do not want to see. Will there be some movement on this? I think there will be. If you look at what's already in the bill, we've already taken steps to provide funding for body cameras. ICE wants to do this. There's several things that I think we can accomplish here. But if the politics of the matter seem to overwhelm the Democrats, they may not be listening to that. It's certainly not a practical approach to take. And I'd hate to see the government shut down on Friday, at least the Department of Homeland Security, because there's so many other aspects of America's well-being that the Democrats are willing to put at risk just to make this point.
Well, by the way, they're also willing to put it at risk right before the midterm elections, right? I mean, it's so laced with politics. It's so obvious that, your colleagues agreed to fund 90% of government, not the Department of Homeland Security, but the rest of government until September 30th, right before the midterm elections. So there's lots of chaos right before the midterms. I guess the point of that is.
I think that's the objective. I think Chuck Schumer thrives on chaos. That's what they're hoping for. They're not winning from a policy standpoint, Maria. I mean, look at what's happening in our economy. Look at the international wins President Trump is achieving. Their heads are exploding, and so all they can do is temper tantrums like this.
When did you, in your heart and mind, when did you know you wanted Kevin Warsh?
So
officially, it was 2 Fridays ago. But when did you?
Well, I made a mistake. He was runner-up, if you want to say that.
He was a finalist.
Yeah, he was. And I made a mistake because I had somebody that was my Secretary of the Treasury, wanted him so badly. And, I didn't feel good about him. But sometimes you listen to people, and it was a mistake. It was really a big mistake. But I think we're going to do something that's really spectacular. We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person, but if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
President Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier at the White House to discuss Iran. The president says that Tehran wants a deal very badly, but it's also making it clear that he's ready to use America's military to force one.
We have a massive flotilla right now going over to Iran. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal. I think they'd be foolish if they didn't. We took out their nuclear power last time, and we'll have to see if we take out more this time. I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want.
And the president is threatening to order another aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East to apply more pressure to Iran. And it's no mystery that after the operation this summer that took out the nuclear facility, Larry, this regime has been severely weakened. And I think they're acting out of desperation right now. It would be in their interest to do a deal. But a lot of people say you can't trust them to do any kind of credible deal. So I think the president is going this route to explore it, to see what happens. But he's still got his options on the table. And I would just say this. I read an article last night. This was in the New York Post, citing sources on the ground in Iran. And the title is Iranian Regime Executing Wounded Protesters in Hospital Beds as brutal retribution continues every day. So to me, he had kind of drawn a red line on this, saying if you keep killing people, this is not going to be good for you. And I just wonder where it goes. And Israel is a large part of this.
Yes. Well, I just, I listened intently. I asked the question and you heard part of the answer. And he was quite serious. I was looking at his face. I mean, he would rather have a deal, I guess. I just, don't believe anything Iran ever says. And they're killer cutthroats. I mean, the mullahs are awful. The economy's collapsed. The currency's collapsed. But they've killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, your point of this story about in the hospital, killing people in the hospital is just sick. We had, General Keane on. Jack Keane said they'd killed 30,000 people.
Yeah.
Which is a lot bigger than
anything that was reported.
That's right. Yeah. Massively. And I've heard that number, 30,000, from some other national security types. So I don't know. Look, the president knows what he's doing here. He's operating with the best intelligence. He has terrific Joint Chiefs of Staff. He has Rubio. He has Hegseth. It's going to be what it'll be. I just can't imagine ever believing anything they say. Yeah. That's the thing.
Then where do you go from here? If you're operating from a standpoint in a negotiation, in a deal where you can never believe or trust the other side, what does the end point look like?
Look, my hope is, Taylor, the end point is absolute destruction of anything to do with the current regime. All right. I don't care. They're office buildings, they're Capitol buildings, they're military buildings. It's the only thing that, I mean, this regime has to go. How that happens, I don't know. Who will take over? I mean, I think it has to, I don't think it comes from the Shah's son. I think it has to come from somebody on the ground in Iran, the protesters.
Leadership, you mean.
There's a lot that I don't know about here. And all I know is it's been 50 years, all right? And if you get rid of this regime, you will truly change the Middle East. You may change Europe too, for all I know. And of course, these people hate us. They hate America, right? You've been making a deal with people that openly hate America. And of course, they hate Israel, and they hate freedom, and they hate free market capitalism, and they hate their own people. And the Iranian diaspora is huge. They can finance a new regime if they can get the right leadership to get. I don't know.
I think I told you my mom legally immigrated here from Iran before the revolution. We have these discussions all the time. We believe President Trump is the only one that can take this regime down. So I look at the window here and say, either he will do it or maybe they've got another 50 years behind them, because I don't believe anybody else can.
Yes, I agree. Look, the whole history, they lied, cheat, and steal. They never let anybody in to authenticate. They never let inspectors in with the nuclear weapons. We had this whole UN thing going on, and and the UN people, believe it or not, turned against Iran. I mean, even European countries have coddled Iran. They're doing business with Iran, and they're not doing business with Israel. That's pathetic right there. But that's Europe. I'm just saying, you can't trust them. You can't believe them. But the president is saying this. Maybe he's stalling for time to build up more resources. To your other point, which I thought was a good point, maybe he's making sure the world knows he did everything he could do. Right.
It does sound a lot like what he was saying about Maduro right before he went in and took out Maduro. I mean, he was doing his deal of switching between threats and promises of talking to the guy. He had a phone conversation with Maduro just about a week before he took him out. The difference, though, and Jackie, I'm sure you've heard a lot of stories from your mother about this, is that these people have a fanaticism, a jihadist fanaticism that you didn't have to worry about in Venezuela. Maduro had virtually no support. He was just one of the mafia dons and one of the lesser mafia dons. So it was easier, certainly, to take him out. Here you have, I don't know what it would be, 5 to 10% of the population, which is still about 5 to 10 million people who are fanatically jihadists and who will fight to the death in order to prove their point.
Never really, my mom would say that I never really understood it until I lived there and I saw that these people really drink the Kool-Aid. I saw it with my own eyes and I said, wow, this is going to be impossible to disband. Brian?
The problem, I'm sorry.
No.
I was just going to add, this is what Jack Keane said. The problem with this story, with the on-the-ground revolution, is they don't have the guns. but the regime has the guns. Okay, just that simple from a great military man. That's a very important point. I don't know how this ends if we don't do it. But I don't know.
Well, I just say this: you got to define what a deal means, because he says he'd rather have a deal than the alternative. But of course, the deal can be y'all need to leave. And you can leave and keep your lives, or you can leave.
Deal.
So I kind of feel like what he's saying is, we'll either remove you or you can remove yourselves, and that would be the deal.
But it is, yes, okay. And there was rumors about the Mullah going to Moscow.
Yeah.
But it's a military state. The military runs that place. I mean, the mullahs give this patina religious with hardly.
I think that y'all is all of that. I think it's the mullahs and the top generals.
It's the it's the PRG and the secret police and the killing people in the hospitals. And, oh my God! In the name of God, go. That's not smart enough.
All right, we'll see. The president always has a method to his madness.
Welcome.
Tax season. The unwanted guest that keeps coming.
Welcome back. We're on countdown mode. 5 minutes away. We are awaiting the delayed January jobs report due out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That is 4.5 minutes away. Economists are expecting 70,000 jobs created for the month of January, with the unemployment rate declining to a level of 4.4%. We are bringing in an all-star jobs panel right now. Fox Business' Cheryl Casoni is here. Slate Stone Wealth Partner and Chief Market Strategist Kenny Polk Grady is here. Navalier and Associates Founder and Chief Investment Officer Louis Navalier is here, and former Trump economic advisor Steve Moore is here. Plus, Entrepreneur Shares CEO Joel Schulman is here, and Job Creators Network CEO Alfredo Ortiz is here. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And Louis, I want to start things off with you, because you have long been a growth investor and have predicted a strong backdrop. What are you expecting in terms of the backdrop for jobs and economic growth this year?
Well, Wall Street's rooting for a weak number, so we get more rate cuts faster and more furious. So let's hope we get it. Now, there's a lot of seasonal adjustments in January, and we'll have to dig in the details a bit.
Yeah, Steve Moore, your thoughts on where we are? It feels like we've got a good growth story, economic growth, but jobs are more questionable, partly because of the impact of AI.
This is a high-flying economy. It's hard to find anything not to like about what's going on with the U.S. economy. We'll find out in a few minutes how good this jobs report is. But I believe that it is mostly the slowdown in job creation that we've seen in hiring over the last year has really been a problem of a shortage of workers, not a shortage of jobs. We still have about 7 million job openings in this country. And as we've talked about so many times on this show, Maria, the problem is employers, over 1/3 of businesses are hiring. They are saying they just can't find the workers with the skills they need to fill those jobs.
Yeah, Cheryl Casoni, what are you going to be focused on when you actually get these numbers, the most important metrics from your standpoint?
Revisions. We're going to be looking for revisions, not just for December, but that gives us an overall 2025 picture, which I think is important. We actually might get some updates to 2024. So this is going to be much more of a dearthy report than other reports that we've had in the past. I was looking at the estimates from Goldman. They're kind of calling for about 45,000. You got Citi looking for 135,000. The range is all over the place for this one. The lowest I saw, -10 for this morning. So look, economists are all over the place. No offense, Steve Moore.
Yeah,
but we shall see.
That's great info, Cheryl. Thanks for that. Now, Kenny Polk Grady, part of the growth story of this economy has been AI and how so much money is moving into AI. But recently, we saw a bit of a shock reaction to all that AI spending. And yesterday, it actually also took down the wealth managers. Your reaction?
Listen, I think at some point you have to recognize that AI is going to continue to disrupt every industry. So I'm not necessarily surprised that yesterday it attacked the wealth managers. They came out with that new tax feature. One of those companies came out with this new tax feature that was threatening or attempting to threaten, or at least that was the sense, the market reaction was that it was threatening wealth advisors. I'm not sure that that's exactly true. I think it'll help and assist, and I think it'll make the wealth advisor more nimble. I don't see that it's going to take away. So I think yesterday's reaction for the big money managers was overdone.
Alfredo Ortiz, President Trump has prioritized getting supply chains and manufacturing back to the United States. We've seen job creation there. Where are the jobs?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hospitality continues to be a place where we're seeing, especially for small businesses, growth there. And I think as the 2026 economy continues to roar, we're going to see disposable incomes continue to grow. And as we see wage growth as well, and 401ks and savings accounts and interest rates start to drop, I think people are going to start spending more money. And so we're going to start seeing hospitality numbers go up. AI is an interesting story, and I'll come back to that as well. But for small businesses, I think there's a story there as well.
And Joe Schulman, your thoughts on what to focus on in this report as well? Also, moves in the market. Do you see money coming out of those types of ETFs that Kenny just talked about?
Well, to Cheryl's point, we're going to be looking at the revisions. I mean, clearly this is a market where not all sectors are rising equally. I mean, we see it within AI. AI is having an effect on certain publicly traded companies. We're seeing private companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, XAI really performing strongly. So this is an interesting market. This is a question of where the money is shifting. So in fact, we're going to continue to see jobs growing in healthcare and social services. We're going to see jobs disappearing in tech and AI and finance and entry-level jobs.
Market is on fire. The Dow Industrial's moving up right now, up 152. Let's get the jobs numbers right now from Cheryl.
130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Wow.
The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw a labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the expectations. So average hourly earnings month to month, a little bit higher than expected. Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the estimate. We were looking for 70,000. The average work week, 34.3 hours. Let me get into the report here and give you a sense of what the government is saying about where the jobs are. We've seen healthcare, we've seen retail, but basically, where is this? Let's see here. Healthcare, social assistance, construction. Those were where they saw the buildup in jobs. The decreases they saw, as I mentioned, federal government and also financial activities. They're mentioning a job loss in those two sectors. So that's actually very interesting as well. But again, a very different story, Maria. I am seeing the U.S. dollar right now strengthening on my screen, and I'm seeing the Treasury yields really jump after this report. I'm going to dig more into the specifics and send it back to you.
We'll be back to you shortly, Cheryl. Thanks for that. Louis Navalier, Steve, go ahead.
Huge downward revision in the past months.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Huge.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was saying. Tell us how huge it is. That's what I've been saying all morning. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm reading this right, and Cheryl may, it looks like 800,000 jobs.
That's what Zero Hedge reported, that it was going to be close to 1 million. Yep. Yeah. So it's 800,000 revision.
860.
You're saying for the month of December.
That's right. And I'm looking now.
Go ahead, Cheryl. What's the number?
I'm sorry. The revision for December, the number was revised to 48,000. November was revised higher, 41,000. So we did get November and December revisions. So I wanted to give you the specific numbers.
And the revision was sharply lower for the month of December, Cheryl.
Yeah. The original number for December was 50. So this is actually a little bit lower. Not by a lot, just to be clear. But yes, it was a little bit lower.
All right. Louis, what's your take on these numbers? Much better than expected job creation in the month of January.
Well, we just have to look at the bond market reaction. And if bond yields go up a little, then that means the Fed can postpone their rate cuts. But, the yield curve is the steepest in 4 years, and they're going to be cutting probably when Warsh gets in.
Now, the confirmation hearings for Kevin Warsh are expected to begin in March, widely expected to be confirmed and be our next chairman of the Fed. You're expecting 3 rate cuts, Louis.
That's right. And Kevin's a big proponent of not doing quantitative easing. So we expect he'll shrink the Fed's balance sheet. But he's going to be working with Scott Bessent. Those two know each other very well.
In fact, I spoke with Scott Bessent specifically about the balance sheet. Let's roll that, because you're looking at the 10-year yield right now of 6 basis points, up to 4.2%. I want to get Kenny Polcari's thoughts on this. First, here's Scott Bessent with me Sunday. Now that we've got growth as a priority and you've got the economy where you want it as you rein in inflation, is it fair to say that the Federal Reserve's adoption of these large-scale asset purchases should be wound down?
Again, that'll be up to the Fed in terms of what they want to do with the balance sheet. I wouldn't expect them to do anything quickly. They've moved to an ample regime policy, and that does require a larger balance sheet. So, I would think that they'll probably sit back, take at least a year to decide what they want to do. It's pretty clear to me. I wrote a 7,000-word essay in the International Economy magazine. I called it gain of function monetary policy.
That's right.
Saying that the Fed had gotten kind of out of control. And I think that Kevin Warsh is going to be very independent, but mindful that the Fed is accountable to the American people.
Kenny Polcari, big move in stocks right now. Dow Industrial's up 227. We're at the highs of the morning. Your reaction?
Look, I think it's great, right? I think that number was a complete surprise, considering everyone was talking about disaster, disaster. Oh, my God. I think it speaks to the strength of the economy. It speaks to how robust it is. And it doesn't, it doesn't speak to we need a rate cut tomorrow. We're not going to get one. But it only speaks to a rate cut if they, in fact, start to shrink the balance sheet. That's the only way that I see them cutting rates. So if they cut them 3 times this year, as Louis wants, I think they have to then in unison shrink the balance sheet to make that work.
Now, most analysts are expecting 2 rate cuts from the Fed this year. Louis is expecting 3, and a handful of others are expecting 3. But for the most part, I think most are expecting 2. But Alfredo, what do you want to say about this jobs report? Much better than expected at 130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Yeah, this is an excellent report. I mean, we continue to see the private payroll sector continue to grow, government payroll go down, which is exactly what the Trump administration has wanted to. We are now, again, a consumer-centric economy, not necessarily funded by the government and taxpayers. And so we love seeing that. We love seeing the real wage growth. I think that's critically important. And as I mentioned, on the AI front, over the past few years, I think there's been a little bit of kind of a cycle here that's gone from what is AI to basically which AI to now how do we use AI from a productivity standpoint. And whereas I think it used to be a big company tool, I think small businesses now are looking at AI and saying, what can we do with that to increase our productivity? And I think there's a big opportunity there for continued small business growth.
After my heart attack, I had a choice: drain my 401k or lose the house. Turns out there was a third option.
Mark Zuckerberg could be the latest California billionaire to land in Florida. The Wall Street Journal reporting the Meta CEO bought a waterfront mansion in the Sunshine State and plans to move by April. Zuckerberg is among the latest of the ultra-wealthy fleeing California as state lawmakers threaten a massive wealth tax. And Florida real estate agents are telling the Journal they've been working nonstop, showing properties to Californians since the new tax was proposed. So I picked this story for you, Jackie, because it's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's moving to Florida. He's a
Republican now.
That's right. See, should Florida just be embraced? Do you think this means the whole Meta, conglomeration is going to shift its center of gravity down to Florida? Is that what this means? Is this a business move out of California?
I don't know, but the hypocrite himself wants to take advantage of the opportunities in Florida, so he is going there. You know how I feel about him. He went as left and far left as the left go, and then all of a sudden he did an about face. Now, some people think that's genuine. I personally don't, but that is my humble opinion. I'm not surprised by this at all, but I think that, all eyes, for example, are on this trial right now. What did Meta know? What did Mark Zuckerberg know with respect to children, problems that were occurring on their application, content that was on there that spurred issues for people that are, devastating. So I'm curious to see what happens with him, but I'm not surprised at all to see him trying to work the system.
His new neighbors, Dagan, in...
You don't need to I know who they are.
Tell us who they are.
Bezos and his wife.
That's
Carl
right.
Icahn.
Yes, sir.
Ivanka and Jared live on that island. Tom Brady.
That I do not know.
Yep.
Tom Brady does.
Tom Brady does. He got the house when he busted up with Giselle.
And now
She didn't want it.
Zuckerberg. So a nice neighborhood, a good barbecue in the neighborhood potentially.
If I had the money, I would not buy on that island. It's just bless you.
Thank you.
It's just a enclave in and of itself. It's very fancy. Go look at it on Google Satellite. You have to be potentially, depends on the way this law is written, you had to be out of California, I think, before January 1.
To miss the tax.
It's retroactive,
Right, it's
which
retroactive.
is wild.
Potentially.
I don't think it's going to be
Legally,
enforceable.
we can talk about legality.
Okay, but Zuckerberg and his ilk, like a Bezos, they have so much money that they have homes everywhere.
Yeah.
They have assets, like hard assets, real estate and properties everywhere. So he's buying this thing.
Can I just say one thing? I also think he's just keeping up with the Joneses, given the list of other inhabitants of the island that you mentioned. There's part of me that thinks he just wants to be there because Bezos and who are there, and Tom Brady and the Kushners. And
I hope they actually really move, because I'm going to sound like you, suck them dry.
Yeah, this is
I
the most
want
interesting thing for
California
me,
to
though.
be
I didn't
sucked
think
dry.
there was anyone that disliked Mark Zuckerberg more than me, but I met
Oh, no, I'm up
So
there.
I've never been a fan of him, but here's the interesting thing. Him and his wife have pledged all their wealth to give it to charity, right? 90%. Think about what they're saying now. We're going to leave California because we don't want to give the money to the state government. I think
that's how bad the government
That's how
is.
bad it is. So this is,
Yep.
by my count, the 7th billionaire that has left California, accounting for upwards of $800 to $900 billion worth of wealth. Total billionaires in California is about 180 to 190 with 1.3 trillion. So there's a mass exodus. We told you this was going to happen. All of us said this when this first came about.
Listen,
one leaves and the second, and then it's a death
They
spiral
all
to the
want to
bottom.
be socially left of center until the left comes after their bank account. Then all of a sudden we're talking about, and that pendulum has swung so far. They want so much of your bank account that even these guys are bucking it.
So it's let the working man and woman who got left behind, who they paid, funded the campaigns of these Democrats and these left-wing politicians, got them elected, and then they leave the working man and woman in the dust to eat the cake.
Yeah.
Right.
When they
to hopefully
hit the road.
re-vote and re-vote to the right.
So
Well,
Gavin Newsom
maybe they
puts a
can-
national wealth tax.
Maybe they can get a fun little book club going in the neighborhood.
We're going to get back to all this in just a moment, but we're going to switch gears. And we welcome back to the show General Jack Keane, Fox News senior strategic analyst. General Keane, thank you, sir. We always appreciate having you on. Let me play for you. This is what President Trump told me in an interview earlier this week, General Keane. I just want to review the bidding because I asked him directly about Iran and regime change. We don't have it yet. It's coming in a second. Okay. What do you think, General Keane? Regime change coming? Will war hostilities resume soon?
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. First, go to riverside.fm.
Well, President Trump, has advertised he's got his options open here, and he's trying to stitch together a better deal than certainly that's ever been constructed with the Iranians in the past. Remember full well, in 2018, it was President Trump that walked away from the nuclear deal that Obama had constructed, which was supposedly going to prohibit Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon. Strangely enough, the major focus of the deal, in 10 years, they could have a threshold capability, which meant close to a nuclear weapon. And in 15 years, all restrictions for the development of a nuclear weapon were removed. And that's why that deal was so bad. And guess what? Trump pulled away from that. And I cannot fathom him putting together a deal that would not give us complete assurances, not only on nuclear weapons, but also on ballistic missiles, restrictions in numbers and range, and also denying Iran support of the proxies. In other words, a total fundamental change in Iran's behavior to include no longer killing it and in such a barbaric fashion their own people. I don't believe that Trump would ever put together a lousy deal. So I think the likelihood of Iran.
Keen, let me, we have the tape ready. Pardon me for the technical difficulties, sir, but this is what he told me in our interview on Monday. We played it Tuesday. Take a listen, please, sir. Do you think a deal with Iran with this current regime would ever really stick?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know one thing. They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, you know, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want. But some people worry that they've been very dishonest with us over the years, right? Very dishonest. Obama and Biden, what they did in terms of creating a monster with Iran was terrible. That Iran nuclear deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen.
So there, he basically is in agreement with you, General Keane, on those points. It is said that another aircraft carrier group is now moving towards the Middle East. There are talks, but the talks are unsatisfactory. What does your intel tell you about the story there? New York Post this morning, you may have seen it, saying Iran, you know, the mullahs and the Revolutionary Guard, they're batting down the hatches. They're putting cement over some of these nuclear mines, enrichment mines. Sounds like they're getting ready for war. Do you think so? Your intel tell you that?
Yes, it does. I mean, the Iranians are talking nice about a deal, and I think their motivation is they want to put off this military operation, which seems inevitable, as long as they can. And if they ever did put together a deal, what they want is sanction release. And if they got that, what are we doing? That recovers the regime. We'd have to deal with these guys, what, another 10 years or so? That doesn't make any sense, given the fact they're so vulnerable now. It's not that they don't have some capability, they do. They got thousands of ballistic missiles, scores of rockets, and certainly likely thousands of drones. But if we combine the United States military with Israel, which is the plan, and we conduct not a limited attack, but a campaign against Iran, we are putting together in execution the two best proven militaries that exist today, and it would fundamentally change this regime for decades to come. It would crush it, and we would have an opportunity on the horizon to work with what follows them, certainly to stitch together an enduring peace and a better way of life for the people of Iran, for sure. It would define the presidency of President Trump and likely be such a seminal event comparable to the fall of the Berlin Wall. I mean, these thugs and killers, under the hypocrisy of being clerics and mullahs, have been in control now for almost 50 years. And that's how outrageous this thing is. 7 presidents have never confronted them consequentially. This is the first president has done that. He stopped the nuclear deal. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He disrupted and destroyed their nuclear program. And I think we're on the cusp of finally putting an operation together that will clearly set the conditions for regime collapse. That, I believe, is the path that we're likely going to be on here.
Well, I think, you know, the images, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump meeting at the White House, they had a lot of talks. It's all been very diplomatic. They're not really saying anything. which is fine. But you have to figure there's some wartime regime change planning going on here. As I mentioned there, I've just been reading about another aircraft carrier group moving into that zone. So that's important, because you were the one that told us about a week ago that we had 2 aircraft carrier groups when the B-2s were dropping their bombs. So we just had one at that point, I think the Abraham Lincoln. So anyway, a second grouping is coming. That strikes me as important. And the other thing is, General Keane, I hate to say it, but even on the economy, I mean, Iran's currency is worthless right now. It can't be used on the streets to transact. Food shortages are everywhere. Their inflation rate is 40 or 50%. Their unemployment rate is 40 or 50%. Yeah, they've got missiles. I'll grant you that. I don't know if I don't think the nuclear systems, I think we pretty much destroyed that. But the point is, this would be the time to strike right now. They've never been weaker.
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon Valley's first AI agent.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Larry. I mean, the reason that brought so many people into the streets that exceeded all previous demonstrations was the reality that they knew that this regime cannot recover Iran economically. They cannot improve the people's quality of life. And they knew this is abject failure, and the only thing that is possible for them to have a decent life for their kids and their grandkids, they took to the streets and were willing to risk their lives, and risk their lives they certainly did. And President Trump told them help is on the way. And I do believe it hasn't come as fast as they would want it to be, but there are reasons for that. And we can see those reasons before our eyes. Bringing in capability so that we can adequately defend U.S. bases in the region, and also help Israel defend its people and its bases, and then bring the capacity, a significant capability here, to conduct a joint and combined campaign with Israel to take down leadership, the entire infrastructure that sustains the regime, and certainly the ballistic missiles and their launchers, and wherever they have those drones stored and prepared to launch. This would be a very comprehensive campaign with the mission to set the conditions for a regime collapse. That, I think, is where we are going and what is going to happen.
Well, President Trump has a habit and a knack of doing the right thing at the right time. I mean, his timing is exquisite. He may lead them along, and yeah, genuinely, he probably would prefer to have a deal and peace. But I think he knows all the things you're describing, the things that I'm reading. He may be just putting all the resources together and getting ready to make the move that you want him to make and that I want him to make. And then I think, good people everywhere want him to make. It's about freedom. Yeah, this would help Israel for sure, but it would help Europe and it would help save the United States. It really would be a remarkable thing. Anyway, General Keane, I got to jump. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your wisdom, as always.
The national average for a gallon of gas is $2.94. The average for a gallon of gas in California, $4.56. The tax and regulatory economy of California makes it virtually impossible for oil and gas companies to do business in the state. The Chevron refinery president has some better ideas for Gavin Newsom, and he spoke exclusively with Fox Business. Watch.
I'm quite worried actually about California. It's important to have reliable, affordable energy for people to live their lives. And I'm a little concerned about where California is going with their energy policy. We have to have a different environment. We have to be welcome. We have to have investment incentives to invest. We have to have some regulation go away. We need to be able to permit something in less than 2 or 3 years. It is a very difficult place to do business. There's a lot of regulation. There's a lot of bureaucrats. Permitting can take 3 years. It can be much more expensive to build a facility there.
And if things aren't bad enough in California, another major oil refinery is set to close later this year. So I've heard one person say, Taylor, that California is truly at a breaking point. Now, I've heard that before about California, and it's still there and it's still functioning. But do you think do you think it's at a breaking point? Are we doing these stories because like it's on the verge of a real collapse, or are they going to muddle through some way somehow like they have for the past several
You
decades?
know, muddle through because California still is such a resilient economy. When you think about, I mean, I remember just driving from either the SFO airport or the San Jose airport, driving home to Merced, and you're passing
Beautiful town.
Micron. You're just going, every headquarter is right there. And so you still get this sense that it is, for now, a community and a state that is so resilient and dynamic. But it would be, I think, wrong to assume that it will stay that way. We know that money goes where it's treated best. And we've certainly seen since COVID, people, CEOs, companies decide that they are no longer going to do that anymore. So I don't know if this is the breaking point, Brian, but you could put your tinfoil hat on and say, they keep squeezing people on gas prices. Maybe everyone will be forced to take that high-speed bullet train, and then that way you don't have to drive.
That train doesn't have any wheels or any tracks or any train cars. So you're not going to take that. You'd only be able to afford tinfoil hats in California.
Right. And the train doesn't go from Riverside to central Los Angeles, where people actually need to get to work.
Well, there you go. Okay, so Dagan, here you are. We'll get you in on this. What do you think? I'm going to get Jerry in on this.
No, you can go.
Okay, fine. I'll go to Jerry. Jerry, Representative Kevin Kiley of California is tired of his state being unaffordable. He wants to pass a bill that would withhold federal highway funding for any states with a gas tax of more than 50 cents a gallon, which would include California.
At
what do you think about that?
61 cents a gallon.
That's
so
what
California leads the charge with the highest gas taxes in the country. Look, here's what's going on in the background. What he would do with that money, by the way, I'm not really sure, but I think it's a good idea. It's a penalty. And why is it important? Because there are 30 military bases in the state of California. They all use oil and gas fuel for military operations across the country. DOD uses 93 million barrels a year. California needs to produce. And that's what Congressman Kevin Kiley is saying. Look, Valero is spending $1 billion to shut down.
Yeah.
Phillips 66 getting out too. So it's not like you can say, oh, we changed our mind, we're going to get right back in there. It doesn't work that way.
Spending money to shut down too, right? That's saying this is basically an impossible place to make money. If I'm going to pay to shut something down, that means that this is just not a good place to operate. That was what stuck out to me the most from what Andy Walls at Chevron was saying, was just very difficult place to do business. And you think about the companies, as Taylor was saying, that have started to move out of California over the last 5 or 6 years, Tesla, Palantir, Oracle, like Silicon Valley style companies, right? That used to only be in California. I'll go to Austin, Texas, right? Let's get out of California. And so I think that's not only because the companies are finding it hard, but also you need these days, if you want people back in the office, you need to be in a place where people actually want to live, right? And if the state is too expensive to live in, maybe that's something some of these executives are hearing too. I mean, $5 for a gallon of gas when the national average is $3. I wouldn't be a happy employee.
Could be a lot higher if they keep losing refineries. Dagan, we talked yesterday about Mark Zuckerberg getting out of town, going to Florida. But you do make a good point that we talk about escaping California. It's not as easy to escape as some people paint it out to be. That's why they have a song called Hotel California, perhaps. I don't know. Your thoughts?
For a multi-billionaire, it's not that easy because there are so many rules that you have to, and requirements you have to meet to actually avoid paying California taxes. But it's pretty easy for a business to cut bait and get out of Dodge. And the biggest problem that California is facing now, well, this is what's happened and we said California is at the breaking point. I'd just like to rephrase that and say Democrats and the left-wing lunatic climate crusaders like Gavin Newsom broke California and have broken the backs of working Californians with crushing, soaring gasoline prices because these oil companies and the regulations and the refiners have left. More refineries are closing. California is now importing from overseas the vast majority of oil into the state. So imports of foreign oil have soared and CO2 emissions are rising. That is what has happened in California. And in fact, California, at the end of the year, the legislature began trying to suspend requirements for cleaner summer, let the government suspend requirements for cleaner summer blends. The legislature is trying to pass at the end of the year legislation that would block lawsuits that challenge zoning changes in one particular county. So it was a decade of litigation under the environmental laws prevented these zoning changes. So they were actually, this climate crusade has completely backfired. And in fact, smog and pollution have gotten worse in California under Gavin Newsom. So Kevin Kiley is trying to fix this problem. Let the state sink under the weight of their own idiocy.
Yeah.
So great financial numbers you saw, low inflation, very low inflation. Prices are down, way down. Gasoline is less than $2 in many places, a gallon, which nobody expected to see, but I did, because we're going by the initial expression of drill, baby, drill, and prices are coming down very strongly. And as goes gasoline and oil and gas, so goes the rest of other products that were high because of Biden. So we inherited a mess, and we've brought our country back very, very powerfully. Crime numbers are way down, despite the fact that they let in 25 million people, many of whom should not have been allowed into our country with their open border policy. But it's the country is doing very well. Any questions?
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. But typically, Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators, because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
I've been told that a deal is next to impossible.
No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
Are you going to sit down with Democrats this week on DHS funding, sir?
I will, but we have to protect our law enforcement. They've done a great job. I just got finished saying that we have the best crime numbers we've had in many years, and on murders, 125 years. And that's despite a lot of people that shouldn't have been let into our country coming into our country, criminals, many, many criminals. But we've taken out tens of thousands of people, brought them back to their countries. Many of the criminals that were brought in, allowed to come in, have been removed. So we're okay. But to have the best crime numbers, which aren't made by me, these are made by people that do that, many left-leaning. We have the best murder numbers. Horrible thing to say, but we have the best murder numbers since 1900. That's before my father was born. 125 years, think of it. The best crime numbers since 1900 having to do with murder, and really good crime numbers, the best in years.
Are there any demands that Democrats are making that you're okay with?
Well, I don't like some of the things they're asking for. We're going to protect law enforcement. We're going to protect ICE. They're part of the whole system that is working. In Washington, D.C. now is considered a very safe city. When I took over, it was a city that we were losing 2-3 people a week. Over 100 people a year were being murdered in Washington. Now it's considered a very safe city. And we did that. I did it over a fairly short period of time, too.
On DHS, recent news reports have discussed the widespread belief that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a personal relationship. Is that a bad look? Recent news reports have discussed the possibility that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a close personal relationship. Is that a bad look, and do you think she'll be in the job much longer?
I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't heard that. I'll find out about it, but I have not heard.
Do you think that will you give your State of the Union speech if we're still in a shutdown next week?
Well, I think I would. Yeah. Wouldn't bother me. I would give it. Yeah.
How are the negotiations going?
With what? Which one? We have a lot of
No,
negotiations.
with the government shutdown.
This is a Democrat shutdown. This has nothing to do with Republicans. This is a Democrat shutdown.
has the White
They're
House-
upset that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that there's a movement for getting voter ID. They want voter ID. The population, 98%, want voter ID. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat in elections. They also want other things. They don't want mail-in ballots. They want to end mail-in ballots, which is corrupt. And one other thing that they're insisting on is proof of citizenship. And the Democrats don't want to give proof of citizenship. They don't want to give voter ID. Think of it. Who wouldn't want proof of citizenship? I ask you, Steve. Who wouldn't want voter ID? And why would you want mail-in ballots if you know it's corrupt? It's a corrupt system. We're the only country in the world that has this system of mail-in ballots. Think of it. The only country in the world that has this system of mail-in ballots, because they cheat. And the fact is they could never get elected if they ever changed. They know if you had voter ID, if you had proof of citizenship, they could never win an election. And they know that, and they're fighting to the hill. And I put this down with men playing in women's sports. I put it down with transgender for everybody. I put it down with their horrible open border policy as being ridiculous. They don't want voter ID, no voter ID. And I put that down in the same category with men playing in women's sports. I'm going to add a fourth category. They don't want voter ID. Go ahead.
So Hillary Clinton said in an interview today that she and her husband are getting pulled into the Epstein matter to divert attention from you and that your administration has something to hide. What's your response to that?
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. They went in hoping that they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author, a sleazebag, by the way. And I've been totally exonerated. No, they're getting pulled in. And that's their problem. I don't know. They got to see what happens. But I watched her in Munich, and she seriously has Trump derangement syndrome.
Do you think that she should publicly testify?
You know, I've been totally exonerated on Epstein. And it's really interesting because they've been pulled in. Think of it. They've been pulled in. Clinton and many other Democrats have been pulled in. Yeah.
The USS Gerald Ford, which is sprinting from the Caribbean to the Middle East, is about to hit its 8-month deployment mark. Usually they're deployed for about 6 months or so. Is there any concern that U.S. carriers are being stretched too thin?
I'll answer the question, Liz.
You're warning Cuba to make a deal. What does that deal look like? What do you want them to do?
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. I have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now, and they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, and they're going to be very happy. They're going to be able to go back and say hello to their relatives and do things that they should have been allowed to do for a long time. I'm very interested in the people that are here that were treated so badly by Castro and the Cuban authorities. They have been treated horribly. So we'll see how it all turns out. But Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil. There's no money. There's no anything.
If a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
I don't want to answer that. Why would I answer that if I was? It wouldn't be a very tough operation, as you could figure. But I don't think that'll be necessary.
Mr. President, Marco Rubio received really positive reviews in Munich. Is there
very good reviews?
Is there a scenario in which you would support him at the top of the ticket in 28?
Something I don't have to worry about now. I've got 3 years to go. So it's something I don't have to worry. JD's fantastic and Marco's, they're both fantastic. I think Marco did a great job in Munich.
President Xi, in your talk with him recently, warned about sending more weapons to Taiwan. What was your response then? Were you going to send more weapons to Taiwan?
I have a response. I'm talking to him about it. We had a good conversation, and we'll make a determination pretty soon.
Tell us about your trip.
We have a very good relationship with President Xi. In fact, I'll be going, I guess, in April.
Sorry, tell us about your trip to Rome, Georgia on Thursday, your trip to Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district.
Well, we have a lot of people that want to take Marjorie Taylor Greene's place, and many, many candidates, and I have to choose one. And they say whoever I endorse is going to win, but we have a lot of good candidates who want to take her place.
So your Board of Peace meets for the first time this week. You said it could be the most consequential international organization ever. That's a high bar. What do you want for this first meeting?
Well, I think it can be. We're going to have all world leaders. They're putting up tremendous amounts of money. And I think it's going to go far beyond Gaza. I think it'll be peace all over the world. And we're working in conjunction with the United Nations. Look, the United Nations is there. They haven't lived up to potential. The United Nations has great potential. They haven't lived up to the potential. But I think they might aid us a little bit. But we have the greatest leaders in the world joining the Board of Peace. And we'll be doing it in conjunction with, in some cases, the United Nations. And see if we can get the United Nations to get on the ball.
You've been a kingmaker in a lot of Republican primaries. A lot of people,
including foreign nations. I was very honored to see that a very wonderful prime minister in Japan won by a landslide. I think she was going to win, but she won by just about the biggest vote ever in Japan. And she attributed my endorsement for that. And that's very good because we have a great relationship with her and Japan.
a lot of Republicans in D.C. are asking you to endorse John Cornyn, but you haven't yet. Is there a chance you would endorse Paxton, and why haven't you endorsed Cornyn?
I just haven't made a decision on that race yet. It's got a ways to go, and I haven't. He's a good man. John is a good. I like all three of them, actually. I like all three. Those are the toughest races. They've all supported me. They're all good, and you're supposed to pick one. So we'll see what happens. But I support all three.
Are you going to get involved in the rift between UAE and Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not. I would be. I would be. Well, I can settle it very easily. But they have they do indeed have a rift, and we can get it settled very easily. I settle wars. I settle a lot of rifts between countries. You've been noticing, right? That's an easy one to settle.
On Venezuela, Nancy Rodriguez last week said that Nicolas Maduro is still a legitimate president and is innocent. I know you said the relationship is a 10, but I'm curious, what's your thoughts on that?
I think we have a great relationship. I think she probably has to say that. I think politically maybe she has to say that. But the relationship with Venezuela, she's doing a very good job. And I fully understand that statement.
You're going to have Ukraine talks tomorrow as well in Geneva with Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Yeah. What are you expecting there? Is there
the big talks? It's going to be very easy. I mean, look, so far, Ukraine better come to the table fast. That's all I'm telling you. We are in a position. We want them to come. And by the way, I watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look for the United States. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Munich, and this was a bad look for our country. These two people are incompetent. And at least Hillary's competent. She's just Trump deranged. She was so deranged. She is an angry woman. But I watched the other two speaking and answering basic questions. Look, Gavin has destroyed California. And AOC, I never heard her speak very much. And they started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer, very important questions concerning the world. But she can't answer questions concerning New York City either, because New York City got some problems.
Now that Gaza's entering phase 2, should Israel lift its ban on foreign journalists being allowed into Gaza?
We'll be lifting a lot of bans pretty soon. I think you're going to see everything opening up. Gaza, look, we have peace in the Middle East. Now, you have some flames here and there, but we essentially have peace in the Middle East. And that happened primarily when we did the B-2 attack on the potential nuclear power. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month. If that happened, it would have been a whole different deal. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
So the $5 billion that you announced yesterday for the Board of Peace, is that a down payment, or are you expecting more?
We want to help people. That's peanuts compared to the kind of money that has been spent in the Middle East by Bush, by Obama, by all of these people, by Biden. I mean, the money he spent. But the money he's spent, that's such a small amount of money by comparison. But we want to make it successful. I think it has the chance to be the most consequential board ever assembled of any kind.
What was called for Ron DeSantis?
Great. We had a great time. We had Ron and a couple of other people, two great coaches, as you know. The two greatest coaches, I would say, certainly in college football. And we had a good time playing golf. Thank you very much. I didn't get to play today because I'm working on other things, very important things, much more important than golf. Thank you very much.
I'm not going home. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please sit down. Evan, thank you for your visionary leadership of this organization. Chris, I'm honored to receive the award in your name. And I'm accepting this award knowing it's a recognition of all the work we've done. Michael, thank you for your and especially thanks to David, who supported the Victory Fund, but supported me long before that all occurred. Folks, I also want to recognize so many friends that are here today. Where's Mo Vella? Mo, where are you? There you go, Mo. You know, we're doing this for a long time, Mo and I his advice throughout my career, particularly when I was vice president. I knew which direction to go.
and I love you just as much as them.
Thank you. Next week marks 3 years. 3 years since many of us stood on a crisp day in the South Lawn of the White House, where I signed the Respect for Marriage Act. Folks,
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
as the ceremony came to an end, the sun began to set. Rainbow lights lit up the portico of the White House. You know, the moment had an air of celebration, but also, quite frankly, for me and many of you, I expect, an air of relief. Finally, through the hard work, faith, counsel, sheer grit of folks like you in this room and so many who came before you, the momentous battle was finally won. Finally. And look, today, though, we know there's much more work to do. And the challenges ahead can feel daunting, particularly in the face of everything we're seeing coming out of this reactionary White House. You know, we're all here today for the same reason. It's all because we believe in the power of our democracy to pull the nation together. You know, our worst moments, actually, we're the only country in the world that's gone through every crisis and come out stronger than we went into the crisis. Every time. America's the only country. Also, it's founded on an idea. We're unique, not a joke. It's not just, America. It's true. We're the only country founded on idea. Every other country in the world is founded on geographic boundaries, religion, ethnicity. But we're an idea. A strong idea. It's stronger and more powerful than any dictator or any army. And that in America, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. All deserve to be treated with dignity and throughout their lives. And all of us, each and every one of us, deserves that. That's how I was raised. That's how many of you were raised, I guess, too. We've never lived up to that idea, though, but we've never walked away from it. We've never walked away from it either. And so you've heard me say before, that when I was growing up, whenever something bad happened, I used to be a stutterer and people made a lot of fun of you, a lot of other things. My dad would look at me and say, Joey, Just get up. Get up, Joey. Get up. Well, folks, that's my message to all of us today. To all who love our country. To all of us who are dismayed by the present state of the union. This is no time to give up. It's time to get up. Get up and fight back. Get up. Continue to fight. And what's the fight all about? It's not high price. It's about protecting the Constitution. It's about protecting the Constitution. Some of you are old enough to remember back in 2012, I went on Meet the Press. Got myself in a bit of trouble. But good trouble. You know, I just couldn't remain silent anymore. We had this whole plan to let things, anyway. I told the truth. I expressed my support for gay marriage a little earlier than some folks had been expecting it. Well, that comment got all the attention. I also told another story during that interview. I've been speaking a few weeks earlier, and there was a group of LGBTQ leaders in a private home. And during the Q&A period, and I was in that home, a gentleman stood up and said, "Mr. Vice President, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about us?" That's the way he said it. I turned to the gay couple who owned the house. I looked at both of them. I said, "What did I do first when I walked in the door of your home?" And they both said, "You walked right up to our two children." And I turned to the person asking the question. I said to those children, "I wish every American, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I wish every American could have seen the love in the eyes of these two young boys for their dads. It was palpable. You could feel it. Because if they did see that, they'd never have any doubt about what this is all about. Folks, a lot has gotten lost in all the noise with terms like DEI and being weaponized and people's basic identity turned into political football. Right now, in no small part because of the vitriol of this in our national debate, there are young people sitting alone at home as I speak, literally, behind closed doors, scrolling through social media, staring to the ceiling, literally wondering whether they've talked. You are, and I've talked to many of these young men and women, wondering whether we'll ever be loved, will they ever marry, will they ever have a family, ever truly be accepted for who they are. So my message to young people is this: just be you. Be who you are. You are loved. You're heard, and you increasingly understand you belong. You belong, you belong, you belong. I mean it. Things are changing.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is...
Folks, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans are trying to distort and derail our fight for equality. They're trying to turn it into something scary, something sinister. But folks, it's really not about anything that's all that complicated. At its core, it's about making every American, giving them an opportunity to be treated with basic decency, dignity, and respect they all deserve. That's what every single American deserves, every American. This administration is trying to use those issues as a wedge to further divide the country. But there's nothing more American than the notion of equality. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And folks, it's a struggle as old as the country's founder. That's why many of us are in this room today. We also know that the fight ahead is about more than equality. It's about opportunity. It's about opportunity. It's about making sure every American has a chance to make a decent living. It's about having equal access to quality health care, make it affordable. It's about, they can pay any rent, send their kids to college, pay for the grocery bills. It's about making sure every American can come home at the end of the day, look their kid in the eye, and say, honey, it's going to be okay. It's that basic. It is that basic. You've heard me say before, my dad used to say, it's all about, can you look your child in the eye and say, it's going to be okay. That's what we worked so damn hard to do during my administration. In those 4 years, we created 16 million new jobs. Unemployment dropped to a 50-year low. We lowered the price of everything from health care to cost of college to junk fees and airline tickets and credit cards. We made a lot of progress. We had so much more we had to do to make life affordable for every American. And it's this work that's motivated so many of you to step up, put your name on the ballot, and run for office. LGBT candidates across the country running not only to ensure equality for every American, but also to ensure that every American has access to opportunities they deserve. I want to thank those of you who are willing to put yourself on the line, willing to subject yourself and your families to the public scrutiny and the attacks that sure will come your way in order to make life better for every American. It's going to take character. It's going to take courage. So please join me today in thanking all the candidates elected to office here today. And please stand up, candidates. Stand up. Thank you. Think of what you've done. I know I look like I'm only 40 years old. I know that. I've been doing this job for 51 years. If I made that same comment in this room, and I've spoken in this room that many years ago, made that same comment in this room 50 years ago, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, I've been thrown out of here. Not a joke. Well, when I took office, I promised to have an administration that looked like America. I've kept my promise. Press Secretary Kareem. My head personnel, Goodman, is here. I don't know if he's here or not. There you are, man. Stand up. Oh, I see Kareem. There you are. Along with many others who served in my administration. You all worked on issues that went far beyond equality for the LGBTQ community. With your help, we accomplished much, not just in this community, but all across to create opportunity for everybody. My dad, really, all kidding aside, my dad was a really decent, honorable man, a well-read guy. And my dad would say, Joey, everybody deserves a shot, no guarantee, but everybody deserves it. Everybody deserves a shot. So again, please join me in thanking all those who work for my administration and continue to work in government. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me close with this. Sorry, I'm taking too long here. I apologize. Folks, America's not a fairy tale. For 250 years, there's been a constant push and pull, an existential struggle between peril and possibility. We're not guaranteed a fairy tale ending, but I believe the America of our dreams is always closer than we think. I know I'm characterized as an eternal optimist, but I am. You know, my friend, Congresswoman Sarah McBride,
This is our project management team, and we run everything on Monday.com. And this is Erin. Used to always.
what a kid. She used to work for my son, Bo, who passed away because of what happened in Iraq. He was Attorney General. She worked for him. And he used to have to protect her, go out of his way. Well, she wanted to be here today, but she's giving an important speech at my alma mater, the University of Delaware. You know, Sarah talks about, quote, doing the hard work of persuasion. And in these times, which can be dispiriting and even hurtful, Sarah says, hope. Quoting her, hope is a conscious choice. You have to summon it. You have to summon it. It's not automatic. Friends, we are one of the only countries in the world that time and again has come out of every crisis stronger than we entered into that crisis. I still believe, emerging from the many crises caused by this administration, as we have constantly, nonetheless, come out stronger, wiser, and more resilient than before. But we just have to get up. As long as we keep the faith, summon hope, and get back up and remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are. We're the U.S. And there's nothing, I mean it sincerely, there's nothing beyond our capacity in America when we act together. So let's work together. Let's keep this fight going. Let's win it together. Now, not tomorrow, now. Thank you. God bless you all. And may God protect our troops. Sorry it took so long. I'm so damn proud of all of you. No, I really am. I'm proud of your courage. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Here you go. Hey, all you people, here you go. This is for you. This is live on C-SPAN. I'm only gonna play a minute or two of it, but here you go. This is your guy. Here's your guy.
Thank you.
Slide on in.
Come on, man. Make me look better, okay? There we go.
Do you guys mind moving this space? There we go. Right there. Perfect.
Thank you.
You got to look up at the center photographer up top.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, nice to see you guys. Thank you. See you back home, I hope.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? Good. Hi. Hey, Corey. Good to see you.
Our daughter Allison or son Thatcher.
How old are you? 11 years old. Hey, handsome. How do you? How you doing?
He's laughing.
You're so lucky. Congratulations. Would you want your daughter to hold the Bible? You jump in the middle, Angel. You come right on this side of mommy. No, you come over here. That's it. Keep going. You're gonna stand right next to me. There you go. And then we're gonna have Daddy put his left hand in the Bible if you can reach it and repeat, not repeat it. We're just gonna, hey man, here we go. You ready? Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you're about to enter, so help you God. God love you. You're a lucky man. You're a lucky man.
He's having fun. Thank you, sir.
No serious guys.
Now just think about it. Imagine if this was Trump live on C-SPAN. You know how old this is? Do you understand how old this is, bro? Trump wasn't even a thought as a president, anything. He was a vice president JoJo. And when I called out all you Democrats, when this happened, you played denial. You wouldn't even watch the videos. Now you're calling out people. Where you want proof? Here's your proof. Y'all be calling out people, but there's actually really real stuff.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What a beautiful thing. That's how old my children are. Yeah, perfect.
Very good.
That'd be great.
Come on, slide across. Get everybody in. I'm going to switch here. You should come here.
There we go.
I'm gonna show much more of this because y'all already know. But y'all see how he's touching her and moving her around and sniffing and all that? Bro, I'm leaving it at that. That's your president, bro. That's who y'all were depending on releasing this file that y'all crying about from Trump. Y'all cry, cry, cry. But this was the guy before him. You wonder why he didn't release it. You wonder why he didn't want you to know anything. Or his boyfriend, Barry. I wonder why. Man, y'all need to really do some freaking deep diving. Please. Please. Please do some deep diving. Now, this is the best thing that we all could have ever done and seen from your boy Biden. This was like the best thing we could have ever seen. And then I'm gonna go to one more thing before I'm out of here. Here's the best thing we could have ever watched was this right here.
I'm speaking to you tonight from the Oval Office. Before I begin, let me speak to important.
Oh, by the way, look how
today.
coherent he is too. By
After
the way, he's
8 months of nonstop negotiation, my administration, a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached by Israel and Hamas. The elements of which I laid out in great detail in May of this year. This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my team to keep the incoming administration fully informed, because that's how it should be, working together as Americans. This will be my final address to you from the American people from the Oval Office, from this desk as president. And I've been thinking a lot about who we are and maybe more importantly, who we should be. Long ago in New York Harbor, an iron worker installed beam after beam, day after day. He was joined by steel workers, stonemasons, engineers. They built not just a single structure, but a beacon of freedom. The very idea of America was so big, we felt the entire world needed to see.
Don't worry, I won't make y'all watch this whole thing.
A gift from France after our Civil War. Like the very idea of America, it was built not by one person, but by many people from every background and from around the world. Like America, the Statue of Liberty is not standing still. Her foot literally steps forward atop a broken chain of human bondage. She's on the march, and she literally moves. She was built to sway back and forth to withstand the fury of stormy weather, to stand the test of time because storms are always coming. She sways a few inches, but she never falls into the current below. An engineering marvel. The Statue of Liberty is also an enduring symbol of the soul of our nation. a soul shaped by forces that bring us together and by forces that pull us apart. And yet, through good times and tough times, we've withstood it all. A nation of pioneers and explorers, of dreamers and doers, of ancestors native to this land, of ancestors who came by force. A nation of immigrants came to build a better life. A nation holding the torch of the most powerful idea ever in the history of the world, that all of us are created equal, that all of us deserve to be treated with dignity, justice, and fairness, that democracy must defend and be defined and be imposed, moved in every way possible. Our rights, our freedoms, our dreams. But we know the idea of America, our institution, our people, our values that uphold it are constantly being tested. Ongoing debates about power and the exercise of power, but whether we lead by the example of our power or the power of our example, whether we show the courage to stand up to the abuse of power or we yield to it. After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know.
Look, if I would have played this whole thing, I would have let y'all just leave the room. Nobody would have said, I was starting to nod. No. We can't end it like this, bro. We can't end it like this. We can't. And this is what we had to deal with. Y'all are over here going, oh, this is the worst. Trump's the worst. Trump's the worst. No. We had to deal with this shit for 4 years. 4 years. And y'all are sitting there crying. You all have short memories, I think. I'm glad that we're taking a little turn back in time so you can remember what life was really like. It wasn't all peaches and cream that you remember. Just so you know.
That believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society. The presidency, the Congress, the courts, a free and independent press. Institutions that are rooted, they just might not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Rooted in the timeless words of the Constitution, we the people. Our system of separation of powers, checks and balances, it may not be perfect, but it's maintained our democracy for nearly 250 years, longer than any other nation in history that's ever tried such a bold experiment. In the past 4 years, our democracy has held strong.
Antifa Ann's getting real. Her panties are getting all shitty. Talking about Trump pooping his pants as we're watching literally the dumbest president in the world. Hey, Ann. Hey, Antifa Ann. You don't got nothing better to do? Why don't you go blow your whistle and scream ice real loud for us all? Just blow your whistle. Ice is here.
And every day I've kept my commitment to be president for all Americans through one of the toughest periods in our nation's history. I've had a great partner in Vice President Kamala Harris. It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic, the heroism of service members and first responders keeping us safe, the determination of advocates standing up for our rights and our freedoms instead of losing their jobs to an economic crisis that we inherited. Millions of Americans now have the dignity of work. Millions of entrepreneurs and companies creating new businesses and industries, hiring American workers, using American products. And together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in our entire history, from new roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. We invented the semiconductor, smaller than the tip of my little finger, and now is bringing those chip factories at and those jobs back to America where they belong, creating thousands of jobs. Finally, giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for millions of seniors. And finally, doing something to protect our children and our families by passing the most significant gun safety law in 30 years and bringing violent crime to a 50-year low, meeting our sacred obligation to over 1 million veterans so far who are exposed to toxic materials, and to their families, providing medical care and education benefits and more for their families. You know,
it's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready,
it will take time to feel the full impact of all we've done together. But the seeds are planted, and they'll grow and they'll bloom for
Your
decades to
seeds
come.
will never grow. They're
At home,
done,
we created nearly
dog.
17 million new jobs, more than any other
You and
single
all your
administration
followers,
in
a
a
bunch
single
of
term.
duds.
More people have health care than ever before. And overseas, we've strengthened NATO. Ukraine is still free. And we've pulled ahead of our competition with China. And so much more. I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished together for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success, because I want America to succeed. That's why I've upheld my duty to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power, to ensure we lead by the power of our example. I have no doubt that America is in a position to continue to succeed.
God, shut up, Joe. Woo! How much longer can we have gone, yo? I made it 9 minutes into his 25-minute speech, and y'all be crying about Trump. We watched 2 hours of Trump today, 3 hours of him, and it had thousands of people. Y'all couldn't even keep 200 people for this guy for 20 minutes. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. Nothing. But anyways, y'all want to laugh before we get out of here. Let's get a little laugh going. Let's see. Let's watch this, and then we're out, y'all. Hey, to all the people that stuck around, thanks for sticking around. I just had to make a point, man. All these people coming in here going poopy pants and all this goofy ass stuff, and I'm just going, okay, I'm gonna play my stuff, but don't worry, I'm gonna remind y'all what y'all supported and support, and don't think I won't. I don't give a damn. I don't support none of it, but y'all really stood on this, bro. Now, everybody, roll up, get your whatever. Let's get your. You smoke, drink coffee. I don't care what you do. Whatever. Let's get our laugh on. Let's kick it for the last run here, bro. Tim, you shut the hell up. Never heard a person so brainwashed. Oh, thank you, Diane. I love you. I love you, Diane. Please keep watching some more Joe Biden for me. Diane, I bet you got pink and purple hair, blue hair too. Huh? I bet you got I can't even say it on YouTube. You're lucky. You're lucky.
Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection, admitted. Now I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video.
You want to file free? Hit it.
TurboTax credits only roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form to 40 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Attention, have you been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using the weed killer Roundup? Nearly 11.
Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm going to claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. Legislation. This is
time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just ad-lib stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But can I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give a yes or no answer, so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you?
None.
And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after.
Committee will be in order.
There was no
Committee will be
question
in
on
order.
the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks.
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
and what rule are you referring to?
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking
that is not even close
members
to a
of the
point. Gentleman from California.
Thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious. And I did not expect this would happen. And I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that...
Are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Picked a great name, but your voice doesn't quite match it? We have a fix. VoiceMod gives you over 100...
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you are going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
He trotted through the twilight woods. His thick, russet tail, a mark of his prime, swung.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're going to answer the question the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people. I'm going to answer the question.
How
many
have you indicted? Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
My time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
when he talks about they indicted, the president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman. You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer. You're not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time that I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler.
All right.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time of the gentleman has expired, and obviously
it's clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice no longer works.
Question in there.
It works for Donald Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to.
Thank you, Chairman.
All kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bonda, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked.
Didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is.
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her time.
I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman, I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is interrupted.
I'm not going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's doing theatrics.
and let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
Chair now recognizes the chair.
on what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. Kentucky is recognized for 5
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators. Fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD-302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to the next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out of over 4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician. You need to get on to watch
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because this
time
is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer a question the way
This goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times. The DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote. So
Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes. But one thing I've learned here of late, that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously, and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked, and they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn, but he wants $10 billion. Now, well, I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically, you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to
Like, you
teach you the
just made a
rules again.
face.
You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
And the rules,
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my
sentenced
time
next week
restored.
in your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children
Time belongs
safe
to
from
the
online
gentleman.
predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes. And so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this board. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
Shame on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind.
At Ashley, our dining room furniture is made for all of life's moments, from intimate meals to
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of
he
Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Kill him at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction?
Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me
work?
a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about this?
Chairman, you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer
what
some
is
of your questions.
what's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for?
Icon has the tools pros trust. Tested tough and backed for life. Only at Harbor Freight.
Presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris.
Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
I want to hear her talk about
President
Ohio
Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
and the
First
dogs
of all, I
and
have
cats.
no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now.
Okay, I get it. Y'all don't want to watch this. I get it. Okay, I'll put that video on y'all last for, and this is my last one. What's up, Batty? How you doing? What's up, chat? Everybody hit the like. You can watch it go from 500 to 200 real fast if y'all get bored. That's funny. Oh shoot. I thought y'all would be interested. Oh well. Here it is. Might be some of the same stuff though, for real.
Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Traveling with your gun is a roll of the dice, because the truth is, one small mistake, whether you know it or not.
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice,
reclaiming
when
my
he sat in
time, and when
chair.
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the
my
gentlelady's
time.
reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. you're not going to answer this question. So let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you
Chairman.
restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not gonna get
interrupted.
in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Jane Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
Chair now recognizes the chair.
and what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for the unanimous consent.
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Brady's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening
Not
Lies
object.
About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Brady's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed. We've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was
and
not
I'm reclaiming my
transferred to a
time.
lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to
And I'm
understand
glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you
agreeing,
to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely.
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison? Yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I
offender
am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attacking.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Young lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Did."
Quote, "If you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you," end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting, man. Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Pension. Your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Just let it rain on me like, oh.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of
he
Justice.
does. He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like.
Mr. Chairman,
I
will
don't
you explain to
answer
the
a
witness that
question the way
he
you like
does
it?
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm
for
not
the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
You know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer
what
some
is
of your
fun-
questions.
what's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in
questions
your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about PIN. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee. Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming, New York, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege. And I see you're checking with your staff. And I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
They're
Goldman.
not
Even though
privileged.
you used your
If we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
You'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to
we
the
will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week,
How will you tell me that's intentional?
in an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd
You
Blanche
can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more
Gentlemen,
witnesses
this
to
time has
talk to,
expired.
and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
It's expired. The delay is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Widespread power outages across the area with more wintry mix heading to the Midwest. Stay tuned for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you,
Time
that
belongs
you
to the
refuse to
gentleman
even
from
acknowledge
Kansas.
they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds
You
back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph, from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan, from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles. And I'm
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, "I fired him and there is a great case," he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now." And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which the court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
And you can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
he
clock and
indicted.
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will get in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but she
Right.
gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming-
So he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All
Reclaiming
right.
my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators have been
expired.
brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
are
of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired, and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there
no
was
longer
no
works for
question
American
in
people.
there.
It works
Order
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, and 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
The life insurance agent told me I qualified for a payout. I hung up on her twice. 3 weeks after my heart attack.
I'm fine to continue. Thank
Okay.
you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's
Proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing you, that's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time, when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force. And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th. And I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
Time, because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate her, Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Preddy. They were executed like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized.
Several UCs
Like
as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
At this point, I wish Katie Noem would go ahead and pew Commander. Go ahead and get Biden's stupid dog out the way. I need to take a little break. I'll talk to y'all. Maybe we'll finish it. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just BS with you guys to the end. There's only like, I don't know how much left is there. There's 20 minutes left. I could probably go back to it if so. I just needed a little break. I was like, I'm BS with y'all just for a hot minute. Maybe not. But he's just not this dude. I'm just watching this going, they all suck. Pam Bondi's hot for 60 though. You got to give it to her. But these people all are just, dude, they're all guilty. It's the guilty pointing fingers at the guilty. I don't know how anybody could even feel for this, you know? It's very hard.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed the bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public. And in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after.
Bro! Oh, you just sat there, brought Trump in the name of Howard Lutnick. That had nothing to do with Trump. Everything you said, you just slipped his name in there like it was him. It was Howard Lutnick you're talking about. Like, bro, that was sneaky, dude. That was real effing sneaky, dude. And the 3,800 times, dude. Do you want to count like the few hundred, I don't know, times that I at least counted from when he was in there from calling the police on Epstein? Or them talking shit about Trump and how much they disliked him and they didn't want him to be president? Yeah, those are all mentions. And those mentions you're mentioning about in your Trump Bible that you have in your hand, bro. I'm just letting you know you're just lying to the people, dude. You're lying because your name's probably in there too. And what's your excuse, bro? Straight up, what's your excuse?
Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island.
Say less. I'm from Florida. I take my kids to Disney World. Say friggin' less. We don't need to know no more. We get it. You said it all. You said it all. I'm from Florida. I take my kids to Disney World with pride. Okay.
There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me. And because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did.
That's the
You
best.
made a joke, and I find
No,
offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized. Continue to recommend.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and
Match with a local TurboTax expert at our new in-person locations. They can file your taxes for you and keep you updated every step of the way. So get your taxes done by a local TurboTax expert.
And Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, the gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason I think is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about
Trump
his
up.
ties
You wanna know what
to
I
Jeffrey
think,
Epstein?
homie?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time. I'm
agent
asking
murder.
you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties
So,
mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so
He
I'm
was
going to
shocked
conclude
that
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about?
That same bold Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this.
Hold on, I'll go back. But I need to ask this question. Did she just imply that Trump was at the island and he's just denying it, or is she talking about Howard Lutnick? Because this is the third time I've heard this broad talk. Which one is she applying? Because I know she's not talking about Trump, because Trump would light her up if she was. She's got to be talking about Lutnick. So what does Trump's name really got to do with this? I don't understand.
Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from the
is
river-
Jewish.
I just want to be clear.
Oh, do you want to go there, Attorney
time
General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you
gen-
want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious
gentleman.
that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world?
Can you just find
She literally said that's
These
weak
men
sauce.
who've
Y'all
been
gotta hear it. I'm not
exposed
going too
in the
far back.
files
Like, that's
have
weak
resigned their
sauce.
jobs
I
in disgrace.
swear, dude, you
And that's a
gotta
good
hear it,
first
y'all.
start.
You gotta
And
hear
that
it.
same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
This
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about? Not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from
is
the
Jewish.
river-
I just want to be clear.
Oh, do you want to go there, Attorney General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who
Lady-
lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah, I've been,
Balance took
I think
30
the
of
whole
mine.
committee knows. I've been very
All right,
generous in
thank you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
Attorney General,
reply
I'm
to
gonna
the
talk about
gentleman
sanctions.
Recognized. for 5
May I
minutes.
respond very briefly to her statement?
She yelled weak sauce, dude. She yelled weak sauce in the background. It was crazy.
Statement.
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, or sorry, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr. Chairman.
This isn't how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer
Yep,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40
Chairman.
minutes, you asked me a question.
You can give
Within
me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes
You
of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed, there was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and
Okay.
we invited
You know what?
you
Show the
in.
video.
This
Show
guy
the-
has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome. He needs
Show
to
the
get, you're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I'm
get
on.
on
want you to watch
these
the video.
matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules
There
here.
is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
The Opera browser, our sponsor, have just upgraded to the new Opera AI, which is a lot smarter. Link below to download the upgraded Opera browser for free.
Style and substance. In the GM.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am
at
reclaiming
all
my
the
time.
last
I'm
4
glad you're
years?
asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger
when
than
you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
this
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to
most
know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I would,
order.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you.
Chairman, are we going to, recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. How much time do we have?
The world's largest aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East, the USS Gerald Ford.
That was super embarrassing.
Big armada. Take a look at our presence in the region as he continues to put pressure on Iran. This is a look at the Navy ships that are already assembled there, and it's an impressive armada, as the president calls it. He has warned Iran that it is time to cut a deal, stop their Iranian nuclear program, weapons program, or he says it will be, quote, quite traumatic, very traumatic. Senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich reporting live from the North Lawn. Jackie, you've got these negotiations going on, and then you have the presence, this huge military presence to back it up.
That's right, Martha. And the president says he thinks negotiation. The options Mr. Trump has been weighing include military action targeting Iran's nuclear program and ability to launch ballistic missiles, according to 3 U.S. officials. He's also considering options that would include sending American commandos to go after certain Iranian military targets, the officials said. All this week, President Trump has reiterated he would rather make a deal than pursue a military option. But something pushed him to redirect the USS Gerald R. Ford from the Caribbean to the Middle East.
A second aircraft carrier that you decided to send. Talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it. If we don't have a deal, we'll need it. If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
It'll take about a week for the USS Gerald R. Ford to reach the Middle East when it leaves Venezuela. Today at Fort Bragg, the president honored the special forces who helped capture Maduro there. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made no secret that he doubts very much that Iran can be trusted to make a deal. But President Trump has also faced criticism over his decision to work with Venezuela's interim government after capturing Maduro, which he says is going very well. Martha.
Moments ago, President Trump spoke to reporters as he departed Fort Bragg. Let's listen.
You probably heard we're going to be giving one particular person the Congressional Medal of Honor for what just took place in Venezuela. And met a lot of people right now. We were there for quite a while, and it was beautiful. These are great warriors. These are great patriots. And they're in very good shape, I will tell you that. What can Iran do to avoid attack? Give us the deal that they should have given us the first time. If they give us the right deal, we won't do that. But, historically, they haven't done that. I will say they want to talk, but so far they do a lot of talking and no action. They've already started. Do you want to see change in Iran? Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time. So let's see what happens. In the meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out shortly. So we'll see it out. If we could get it settled for once and for all, that would be good. What would you want to take over? I don't want to talk about that. There are people. No, he's doing a great job. You signed that the Iranian nuclear sites have been totally obliterated. What's left to go after? Well, you could get whatever the dust is down there. That's really the least of the mission. If we do it, that would be the least of the mission. But we, probably grab whatever's left. It has been obliterated, as you know. We don't have anything less than zero nuclear enrichment. We don't want any enrichment. We don't want enrichment. Thank you very much, everybody.
Now, President Trump ramping up pressure on Iran for a nuclear deal, surging military assets to the Middle East, and sending a strong warning to Tehran today.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
You're eligible for $500,000. I told them they had the wrong person. I wasn't dead. 3 weeks after my heart attack.
Bring in Hugh Hewitt, Fox News contributor and host of the Hugh Hewitt Show. He writes in his latest piece on FoxNews.com that President Trump's next move in Iran could be, quote, the most important decision of his presidency. Hugh, thanks for being with us. Thank you for hanging with us through the president's speech as well. You'd originally been scheduled in our last hour. I want to expand just a little bit on your op-ed because you say this. Trump could be remembered as the man who brought help to the Iranian people after nearly 50 years of fanatical dictatorship and secured America from an unfolding threat, or as the president who backed down more spectacularly than any president before him. You say that he's got a big choice here. The president has remarked that it's time for new leadership in Iran, but I think there's a real concern about what might fill the power vacuum if the regime were to fall.
Well, there is, John. Good afternoon. I don't think it can get worse than a regime that murders 35 to 40,000 of its people in the streets last month. President Trump's laid down a lot of red lines around Iran. Yesterday, he said extreme trauma if they don't strike a deal. Now it's possible even for tyrants to capitulate. Gaddafi did that to George W. Bush in late 2003, 2004. You'll remember after we successfully invaded Iraq, got up to Baghdad, Gaddafi called up and said, come get my Scuds, come get my nukes, come get my chemical weapons of mass destruction. And we did. He totally disarmed. He stayed in power for a few more years, but he totally disarmed. So it's possible that the Iranians would capitulate. But yesterday, the president, on the follow-up question, after he said they'll suffer extreme trauma if they don't strike a deal, he was asked when. He said, oh, a month or so. So I think we've got a time frame now, and the Ford is on its way. It'll take about 1-2 weeks for the Ford to get there, a few days to get comfortable on station. And that's more firepower than I've seen assembled since 2003 for the invasion of Iraq. And I think the president, what he just said down there at Fort Bragg was just another message to Iran. Our military can go anywhere and get anything done that it wants to. I think he's going to drop the dime on the Iranians unless they totally capitulate to the missiles, abject support of terrorist groups around the world. Stop killing your people. And of course, anything left of the nuclear program that was obliterated, they might even be facing the discombobulator, John.
Yeah. Well, judging by reports that I've heard out of Venezuela from people who are subject to the discombobulator, that's not something that you want to be subject to. I want to switch gears here with you, Hugh, to the Epstein files, because there's a very high profile casualty of those files. Axios writing, quote, Goldman Sachs top lawyer Catherine Rumler resigned Thursday night after her name appeared in Epstein files documents. A resignation announcement that's effective June 30th follows the release of files showing emails spanning several years from a Kathy Rumler, who referred to the disgraced late financier as, quote, Uncle Jeffrey. She was not only Goldman Sachs chief counsel, but she was deputy White House counsel in the Obama administration. And we think about the Epstein files and casualties, you would presume that it would be men who would be most vulnerable, not a woman.
Well, the blast radius from the Epstein files just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Ms. Rumler is very accomplished. Not only was she White House counsel for President Obama, she was a partner at Latham and Watkins. After that, she'd been at Justice and AUSA. Very, very good lawyer. After she left the White House, though, she set up a white-collar criminal defense practice with Latham and Watkins, and Jeffrey Epstein sent her clients, and they developed a working relationship. It was professional, and she got gifts and clients from Epstein. She gave Epstein good spin advice, but it went all very bad when she got too chummy in these emails, when the emails were released. And I thought it was a bad idea at the time. Democrats pushed for it. I don't know who's going to end up with the most casualties because the emails are taking down people left, right, and center. You don't get close to a convicted sex felon. You don't help him with his spin, even if he sends you good clients. So Ms. Rumler is a very fine lawyer who had a very bad set of instincts regarding Mr. Epstein and whether or not she ought to be giving him advice. She wasn't his lawyer, but she gave him advice on how to spin his legal troubles in 2018, 2019, something like that. And finally, she said, for the better interest of Goldman Sachs, she did the right thing. She walked the plank. Always put your client in front of yourself. If you practice law, you know that. But I don't think she's going to be the last to go overboard because those emails are horrible.
Right. You know, Michael LaRosa, who's familiar to many people in this program, put out on Accent, another Democrat bites the dust. How many more D's will be embarrassed right through the mud or declared guilty by association for pushing for these Epstein files to be released? Hugh, great to have you with us. As always, I hope you have a good weekend. We'll see you soon.
You too, John. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich reports live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. Tonight, President Trump is sounding irritated with Iran negotiations, saying they're doing a lot of talking, but no action. And he made clear he won't settle for anything less than zero nuclear enrichment, as he touted even more enormous firepower headed to the region. As he trekked to Fort Bragg to honor U.S. soldiers who helped capture Maduro, mixed messages from President Trump on Iran, indicating Friday morning negotiations are going well.
I think they'll be successful.
But welcoming the idea of regime change by afternoon.
You want regime change in Iran? Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen.
All week, Trump has reiterated he'd rather make a deal than pursue military action, but nevertheless pulled the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, from Venezuela to the Middle East.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it.
According to the New York Times, the options Mr. Trump has been weighing include military action targeting Iran's nuclear program and ability to launch ballistic missiles, according to 3 U.S. officials. He's also considering options that would include sending American commandos to go after certain Iranian military targets. Trump says Iran's nuclear sites were obliterated by Operation Midnight Hammer, and the targets now would be different.
Well, you could get whatever the dust is down there. That's really the least of the mission.
Meantime, the administration's spotlighting good economic news. Prices rising less than expected in January, according to Friday's CPI report, with gasoline costs dipping and rental inflation easing.
We saw annual core inflation at its lowest since 2021. We saw real wages increase by $1,400 for the average American worker.
But cost of living remains high. Food prices still 2.9% higher than a year ago, despite a modest inflation pace of 0.2% last month. Although beef and veal prices declined 0.4%, they're still up 15% from last year. Overall, analysts say the trend is good.
Poo-poo on all those people that said the tariffs are going to cause explosive inflation, all that stuff. In fact, it has done exactly the opposite because we've seen the pace come down.
And January's inflation numbers come days after a better than expected jobs report showing unemployment ticked down to 4.3%. But the markets aren't pricing in another rate cut from the Federal Reserve until summertime. Fed watchers predicting that policymakers will hold rates steady at the Fed's March meeting, Brett.
Jackie Heinrich live on the North Lawn.
The big question tonight is a U.S. attack on Iran imminent? And also breaking tonight, according to a Reuters report, the U.S. military is now preparing for potentially weeks-long Iran operations. Here with more, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Before I get to Iran, so the Democrats, they're going on vacation. They're headed to Germany, a lot of them. They want to leave and not fund ICE and the Coast Guard and TSA and the Secret Service. They want to defund ICE, defund the police. They don't want voter ID. I'll take that referendum choice every day of the week.
Sean, it's just a reminder of how deeply, deeply opposed Democrats are to the deportation of illegal aliens. They want to protect illegal aliens in this country so badly that they're willing to harm Arkansans who need to fly in the coming weeks by defunding TSA, or Arkansans who are trying to dig out from underneath this winter storm, who might need to claim FEMA relief funds. They want to withhold paychecks from our Coast Guardsmen who are protecting our shores from drug cartels or protecting our friends and our Navy assets in the Persian Gulf. That's how much they are committed to defunding the immigration police and protecting illegal aliens.
Republicans in the Senate, and we need one more Republican, and I hope we get that soon. They need to force the Democrats to do a real filibuster on the issue of the SAVE Act, and I hope they get that done, and we'll see what happens when they get back from vacation. As it relates to Iran, I don't believe you're dealing with a country you can ever trust. I think they are radical Islamists that have proven they cannot be trusted. #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. And the only negotiation I really see that would be worthwhile is, do you want to leave this week, next week, or do you need 3 weeks to go to Russia with whatever you pillage from the country on the way out?
Yeah, Sean, I think that's well said. It's useful to remember Iran has never won a war, but it's never lost a negotiation, because Iran is not a normal nation. Iran is a revolutionary Islamist regime that has been exporting terror and bloodshed around the world for 47 years, most notably directed against the United States and Israel, which it still chants in the streets to this day are the great Satan and the little Satan. President Trump has been clear now for more than 5 years in office. We cannot allow them to have nuclear weapons. We cannot allow them to have ballistic missiles that can threaten us and our friends, and they have to stop supporting terrorism. The military is posturing itself right now to make sure that the president has options. So if there is going to be any kind of negotiated outcome, it's something that's negotiated from a position of strength. Not what Joe Biden and Barack Obama did, negotiate from a position of weakness and appease the Ayatollahs and pay them off to the tunes of billions of dollars.
You would think by this point they might have learned something after Operation Midnight Hammer, but apparently they need another lesson, probably their final lesson. Senator Cotton, we appreciate you being with us tonight. Thank you.
Four-star General Jack Keane. He is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for Study of War. So what do we gain out of the Gerald Ford steaming towards the Persian Gulf? Do you believe we need the two carriers there in order to effectively hit Iran?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for our audience to understand, when we did Midnight Hammer in support of Israel's 12-day war to take down Iran's nuclear enterprise, we had two carrier strike groups in the region at that time. Probably not well known by everybody, but that was just a fact. There are two things happening here and why we're increasing our force posture in the region. And unbeknownst, because you don't see it, there's scores of aircraft and missiles that are being put into the region. And this has been going on for weeks, to the multiple bases that we have throughout the Middle East region. And some of them offset from the Middle East, too, because of the range that they can go to the target in. And obviously, we also have capability back in the United States, as we demonstrated very clearly during Midnight Hammer. The bombing runs were all made by aircraft from the United States Continental itself. So the second carrier group is coming, and it absolutely is needed with all of these other things to do two things. One is to make certain that we're able to defend our U.S. bases in the region, and also to help Israel defend its bases and certainly its population centers, which were under attack during the 12-day war. And then the second thing is to conduct a comprehensive offensive campaign that is quite comprehensive, not just against their offensive capability, which is thousands of missiles, launchers to support that, and drone storage sites, short-range rockets. These are the weapons that they will use to retaliate, and retaliate they will. They demonstrated that during the 12-day war, and we have to be properly prepared for that. And the means to do that is, one, we want to defend against it, whatever is launched, and two, prevent as much of it from being launched as possible. So I would see early on in the air campaign, we're going to strike that offensive capability they have, in addition to leadership targets and the entire infrastructure that is literally sustaining this regime will likely be in the crosshairs of what we're doing.
So here's the second round of talks. Here's the agenda. Roll back Iran's nuclear capabilities. We kind of did that already. Restrict Iran's ballistic missile program. Halt Iran's support for regional militant groups. Stop Iran's violent crackdown on protesters. 3 of the 4 are not on the table, according to the Iranians. And then in the meeting yesterday, or 2 days ago, between Netanyahu and President Trump, the prime minister showed the president hardcore proof that the Iranians ignored his warning not to kill protesters, instead killed tens of thousands. So that was an in-your-face to President Trump. Again, does that change his perspective?
Well, look, we got 46 years experience with these guys. I mean, we're in our 5th decade in dealing with Iran. And there's some things that are really consistent with them. One is they lie, lie, and lie. And they cheat, cheat, and cheat. That is a pattern of behavior here. They even deny, after all of this time, after we bombed the nuclear facility, that they're ever intending to build a nuclear weapon. This is only for civilian nuclear power. And of course, for civilian nuclear power, that's why they have underground sites. That's why they have advanced centrifuges, a half a mile underneath the ground in cement protected barrier systems, of course. So we know what we're dealing with here. Listen, President Trump, remember, in 2018, he gave his staff the opportunity to make a better deal than Obama had constructed. He said it was a bad deal. Why was it a bad deal? Because in 15 years, all restrictions would be removed and Iran could manufacture as many nuclear weapons as they wanted. When everybody thought, well, the intent of the deal was to stop the manufacturing of nuclear weapons, it actually gave them a pathway to it. We couldn't get the deal redone with our allies. They didn't want to cooperate. So President Trump came out of that deal. He knows a good deal when he sees one. I can't for the life of me think that we would ever put anything together that didn't fundamentally change Iran's behavior in the region. After all, The military strike is all about doing that same thing because they will not do it diplomatically. So regardless of what the Iranians are telling us are on the table, I don't take them at face value. They lie. President Trump knows what a good deal is. I have confidence in him. If he gets a deal that makes sense to him, it'll have all the ingredients that you just mentioned in it with verification. Will the Iranians agree to anything like that? That is highly doubtful because that takes away who they really are. And the only way we're likely going to have to do that, it will become the preferred option, was the military option, which obviously the administration and Israel are preparing to execute.
Yeah, and in exchange for all that, the Iranian people get no water and a worthless currency while they feed Hamas and Hezbollah everything they want. General Jack Keane, I could read between the lines. You think it seems like a strike is going to be inevitable. Certainly, we're going to be ready for it should we decide to do it. General Keane, thanks so much.
You want regime change in Iran? Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time. So let's see what happens. In the meantime,
President Trump has been talking about the negotiations with Iran, saying he hopes they work, but at the same time, building up significantly in the Middle East. In fact, the USS Gerald Ford, that carrier group, is getting into position, preparing to be on station in the Middle East here. That is the second carrier group that is there in the Middle East. Axios writes Trump sends second aircraft carrier to Gulf amid Iran threats. The move will increase the pressure on Tehran during the nuclear negotiations, making the U.S. military threat even more menacing. The Ford, which is now in the Caribbean, will need 3 or 4 weeks to arrive in the region, but it is heading that way. Let's start there with our panel. Fox News contributor Ben Domenech, host of the Big Ben podcast, Annie Linsky, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and former chief of staff to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, Melissa DeRosso. Annie, it's significant that the president said maybe regime change is the best thing for Iran.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Oh, 100%. It's very significant. My ears perked up a few hours ago when I was sitting at my desk listening to that. You know, the president has been asked about Iran in almost every single gaggle he's had with reporters. And as you know, this president is very, very accessible to journalists. And his language hasn't changed much. He's always said, I want a deal. I don't want to have this conversation. I don't want to be negotiating with the Iranians in the press. We want a deal. They should get a deal. And this time, really for the first time, he weighed in and opined on a regime change as something that would be positive. And to me, that is a ratcheting up of rhetoric as you're seeing the president moving assets, another carrier group into the Gulf.
Yeah, and Ben, you know, Reuters is reporting, and we can put up the map of where things are right now as far as military assets in the region. But Reuters is reporting the U.S. military preparing for possibility of carrying out sustained weeks-long operations against Iran if required, according to 2 U.S. officials. And our own folks say yes, with 2 battle carrier groups there, that is very possible, preparing.
I think that there's no question that the president has basically put a timeline on this in terms of any kind of negotiation or back and forth with Iran. And he's signaling right now that he's more willing than perhaps ever before to lean into this regime, which is at its weakest point historically, we have to say. The one thing that I think should bear some caution is that I'm not sure the president or his allies have made the case to the American people about what it would take to actually do this when it comes to Iran. It's not quite the same as some of the other strikes that he's taken out and some of the other expeditions that he's taken under his wing when it comes to foreign policy. And I think that there should be more investment from the American people when it comes to this type of conjecture about what he could possibly do in this situation.
Yeah, Melissa, there are questions on both parties about
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start today expressing a deep sense of gratitude and a deep sense of pride to my fellow Minnesotans. Over the past 6 weeks, the state of Minnesota and the people of this great state have endured an unprecedented federal invasion in all aspects of life. Our sense of normalcy was shook to the core. The trauma that's been inflicted, certainly across an immigrant community, but to every single Minnesotan, is unlike anything we've witnessed. We've been through challenges. We've been through natural disasters. We've been through COVID, but this is something that I don't think any state has ever experienced. And through that entire time, the dignity, the compassion, the love, the care, and the absolute determination to do what was right never wavered amongst Minnesotans, whether it was standing in minus 40 degrees temperatures or it was delivering food to a family that simply wanted to feed their children. Minnesotans never wavered. And for that, I will be forever grateful. I think it's probably safe to say the rest of the country will be forever grateful because they showed what it means to stand up for what's right, to stand up for the true principles of this country, to stand with the Constitution, and to stand with human decency. And so I want to note that the announcement today by Mr. Holman, we are cautiously optimistic, as we've said, and that this surge of untrained, aggressive federal agents are going to leave Minnesota. And I guess they'll go wherever they're going to go. But the fact of the matter is, they left us with deep damage, generational trauma. They left us with economic ruin in some cases. They left us with many unanswered questions. Where are our children? Where and what is the process of the investigations into those that were responsible for the deaths of Renee and Alex? So while the federal government may move on to whatever next thing they want to do, the state of Minnesota and our administration is unwaveringly focused on the recovery of what they did. And there will be many steps in this process, many answers that we still need to get and will pursue. But as we started earlier this week, one of the first things we can do and what we're focusing on today is what can we start doing on the economic recovery, the damage that has been done to our economy, specifically to small business owners, and even more specifically to immigrant small business owners, which for every other administration and for most of our history is the epitome of the American dream. Come to this country with nothing and build something to be proud of, build something that creates jobs, build something that creates this incredible diversity and a food scene across this state that is second to none, to entrepreneurship, to the work that they've done. Meeting a few weeks ago down at the Hmong market, and a gentleman who came here and got a food stall, and 3 of his children are now medical doctors that went through American universities to become medical doctors to help make this state the best for healthcare. Those are stories we should be celebrating, not dangerous police chases through peaceful neighborhoods, not little boys in little backpacks being hauled away, and not mourning of parents and family for American and Minnesota citizens being killed on the streets. So, Minnesota, on behalf of not just this state, but the country, thank you. That same energy now needs to be directed towards recovery, to finding ways that people have done during these challenging months to go forward. So I want to say this damage is still being assessed, but we do know, and you're going to hear from some folks, you're going to hear from Henry, you'll hear from Commissioner Verlick about where we're at on the front end of this. And we're going to be proposing a reinstitution of our small business emergency fund. It's what we used very successfully during COVID in the recovery and the economic recovery that we saw in Minnesota that outpaced most of the rest of the country. We're going to be proposing a first-time $10 million one-time targeted loans, forgivable loans that we know, and I want to be very clear, is a very small piece of this, but what I am going to challenge as we get ready to start here in a few days, the legislative session, this legislative session needs to be about recovery of the damage that's been done to us. I am also asking our team, and I'm going to make appeals to our federal delegation. The federal government needs to pay for what they broke here. There are going to be accountability on the things that happened, but one of the things is the incredible and immense costs that were borne by the people of this state. The federal government needs to be responsible. You don't get to break things and then just leave without doing something about it. So we're going to be asking the federal delegation to be investing and doing the things necessary. We have been in contact with federal leadership as a negotiation is happening right now on DHS funding and all of the things that we have an expectation, whether it be the investigations, whether it be going forward, no masks, because this, I got to tell you, one of the things, and I'm in contact with a lot of my colleagues, both at the federal level with the Senate and the House, but especially governors. I don't want these folks showing up somewhere else and doing this. So the changes that need to be made, the investments that need to come back, they need to show, they being the federal government and they being this administration, they need to do more. But I'm not going to hold my breath that the federal government's going to do the right thing. What I am going to do is I'm going to bet on the people of this state. And when we come into this legislative session, an expectation is this should be a bipartisan effort to protect these businesses, to protect what we have in Minnesota, to make changes here to improve this state. That should be very easy. And I think we've seen just some of the data surrounding this. There's very few things in this state that are more unpopular than what just happened to us. And there's few things that are more popular than recovery and supporting small businesses. So Minnesota, I know you've been through a lot. I know that we're still in the deep part of winter, but it's going to be 40 today here. The sun's going to be shining, probably a pretty good metaphor for spring is out there, summer over the horizon, but it's going to take a lot of work. So the expectation is of myself and our administration and the elected leaders, we get busy in this legislative session and start repairing the damage from this, start putting in safeguards that it doesn't happen again. And I think using the momentum that we have to celebrate, Minnesota's reputation has been pretty well solidified out there of caring, gritty people who back down to nothing and do the right thing for their neighbors. And I think now we continue that same attitude into this legislative session and into this recovery to help the folks standing behind me and thousands of others to get back what they do best, creating jobs, creating opportunities, creating a good life, being able to see their children go off to school and then celebrate by, watching a baseball game when things start up here this spring. We're not asking that much, but there's going to be work to do. You've got our pledge that we will do everything possible to make that happen. And today is a very small first step, but it is a concrete step that can make a difference. With that, I'm going to turn to Deed Commissioner Matt Verilek to talk a little bit about how we expect this program to work. And then we'll hear from Henry as a spokesperson for what the impact has been of a small business and what this can do to help. Commissioner Verilek.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Governor. And I would echo, first of all, the governor's sense of Minnesota pride right now for all that we've been through and the way we have stood up. And also the optimism about the fact that we now may be at a transition point in this process, if indeed the federal presence will be winding down. But I want to emphasize what he said, that the economic impacts will be very long lasting. It was maybe a couple of weeks ago or so that we stood up with some of these very same small business owners and highlighted there the massive negative economic impact that is resulting from the fact that a lot of workers don't feel comfortable showing up. A lot of customers don't feel comfortable showing up. And so we're seeing massive reductions in that foot traffic, massive reductions in revenue, et cetera. And so that's why it is so important. First of all, the governor launched the Shop Local campaign as part of our Shop Local Stand Together effort in this month of February. And now this additional measure of the $10 million in targeted small business partially forgivable loans, we think is another important step. And just to elaborate on that a little bit, the notion is that the loans would be 0% over 3 years. After 1 year, there would be an opportunity to seek 50% forgiveness on the basis of proving that you have had substantial impacts from the presence of the federal agents. The eligibility would be businesses with annual revenues between $200,000 and $4 million. So it's targeting small businesses, and the value of the loans between $2,500 and $25,000. And so again, to acknowledge the point that the governor made, we know that the economic harms are far in excess of that, but this helps, we believe, alongside the other things that we've been doing and that others have been doing. Also would note that we're working with some private sector partners to seek reduction or even elimination of some of the fees that private sector service providers provide to small businesses. Not sure, if they will take us up on that, but that's one other effort we're doing. And we again applaud folks like the Minneapolis Foundation, Latino Economic Development Center, and others who have stood up private sector funds for small business relief. And in many cases, those have been funded by some of our larger businesses in Minnesota. So an example of mutual support. All of those things we hope at least mitigate some of the harm that's been done here. And to give you an example of that harm, I mean, number one, last night I was out at a great place, Sabores Fresh Market in St. Paul, a grocery store that has a restaurant in the back. I had some great pupusas, but heard heartbreaking stories once again of what massive impact there has been. And likewise, we are going to hear that story from Henry, who runs a supermercado in St. Paul as well. So Henry, if you would please join us and share your story.
Thank you. Okay. I want to say thank you for everyone here. Thank you for the Governor Walz and the Commissioner Berlink. I apologize for my accent. I want to speak in Spanish, but I have to speak English today. Spanish is my first language. I came from Colombia 23 years ago, looking for American dream. Many people, many immigrants from different countries came to America looking for the same thing, and we are working hard. And now it's difficult times for many families, for us, for many businesses, but we're still working hard every day, no matter what happens. We believe in our governor. We believe in the law. We believe in America. We're working for the dream. I want to read something that I wrote last night. Okay, my name is Henry Garnica. I own a Centromex supermarket at the East St. Paul, along with the partnership distribution company that serve other small businesses in the Midwest. Centromex is a neighborhood corner store with open door to welcome all people. It is a space where everyone feels comfortable to be in. Since federal ICE activity increased late last year, everything has changed. On December 11, my store was targeted. We were lucky. Nobody was detained, but the impact caused a lot of damage for small businesses, including my business. Sales down in many cases between 30 and 40% is a lot, and the recovery for that takes a long time and more energy. We had to do a big job together. My customers are afraid to go in shopping. You have to adjust the operation. We had to lock the door. It's not good because we are in America. We never expected that. We are worried about how the things are coming, but we hear from our governor that the things change soon. Will be a good environment for everybody, for the whole communities, not only for immigrants, not only for Latinos, not only for Afro-Americans, it's for the whole community, for the whole Minnesotans. I'm sorry. Through my distribution company, I see the impact across the other small businesses too. These businesses are part of the fabric of our neighborhood and our vibrant economy in Minnesota. I attended a large Did Shop Small Stand Together campaign, and the support from the community since there has meant a lot. This is a new campaign that everybody knows. I can see every day in my business many new customers, Americans, 100%, and they are going to buy stuff in my store. I feel blessed. I think it was a good initiative from the governor, local governor. I have many friends in the other stores, and they see the same thing every day. It's a big help. I appreciate that. Thank you for the initiative. It's a good blessing. It's a good thing for all small businesses. But sales drop like they have. Goodwill alone can cover rent or payroll. Small businesses don't have a safety net. The proposed 10 million forgiveness loan package could be give a business like breathing room to keep employees, to keep the staff, to keep paying the payroll, to keep restocking the shelf. But we need more. I think we're expecting at least 3 or 4 or maybe 6 months for recover the business again, because we are in really tough situation. With the community support and smart economic relief, we can move forward. Finally, I want to say I am grateful for leaders who are standing with the small businesses during this difficult time. I am also incredible thankful for the community members and volunteers who show up to help every day, no matter the weather. Our governor says people working below zero, 20 to below zero, and many volunteers without anything expecting get any money. They support in the small business, they support in the communities, not only in the East St. Paul. I understand it's in the whole Minnesota state. It's why I feel really proud living in Minnesota. My respect for the all volunteers, my respect for the all Minnesotan people, for the governor, for the police department, for everybody. We feel safe, but we need to feel the freedom again. This is a thing that I had to keep it every day. Almost I put it on my pillow, make sure don't forget it for the next day. And the other thing I had to keep on my pocket is my ID. But hopefully we don't have to do this more. Finally, no matter the weather, the volunteers working strong with the warm hearts, and they are a good example, the peace, love, and big community in Minnesota with an entire community. Thank you, Governor Wald. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, and thank you for everybody. And God bless the all volunteers. God bless Minnesota. God bless all Minnesotans and the all small businesses, because we need to work hard and make the Minnesota hard, strong, and big state. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'm grateful. Appreciate it. Well, thank you, Henry. And to Henry, and I want to speak directly to Minnesota's immigrant community, by extension, America's immigrant community. We see you, we hear you, we value everything that you bring. We understand here in Minnesota that there is no Minnesota without our immigrant community. And it was the wave of Norwegian and German immigrants a century ago, Hmong immigrants half a century ago, Somali East African, no matter where you come from, we believe in those words. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be breathe free. This is a place you can breathe free. And my message to you is the majority of Minnesotans and Americans stand on your side. They stand on the side that immigration is the core of who we are and that human decency. So as we go on this long road to recovery, it's going to be hard for many of you to get back the trust, to be able to go out again without fear you're going to be asked for your papers or to be singled out because of how you look. We in here in Minnesota have always made that clear, and I will attest that's why we were the target of this, because we are a successful multiracial, multicultural state that has one of the highest standards of living, that values our people and understands the people standing behind us are making that happen. So it's going to be a long road, but I think you saw, and I'll say it again, Minnesotans are decent, caring, loving neighbors. And they're also some of the toughest damn people you'll ever find. And we're in this as long as it takes. With that, we'll take some questions.
Governor, how did this come together? You've been in talks quite a while with Border Zahler Home. Can you walk us through that?
We have been communicating a lot. And I just want to note the way the state of Minnesota is addressing immigration is exactly the same today as it was 3 weeks ago, or 3 months ago, or 3 years ago. We've said that we are more than willing, and we understand it's our responsibility, and we support humane, rule of law immigration reform. It's why I've advocated as a member of Congress and as a governor that we need to have reforms that allow a path to citizenship for the folks we want here and the ability to do targeted enforcement for those who shouldn't be here. So we continue to express that. We continue to work. I think probably what changed was when Tom Homan came here, I could get a conversation with someone. Not a single interaction, Kristi Noem, Bavino, or any of the rest of them, and an arrogance that it didn't matter. And I think, as I said again, it became very clear to the administration, especially after the murders of Renee and Alex and the horrific actions of these agents on the ground, that an issue the president saw himself as being strong, certainly politically, has eroded into a albatross around their neck. And so I think, in my take, was they knew they needed to get out of here, but in very Trumpian fashion, they needed to save face. So we've been talking, and I will say this. Tom Homan said today that he and I disagree on a lot of things. That is probably an understatement. But as I said when he first came in, and first thing he did was call me when he landed and then meet the next morning, is that at least there was a consistency to what he said, and he followed through with it. So we got indications that this is where they were headed. And again, I think probably we would be back to that pre-surge number in the very near future. Yes, ma'am.
Does this announcement change the way you're thinking about DHS funding and whether they should receive funding going forward?
No. And I just want to be, this is a really kind of tricky thing with this administration, because, they change their mind, or if they think, the president thinks he's not getting the upper hand. I'm certainly not going to spike the football, but you're not going to hear me express any gratitude for the people who caused this unnecessary, unwarranted, and in many cases, unconstitutional assault on our state. And my expectation is we still need to have those investigations. And I'm telling you, in this economic crisis they created, all of these cabinet agents came in here to try and please the president by attacking Minnesota. So we have a $2 billion cut from Dr. Oz in our DHS programs that are rural hospitals and things. So it doesn't change it at all. And I think the lessons learned, I'm more than happy to help Congress say some things, is in America, you cannot expect that the people are going to be okay with masked, unidentified people running you off the road and coming to your vehicle at gunpoint like we saw in St. Peter, Minnesota. So if ICE which Tom Homan's right about this. They have a mission. Now, I don't know if this iteration of ICE can last, but the idea of immigration reform and border control, we all agree with that. What we disagree with is that what happened in Minnesota had anything to do with that. It did not. So I hope, and I would encourage, and we have been contacting with Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer to hold the line till you get the at least minimum reforms necessary in this rogue this rogue agency to get something done. So yes.
This still doesn't totally answer the question on everyone's mind, which is when are these ICE agents leaving? We obviously know that some of them will stay and sort of go back to business as usual, be pre-positioned around the state, but
Mr. Holman said this week and early next week. I talked to Mr. Holman after his press conference, and he assured me that they are going, all the surge is going, and they're going immediately. So as soon as they can pack their stuff, book a plane, move on. I would volunteer. We will help you get to the airport. We will clear the roads to get you to the airport. I will come over and pack your damn bags if that's what it takes. But I think it does answer the question. And again, this is a trust but verify. I am skeptically optimistic. I have no reason to not believe that when Tom Homan said they will be gone almost immediately. So it'd be my expectation, I think, certainly by the middle of next week, this is back to the 150. So yeah.
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark. So
yeah. I think, and I'm trying to look, I don't know all the details because it's not what a executive branch should do to interfere with an independent judicial branch. And so as far as the BCA goes, they do what they need to do. And it was my understanding we were very close to a joint agreement. And then at least what we're hearing is that was pulled back. And this is somewhat of speculation, but it's how I'm viewing it, just to be candid with all of you, that the federal government pulled back because there was a leak before they could announce it. So I think we all have to be really careful. This is like a fourth grade game of who gets last hit type of thing. This administration always has to get the last word. This administration always has to be viewed that they won. And in this case, I think they understand they have got to do a joint investigation. So it is my expectations we will get a joint investigation. I would hope that this surge leaving and at least that piece being off, because that's one of the three demands that we will have to see here. This was getting rid of the surge, independent investigation, and then stop the attack on our state government agencies. So as I know right now is we were very close. I think obviously there's a contingent inside the FBI and the federal government that understands the only way you do these is through a joint investigation. And it's very clear. And again, if anybody in the administration or outside of Minnesota thinks because this surge that they're leaving, that somehow everything's okay and we've forgotten about this, the folks who are out there asking for this are going to turn their attention to these other things now. And so my hope is, and it could go a long ways, is we get an announcement in the near term. Again, we're only asking for what's always been done. We're only asking for the right thing, and we're only asking for what is the core of who we are. Justice needs to be served. And I don't know. I do not know. We saw yesterday the federal government's putting a ton of effort into trying to indict 6 members of Congress, the House and Senate, and a grand jury said, "Are you out of your minds?" and threw those out. So what we need what's left of a decimated U.S. Attorney's Office here to get back to the work of stopping drug trafficking, stopping crime that's there, helping us on fraud investigations, and then getting us this investigation. So nothing further yet, but I think the framework is in place, and it's just a matter of them feeling like they have an upper hand to announce it, and I hope that would happen soon. Yeah. Go ahead. Nothing has changed. The final agreement is that Minnesota would continue to do what we do, which is law enforcement, honor, those things, and that we would do what has always been expected and has done for decades here, is if there's someone who is in a Minnesota prison and there is an ICE asking us to hold them, once their sentence is served, we notify ICE and turn them over. And that has, in every single case, you've done the investigative work, that's what's happened. So nothing has been changed. They continued to ask me. One of their demands is that I ask people to be peaceful in their protesting. That's an easy thing for me to do because that's what I said. But I'm not going to ask them to not be on the streets. I'm not going to ask them to give up their constitutional, their First Amendment rights, their Second Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment rights, and for the state, the 10th Amendment rights. So what I've been telling you is this is exactly what we've been doing. And when I went to Congress 2 months ago and testified for 8 hours, as they incorrectly said Minnesota is not adhering to this, I testified for 8 hours. Nothing came out of that, and yet they came here. So I think to tell people, we're just going to follow the law. And when it comes to this, no one's disagreeing that you shouldn't have immigration enforcement, but it should be with due process, and everybody gets that. And it certainly should be done humanely. And you certainly, if you're truly going to focus on the worst of the worst, why are you going after our neighbors who are in the system, following the law, trying to reach naturalization? That doesn't make any sense. So Minnesota's doing what we did, but I'll tell you what, it steeled our resolve of how much we're going to protect our immigrant community. It steeled our resolve that we will do what we should do. They should do their job. And it's become very apparent to the people of America that this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to go about it. This doesn't make us any safer. And so with that, yeah, go ahead.
Any updates, any progress on the flow of federal dollars to state agencies, state programs, that sort of thing?
No, not. Thank you for the question. And this question about the flow of federal dollars, and and you saw this. I think you saw it yesterday in the hearing on Capitol Hill on the Epstein files. Each of these agency heads, and I mean that is certainly troubling in that about the non-independence of the branch of the AG's office, law enforcement. But each of these cabinet secretaries wanted to please their boss so much, they just came to Minnesota and piled things onto us, piled in data requests, piled in letters, threatened to withhold money, threatened to do all of this. Those are the things that are doing immense damage at a time when we're going to need that. And I remind people of this. Minnesota contributes more than we get from the federal government. When it came time to look at things like a scale on how solid and lack of corruption in state government, Minnesota ranks in the top 5 best states. All of the things about running things and doing it right, we follow the law, we do it right, we provide more federal dollars. And in my opinion, this unallotment around what Congress has appropriated and what the law says Minnesota should get, the president is arbitrarily, and his cabinet secretaries are arbitrarily holding that money. So back to this first question to end on, this about what DHS reform should do. We are pushing our congressional allies, and I would think the Republicans in this, before any deal is made with DHS funding, all of them need to quit this assault of, and again, I will use the president's word, retribution against Minnesota, not because we have more undocumented people, not because of any reason other than he decided that this is a state they would try and make an example of. And look, I'm treading a pretty fine line here. He picked the wrong state to make an example of. And that is where things set today. So we'll see over the next few days. We are in a trust but verify phase. My word to Minnesota is, again, we're certainly not going to celebrate something that should have never happened, but I'll say this, please keep, at this point in time, stay hyper vigilant, that the potential for an incident like we saw up here near the cathedral with this chase yesterday, what we don't need is some horrific thing happening on the way out. But I will say, as we started on this in the hours after the murder of Renee, is express your constitutional rights, stand up for your neighbors, speak out when you need to speak out, do so peacefully, because as I said then, and every one of you proved the fact is, at the end of the day, that will win out. That is the way a democracy should function. And it seemed like a long ways from that January day that we would get to a point where they would say, we're leaving. But today is about a lot of destruction over those weeks, a lot of damage, a lot of trust has been eroded. A lot, as I said, we've got children that a core memory for them will be their classmate being taken away. And that will stick with them the rest of their lives. And my hope is what sticks with them is human decency wins out, rule of law matters, that arc of the moral universe is bending towards justice, and we are under no illusions that it will magically happen itself. All of what we're talking about today was put onto Minnesota, and it was Minnesota citizens, I'll say it again, nameless, faceless folks who endured whatever it took to make a difference. So our work is beginning here. We'll do the recovery, encouraging the legislative leaders to get ready for a recovery session. And my certainly on this is back these proposals and let's get this money to these businesses and get back to normal. Thanks.
Greatest civilization in human history, he clearly spelled out the dire consequences of mass migration and how it is failing the West.
In pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together.
He also noted the failures of the UN, criticizing how it has played virtually no role in resolving current conflicts.
The United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice.
Rubio also brilliantly articulated the importance of defending Western civilization, highlighting the deep bonds that America, Europe, and Britain share, forged by shared history, faith, culture, heritage, language, and the sacrifices that have been made, and why we must defend our way of life.
The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending, a great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history.
He received a standing ovation for his speech, and he finished with a promise of a bright future ahead. We will be diving into all of this with Hilary Fordwich in a moment, and also looking at AOC's embarrassing reaction as she attempted to mock Marco Rubio. Spoiler alert, it has spectacularly backfired. She is exposed, actually, for not knowing her history or geography. Also later in the show, Stephen A. Smith says that he's considering a 2028 run. We'll speak to Adam Crichton about that. And Macron's government is being slammed for the letter it has sent to young people. We'll be joined by Angela Mollard for all those details, as well as the growing calls for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's time as trade envoy to be investigated for possible corruption.
Naughty, misbehaved, bad child, and I'll give you a weak, lousy parent. I think he was saying, you know, we're strong, we expect you to be all you were. And so I think the message overall was, be all you used to be. That's what he was really saying over the entire speech. I think it was a wonderful message. It was extremely articulate. It was strong, and yet it was not overbearing or aggressive, which was a fine line to walk. And last but not least, I think that this will go down in history as a line in the sand. Of course, he has the support of, and this came at the directive of President Trump, but I think this was a very presidential speech by Marco Rubio on the world stage, and it set the course for human history and the West going forward.
I think you're right. I mean, he would be a great nominee in 2028. Of course, meanwhile, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has made an absolute fool of herself as she desperately tried to criticize Marco Rubio's brilliant speech. Let's just listen to her first blunder.
Was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that.
Hillary AOC has been community noted on social media. Plenty of people calling her out that cowboys can be traced back to Spain, Hillary.
Oh, yes, they absolutely can. And I thought it was very interesting the way we went from one end of the spectrum, which was an articulate, brilliant speech, to somebody who basically always delivers a word salad. And she was in there, yes, because, and even, don't forget who, okay, when she talks about Mexicans, where do most of the Mexicans come from? Lots of them came from descendants of Spain. And so I think she's absolutely correct. Actually, an interesting factoid, during the heyday of the Hollywood cinematography of all of the cowboy movies, because of the strong unions in California, a lot of the Western movies were actually filmed in the plains of Spain as well. So when you think you're seeing the West, you're actually seeing the plains of Spain.
Well, here's AOC again, embarrassing herself once more, arguing against the successful capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro before accidentally admitting that she has no idea where Venezuela is on a map. Listen to this.
We look at what happened in Venezuela, for example. It is not a it is not a remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator. And
Hillary, it wasn't really a great argument even before she let it slip that she had no idea where Venezuela is.
Yeah, I suggest that she actually goes and takes some geography lessons, particularly if she's on the world stage. She was also asked a question with regard to Thailand, and basically her answer was Taiwan, Taiwan, and basically she said there's a long, complicated history there. So I think what's a very important point to remember, she's a Democrat. She, with many other Democrats, got on a bus and left Capitol Hill when we're heading into a shutdown, Gabriella. What on earth is she doing over there? She doesn't know her geography. She doesn't know about what's happening in Taiwan. She couldn't answer those questions. She isn't a world leader. She isn't there on any authority or any budget. What on earth was she doing? She's making, obviously, for sound bites that actually came out not in her favor.
Yep, she's just there embarrassing herself on the world stage. Also at the Munich Security Conference, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton became very, very uncomfortable being called out for her severe Trump derangement syndrome. It was interesting that she actually admitted that mass migration has been destabilizing to the US, which is, you know, somehow not offensive when she states the obvious. But Hillary Clinton ended up ranting about just how much she hates Donald Trump and gets called out for it by Czech's Deputy Prime Minister. Watch this.
None of us in this room, including all of us on this panel, would choose to live under a regime that was so unaccountable that it could act with impunity the way that Putin does, except that's who Trump is modeling himself after.
Well, first, I think you really don't like him.
You know, that is absolutely true. But I really, not only do I not like him, I don't like him because of what he's doing to the United States and the world. And I think you should take a hard look at it if you think that there is something good that will come out of it.
What I think Trump is doing in America, I think it is reaction for something for some policies that really went too far from the regular people,
what? Give
too
us some
far from
examples.
reality. So, you know, we saw the cancel culture. We saw the woke revolution.
He went on to say that there are only two genders, but it's interesting, Hillary. I mean, you listen to Marco Rubio's speech, is just such a class act. Hillary Clinton there just can't handle a bit of truth that what we are seeing play out right now is partly a reaction to woke, far left policies just ruining America.
Well, absolutely. And where on earth was she when President Biden was letting in over 20 million illegals? How come she didn't have any umbrage then? It's rather sort of selective morality here. I think also she's trying to be very relevant in a time when she is definitely irrelevant. And sadly, she's contradicting herself because she was quoted back many years ago, long before President Trump was elected, even in his first term, as saying, we need somebody like Donald Trump to run for president who can't be bought. And she's actually on record as saying that. So it's amazing how she's now changed her mind just because he isn't of the correct political party. But I would like her to actually point to some of her points. Where is the success in what she's saying that he didn't do? In other words, she was there. She was at the helm. She could have made a difference when President Biden was doing these very things. So point failures, not the successes, which she's taking umbrage at.
You're absolutely right. Let's just turn to this story that's gripping America. Donald Trump has now threatened the death penalty for the kidnappers of Nancy Guthrie if they fail to return her safely. Donald Trump told the New York Post that he would direct the Justice Department to pursue capital punishment if the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie is harmed. Now, this comes as Savannah Guthrie released another video saying that she is holding on to hope.
It's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken. We still have hope. And we still believe to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
Also, Hillary, authorities have confirmed that the family has been cleared as suspects, but more than 2 weeks now. It's certainly getting challenging. What do you make of Donald Trump's words there?
Well, obviously, it's a ghastly situation. I don't know. I think that it's a federal issue whether somebody can receive the death penalty, whether he can interject himself into a certain state. But obviously, he's going to lean on the Justice Department. I think his sentiment is in the right place. I think what's very sad about this is when Samantha's pleading with somebody to do the decent thing. It's never too late to do the decent thing. But somebody who isn't decent, that doesn't really appeal to them. Also, the one thing I found very strange, a lot of this seems like the Keystone Cops to me. You know that they found a lot of gloves, and those are sheriffs and those that are investigating the case have just been sort of dumping and dropping their gloves. That just seems rather strange. A lot about it is really baffling, I will say. Why they've done things sort of like, to use the American expression, ass backwards. Things to do with the DNA, things to do with the camera, the Ring camera at the home, and lots of things that I know of time because they had to get the footage. But it's all, I think, a very strange case. A lot about it is beyond baffling, but at least President Trump has tried to do the right thing and been supportive, which is very good because he's also reaching across the aisle, because it's not he's on a right-leaning network. I think he's done the right thing in this case. Very admirable.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So many twists and turns in this case. We have to leave it there. Hillary Fordwich, president and founder of Strelmark, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, pleasure always, Gabriella. Thank you for having me.
So is Jane Hume. They've been out there. I think that's a good thing. It's a fresh face. Let's just wait and see how it pans out.
Yeah, certainly the first step, I would say, at turning the party around. Sky News revealed the migration policy that was developed under Susan Lee but was not released, and that would limit visas from more than a dozen countries where terrorist groups are in control, including Afghanistan, Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Palestine, Philippines, Somalia, just to name a few. Adam, what are your thoughts around this policy? Not that it was revealed.
Look, I think it's it's a step in the right direction. Actually, somewhat laughably, the first thing I thought was Donald Trump's famous Muslim ban immigration policy of many years ago. You might remember that. That was very controversial. But this kind of has similarities a little bit. It's not called that, but I think most of those countries that you just rattled off are certainly Muslim countries. It's not the entirety of the population from those countries, as I understand it, just certain regions. I think it's reasonable, especially in the wake of the tragedy of Bondi. I think people want to see greater quality of migration coming to Australia. They don't want to see people here where statistically there's a higher probability that they're not going to enmesh and gel with the Australian community. But the problem with that policy I see is that it's not really about numbers. I mean, I imagine that the sheer numbers of people coming from those places are pretty low, and I think the overarching anger about migration is the level. I think just the sheer quantity. I know it's been falling. Labor keeps saying it's falling from 500,000 to 300,000, which is the latest figure. But 300,000 is still a lot. And even the budget forecasts of 220, 230,000, these are still huge figures compared to any other Western country. Probably, I would say, more proportionately than any other developed country in the world. So they're still very high. Let's say it goes back to 250. That's still double what it was in the early 90s. It's roughly triple what it was in the 80s under Hawke and Keating. So these are very high levels. Do the Australian community want those levels? It looks like at the moment they don't.
You're absolutely right. And just looking at those levels, of course, this plays into our housing crisis, the cost of living, the number of hospital beds being filled up. You've written about the economic impact and how it's becoming severe now with supercharging rents. Also how 10% of Australia's population is in an economically highly disadvantaged position after this influx of 1.2 million immigrants since 2022. Can you just explain that for us?
Yeah, sure. Look, that was my column last Friday, and I started it by referring back to Queensland, where in the late 19th century we imported, as largely more or less slave labour, or at least indentured servants, we imported islanders who worked on the farms, the sugar plantations, and at one point they were about 10% of the state's population. Now, in 901, we sent them all home, largely all of them. And then I realised now, fast forward 120 years, we've still got 10% of the Australian population this time, the whole country, more than 2 million people who are in similar, obviously not as bad, but similar situation. They don't have the same rights as Australian workers. They can be certainly taken advantage of by employers who know that they can dob them into authorities if they're working too many hours, or if they can force them to accept cash work, and I'm sure that goes on a great deal. And I pointed out that this 10%, just like back in Queensland all those years ago, this actually benefits the wealthy. The wealthy Queensland farmers did not want this labour to be sent home. And just like now, I think the inner city wealthy voters want their cheap Uber rides, they want their cheap restaurants, they want their cheap cleaners and nannies and so forth. The same sort of economic arguments are at play again. And for a lower income native-born Australians, the competition for low-skilled jobs is huge. Of course, it's supercharging rents. Cost of housing is through the roof. So I think the housing issue and the immigration issue really can't be separated. And so far, I'd have to say, I think Angus is a bit weak, I'd probably say, on that. He's just talking about supply. Everyone likes talking about supply. It's the hand-wavy, easy answer. But Labor's already trying to get supply up, and it can't. The reality is you just can't build houses very quickly. It's just hard to do. You need the workers. They've got to be, they have to be zoned correctly. So I think just talking about supply is not going to do it. I think you need to cut the level of immigrants.
No, absolutely. Look, Jim Chalmers, he's rejected Angus Taylor's offer to work on a bipartisan approach to rein in government spending. Jim Chalmers has rejected Angus Taylor's offer to work on a bipartisan approach to rein in government spending. Taylor wrote to the Prime Minister arguing that the budget repair task was just too big for politics as usual, but Jim Chalmers immediately dismissed the proposal, labelling it as a political stunt. It might have been, but the federal spending has been forecast to exceed $1 trillion in the near future, Adam.
Yeah, look, it's extraordinary. I mean, I spent a few years in Washington and I came back, and federal spending had gone from something like $500 billion a year to $750 billion. I mean, that is just eye-popping, and the growth rates are still extraordinary. I mean, the last few years, more or less, have been the fastest growth outside COVID since the Whitlam government in the 70s, and it's a serious problem. It's fueling inflation, as you know, 3.8% inflation. It's rising. There's budget deficits as far as the eye can see, even though tax revenues are rising extremely quickly every year. So spending is certainly out of control. And just back to One Nation briefly, they do actually have policies on their website, as I understand it, that would significantly cut spending, such as scrapping all of the associated climate change subsidies and departments, which, at least on the IPA's calculation, is more than $10 billion a year now. So that's a lot of money. There's various agencies that can be scrapped, but the coalition hasn't actually said yet how it would cut spending. And it's difficult as soon as you talk about, say, the NDIS, which is out of control, as you know, soon to cost more than the military, you get accused of, of treating the disabled poorly. So it's very hard politics, but it has to be faced up to.
It certainly does. I want to turn to what's happening in the United States. Interestingly, Stephen A. Smith, he appears to be floating the idea of a presidential run. The broadcaster, political commentator, has said that he's giving strong consideration to a 2028 campaign. Here he is with Robert Costa on CBS News Sunday Morning.
Would you run as a Democrat?
Yeah, because I couldn't see myself running as a member of the GOP. I'm a fiscal conservative. I can't stand high taxes, but I'm a social liberal in the same breath because I believe in living and let live. I pay attention to the desolate and the disenfranchised. Yes, I like strong borders. That's absolutely true. We never needed open borders, but we don't need it to be completely closed either. We're a gorgeous mosaic.
Sounds like you're getting a stump speech ready, Stephen.
No, there's no stump speech, but I can give it.
Could you be competitive in a Democratic primary? Some big names might run. Gavin Newsom, the California governor, among many others.
I respect all of them in terms of their intellect, in terms of where their heart lies, in terms of the service that they want to provide to this country.
It's interesting. He was also asked about if he was going to run, would he be worried about racism? And he said no. Listen to his answer.
Do you worry about racism if he ran for president?
No. I know it exists. I know that you can't escape it, but I do not believe it is as prevalent as some on the left would like us to believe. I do believe a vast majority of Americans judge you on the content of your individual character rather than the color of your skin.
Yeah, Adam, I certainly agree with that. What do you make of what he had to say?
Well, certainly he's right there. I think the so-called intelligentsia, media class obsess about racism in America as much in Australia, but it is actually far less prevalent. I think he's right there. But look, I think he'd be a very formidable Democratic candidate, and I think Republicans should be concerned. He's basically a centrist. I mean, I think his trouble is going to be winning over the Democrat extremists in the party. He's not left-wing enough. He's not extreme enough. But I think in terms of the wider American electorate, he would be very competitive. I think those other names you mentioned, Gavin Newsom, I think he's just very tainted by the basket case in some respects that California has become. And I think he'd be an easy target for a future Republican candidate.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what plays out. Senior Research Fellow and Chief Economist at the Institute of Public Affairs, Adam Crichton, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Gab.
Of course, we need to stimulate the birth rate. Ours is actually lower than France's to ensure that we do have people to do the work in the future, but not the way to go about it.
No, so instead of fixing the country and making conditions easier so people can afford to start
housing,
a family, he sent a letter, and that is suddenly going to fix the problem. But as you say, Australia's birth rate is worryingly low. It's lower than France's. So Australia's birth rate is at 1.48 children per woman. France is 1.56. The decline is just going in one direction. If you look at other parts of the world, there are only other incentives being offered.
I am going to change my cover. Y'all don't got me on 3 likes. Who we got in here still? Turbo, you still in here, brother? What's up, brother? Welcome back. You're like, man, is this dude still live? Yeah, I took like a few odd days off. I had to like work to get the algorithm back popping, bro. You know what I'm saying? I had to do some work today, bro. I was like, man, I actually got to do work because the news cycle's just been boofy. So I had to go out of my way to find some like content for everybody. I actually had some decent stuff, man. There was like, go back if you didn't watch, like, bro, there was some good stuff today. You know, it actually was. But yo, who's in the chat? Whoever's still here, I'm 2 likes away from 777, bro. Y'all can't get me there before I end it. Come on now. 2 likes. 2 likes. I would try to give myself a like, but I'm scared I'd end the stream. Who's got it? Just tap the screen 2 times. But man, what a damn day. Look, dude, the topics I covered today were crazy. Yeah, somebody help this guy out, bro. Man, we talked about humanoid robots serving the Ukraine army, military. We talked about we showed Hillary. We talked Trump at the World Economic Forum. We saw a bunch of stuff today. Today was 4 days of content put together in one because I was just not feeling it. So today was like 4. We're 2 likes away. Come on now, 2 likes away. We can do it. Now I know we're gonna smash it. Let's do that shit. Let's do that. Let's do it. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, the way Hillary talked